have many sources of income in Nigeria, and that if our leaders are honest and truthful and they are ready to work, Nigeria will be among the best country in the world because we have what it takes. Our leaders are our problem. The only we are not having any problem in Nigeria. The only problem we are having are the leaders. Even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders,
even me as somebody, I'm saying it publicly that if they can just do mass burial for all our leaders, and let we the youth start ruling, you will see that everything will go the way it should go. Our leaders are our problem. I'm telling you, they can come and arrest me. If they should kill me, 1,000 people like me will still stand in this country. So that's it. Our leaders are our problem. We are not having any problem with our leaders. Our leaders, they are our problem. How can someone be, see, I don't even know what, because the issue is even annoying. How, even under normal circumstances, apart from their salary, they're not supposed to be giving them wardrobe allowance, all this allowance, all this what is the meaning of that? The money our leaders are collecting a month in some country of the world, some presidents are not collecting it in a year. I'm saying it publicly. So that's all. Someone even compensate me for talking and give me water.
Something's got a hold on me here.
Drinks all around. Family, you don't get to pick the one you get. Just gotta love the one you got.
I always knew this day would come.
I got it.
I don't think you got it.
I held him off for years.
Charlie, get up here.
He's a relentless son of a bitch. Won't stop till he finishes the job. Death is coming for our family.
I said, oh, 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 oh.
Grandma, what's happening to us?
Years ago, I had a premonition that started it all. I saw what death was about to do. I saved a lot of lives that night.
Everyone needs to get off the dance floor!
Lives that were never meant to be saved. But death doesn't like it when you mess with his plans. This book, it will show you everything you need to know to keep our family safe.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist.
It all started with Grandma. Death is coming for us because we were never supposed to exist. Watch out!
Only by embracing death will it pass you by.
Maybe death's not actually coming for our family. Because that would be crazy.
Evening.
Please lock your weapon.
Expect a big ping, brother. The whole body's a weapon. Sorry.
When they start to kill me, run.
What is that?
My name is Sarah Connor. I hunt Terminators.
He's the most lethal Terminator ever created.
I'm going to help you protect the girl.
So you're Carl.
That's what everyone calls me, yes.
I'm never gonna call you Carl. If we don't win this one, it's all over.
So all that explanation given on the structure of world control and power, this evil structure of world power and control, was to lead you down to understand how is it possible that there are so much poisons being manufactured and that rice is the number one poisons in which the evil black elites manufacture for us, because as you've come to understand right here with everything that we've shown you, rice is a manufactured product. It is not real food. But because of years of us not being close to our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents through the introduction of the religious system and then the educational system also, but with the religious system in Christianity teaching us that the only person that we have to listen to is God, and this God is taught to us from the pastor. So, and with them introducing us to a false
prosperity in which we have to chase money instead of growing our own food through generations. We do not know the history because we're not in agriculture, because if you were growing food in agriculture, you would now understand that the rice that you're eating is not real food. Because as we have shown you throughout this whole entire video, as you have listened, you would have noticed that rice takes almost a year to grow and harvest, close to a year. And that the only crop in the world which can get harvested every 3 months, right? And it's always in bountiful supply as long as you can water it, is corn. And it's from corn that you get corn flour, corn oil. You get the flour that is used to make most of the manufactured food in the world, which they will lie to you is made from other sources, because they do not want you to understand the importance of corn. But it's even written in scripture, because when you read scriptures, you do not know that it is a manual that the evil black elites led by leaders wrote for them to have a manual on what they were going to do in the world. It was a plan. Forget about all such things when you read in the scriptures as prophecies here on and there out. It's all bullshit. Prophecies don't exist. Prophets don't exist. If you ever read in the book of Daniel, they tell you that there were certain kingdoms that existed and this all got destroyed. It is not true. They wrote the book of Daniel as if it was a prophecy that was going to happen in the future when it has already happened. Because when you read the apocryphal books, it tells you all the kingdoms that have existed. That is why they had to remove the apocryphal books from scripture and then write in the book of Daniel about such dreams that a king had of a statue that had, clay, gold, silver, brass, and all that kind of stuff, just to confuse you about what has already happened, because they made the book of Daniel look like a prophecy. All you need to do is go read the apocryphal books and you see it has already happened, because the apocryphal books were already in the Bible when they started producing it, but they later removed it when they found out that the apocryphal books was revealing something they had written to us to look like a prophecy in the book of Daniel. So there's no such things as prophecy. Nobody knows tomorrow, as we've already explained on Acts 2 of Shape of a World, clearly for you to understand. It's a stupid idea for anybody to think that they can divine or know the future. They don't. The reason why the evil black elites, led by the rogue leadership, have been able to convince us, for us to believe that they are prophets and kings and can determine the future, boils down to one thing and one thing only: their knowledge of history. Because as kings, they keep the history that their ancestors passed down to them. And as we have told you, that is where the word spirit comes from. If you train your child in anything that you know, your child carries the mindset that you have. That is where the word spirit comes from. Because when you die and your child still carries the mindset of everything that you taught him, it seems like he has a spirit guiding him, which is whatsoever you taught him, which he now has in his mind. So every king in this world has history, knows the history of his ancestors and has kept it. But you, as an individual, you did not keep it, because they deceived you not to listen to your parents and grandparents, but to listen to God through Christianity, Islam, or any other religion, and that they are the ones that matter, and not the history of your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. So the evil black elites who have deceived us into making us believe that they are prophets, priests, and kings at the same time, and that God talks to them, is all a lie. The only reason why you have believed the lie is because you do not know your history. They know your history. So everything they do is based on them knowing history. So for example, everything that they've been planning for the past, let's say, 200 years or thereabout, was them coming to read the history of the truth when they studied the historical books that were written by our great high priest who had warned them that their end was coming in Mbosowo, which you people know as Moses. In Moses' writing, they figured out that all from creation from Adam, that every 1,000 years or thereabout, or more than 1,000 years, that the Creator himself always sends a great high priest. And we've had very few of them in number. So if Adam, Emana, was the first great high priest, the next great high priest was Edwok, Noah. After Noah, you had a son, Abraham. After Abraham, you had Levi. After Levi, Ayan. You had Moses. And after Moses, Mbosowo, there was one other great high priest. So if you go through those names that we have just mentioned to you, it seems like of a surety, every 1,000 years or thereabout, the Creator always has a high priest, a great high priest, which destroys everything that they have built. But Moses Mbosowo said, there will be another great high priest like him, because Moses was in a different class, all on his own, of all the great high priests that ever existed before him. Why was Moses in a different class? Because the Creator himself gave him the responsibility that only great high priests will come from your lineage. That means from your children that you bear, from their descendants. It's not going to be anybody else. That is the responsibility. That's why he was in a different class. So therefore, the Creator told Mbosowo, Moses, I will raise another great high priest like you to complete the work that you started in destroying the evil kings of this world and all evil people with the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. So that is how the evil kings of this world have been preparing since they understood those writings till now. So it now looks like they know the future, but they don't. And they wrote it all into the manual, the Bible, the scriptures, which teaches you about Satan, uses a little bit of truth in telling you that there is a Creator so you can believe their lies. Why did they have to do that? Because if they can make the whole world believe a lie and increase the number of evil people in this world and evil things and evil beings and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, then there will be no truth left. But this is their mistake, which they are finding out at this particular point in time. For the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails to exist, they have to be poisoned. But in common sense, if you poison something, are you making it alive or you're killing it? Let's continue on now. So the reason for all this chart and explanation was to make you understand the reason why it is possible the rice can be manufactured and you have no idea the evil demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, who are the slaves which are used primarily to manufacture the rice for us, which is the number one poisons which they feed us by. And throughout the past 200 years, rice has become increasingly the number one food that we eat anywhere in the world. If you go into any place in this world, whether it be Africa, Europe, Americas, North and South, Asia, Australia, the number one food that you eat from 2025 to 2026 is rice. Anywhere in the world. In West Africa, they have so many types of delicious cuisines that they use rice. In Nigeria, they call it jollof rice. And all through Western Africa, they have many different names of it. In Asia, they save it as sushi. If you go to any other place in the world, South America, they call it Spanish rice, hence so on and so forth. If you go to any restaurant in the world, the number one food of choice that you're going to find if you're living in 2025 to 2026, as of the recording of Shape of a World right here, it is rice. And then on top of that, we don't know that it is manufactured. Why? Because of compartmentalization, keeping secrets. So that's why we had to go through this whole explanation for you to understand that everything is compartmentalized. And as we have taught you, the one thing that you have to understand and remember is this: the only way that things can be compartmentalized, that means someone is training all of us and making us keep secrets through our ignorance or deliberately planning so that we keep secrets and we work for them without knowing how everything is related, as you have shown you. Try this whole entire video on Act 8 here of Shape of a World. Is this: you have to own all the sources of production. You have to own all the companies for you to be able to make people not to know what they are doing. Because if you do not own all the sources of production and all the companies, they will know. Why? Because you do not have a control of what they will know as long as you do not own it. You can't control anything. This is the subject that you have to understand in all of this. You cannot control anything that you do not own. If you do not own it, you can't control it. If they did not own it, it would be impossible for them to control it and deceive us, such that we do not know that rice is manufactured. That is why we had to take you down all the steps for you to understand that the structure of the evil world power and control is down to compartmentalization, keeping secrets. And for it to be possible that they make us keep secrets, they have to own all the companies that produce and supply things for us. So let's continue now so you understand what we're saying. So to make you understand this far better, we're going to start with Uncle Ben's rice, which is a subject here. The reason why it's a subject is because all through the years I have been eating, as the narrator of these videos for you, Uncle Ben's rice with black rice, because I thought they were the most nutritious rice that you could eat. And over the years, as you come to find out through the videos that you're watching, with the help of the knowledge of the priesthood, we got to know, and the priesthood taught us, because I, as the narrator, we as the team, never narrated to them what we were eating. And they got to find out that it was rice, and they told us that rice wasn't real food. Okay? So with Uncle Ben's rice here, it is now the subject of this whole entire video to explain to you, because as we have taught you, Uncle Ben's rice is the standard for all manufactured rice, as you have come to understand at this particular point, that rice is manufactured. There is real rice, but as you have known, it takes up to 1 year to cultivate rice from the seed to harvest. So it is impossible for us to have this amount and quantity of rice left, right, center at any point in time, because it is manufactured, and we do not know that. Because as we have taught you, the way that the evil black elites led by the rogue leaders could feed their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, half mix, quarter mix, whatever mix they are, whom are not Orientals, was to manufacture food. That is why you have so much manufactured foods in this world. But the number one manufactured food which they have hid from us is rice, which is used to poison us for the animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the mixed, half mixed, quarter mixed, whom are not Orientals, the physical children of the adapted flying bull called Satan. So they don't grow those tails and animal features for us to know that they are animals as Satan is. So, continuing on here, why don't we know that rice is manufactured? Is based on the fact that the evil black elites own all the companies, and if they own all the companies, all the methods of production and supply of anything is compartmentalized, kept a secret. How are they able to do it? Let's make you understand this with the production and supply lines, so you understand what is going on and how they can manufacture things, as I've already taught you, but you're going to understand it even more right now, in that the only way this is possible for them to manufacture things and we do not know is because they own all the companies, and then they manufacture things in different companies, all right? And all the companies are not made to know, as we taught you earlier in the example of that they can produce a Volkswagen car. But different companies manufacture different parts of the Volkswagen car. And those different companies don't put them together. They just manufacture. Then another company is going to assemble parts of the Volkswagen car, and they don't assemble the whole entire parts of the Volkswagen car. They just do a part, forward it to another company, keep on forwarding, and then the final company puts the last part and then gives you. This is only possible if they own all the companies. Compartmentalization, keeping of secrets on how things are done is only possible if you control and own all the companies. Without this, it is not possible. Because let's say, for example, right here, okay, I own a company and the government owns a company, all right? And they come to me to try to help them to produce something. Of a necessity, they have to tell me what they are doing so that I can produce that for them. By them telling me, a secret cannot be kept. The secret can only be kept if they own all the companies, but if they do not own the companies and they have to talk to someone else to help them do something, a secret cannot be kept because I will know what they are doing because they have to tell me the details of what they want so I can produce for them. And by them telling me the details, I know exactly what they are trying to achieve and the secret cannot be kept. So let's continue on now so you understand this. So one of the best ways to explain this fully so you understand that if you do not own all the companies and supply chains of production, you can't keep a secret is this. The priesthood gave us a blueprint of an engine that we can produce. Now, we as the team, we do not have any company in any way, shape, or form to produce these engines. So what do? We as a team, we have to go sit down with engine production manufacturers. We give them the blueprint, right? And then we make them have an agreement with us that they are not going to reveal the blueprint to anybody at all. Why do we come into that agreement? We don't have a company of our own. And because we are sitting with them to produce an engine for us, we have to tell them what we want. And them looking at the blueprint will know exactly what type of engine and how this engine functions. Does that make sense? So, the secret of us keeping a specific, type of production of an engine is not possible. Why? Because we do not control any aspects of production. We don't have any company that makes aluminum, iron, or goes down to mine for them and then produce it, then fabricate it. So because of that, because we do not own all the lines of supply and production, we can't keep a secret. So if the people that we have an agreement on with the automobile engine that they're supposed to produce for us, do not keep that secret that we have showed them in our blueprint, everybody's going to know it. So this is a good example for you to understand that it is not possible for you to keep secrets if you do not control everybody or own all the companies that produce something for you. An example in what we're trying to show you here, that rice is manufactured and we do not know. And why don't we know is because the people who manufacture the rice from start to finish own all the companies who manufacture the rice for us to eat with the poisons that they put, which is the number one poisoning in this world that makes demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed people, quarter mixed, half mixed, whom are not Orientals, not to grow their tails and animal features, besides the fact that in the plantation times till 2025 and 2026, over 200 years ago, they removed iodine from the food supply, which makes these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed people, half mixed, quarter mixed, whom are not Orientals, not to grow their tails and animal features, so we see that they are animals. And this has caused a lot of mankind, black people, to be sick and dying young before hitting the age of 40 years, which in 2025 and 2026 is the age limit, average age limit, life expectancy of mankind, black people. So with that understanding, you now understand what we're trying to show you in the supply and production lines of the evil black elites, as you have come to understand that compartmentalization is only possible, which is keeping secrets, if you own all the structures and all the companies. Without that, you can't keep a secret. So that is why we had to take you through the whole process for you to understand the structure of evil world power and control compartmentalization, to understand that every institution, organization is a company owned by someone, for you to understand how the structure is set up from start to finish, so you can understand how it is possible that things can be manufactured. An example in Uncle Ben's rice cake, which is the standard for all manufactured rice in this world, and we would not know that it is manufactured, because for you to be able to keep a secret, you have to be able to control or own everything. Otherwise, it is not possible. And that's why we show you an example in the fact that we had to manufacture an engine and we had to reveal the blueprint of the engine to somebody else, and that person may not and will not be able to keep that secret. It's not a secret because he knows. If we were to own our own companies and the whole entire supply and production lines, we would be able to make our engines independently and nobody would know how it's made. So that's the reason why I had to explain all this.
In the midst of the Great Depression, a down-on-his-luck repairman named Charles Darrow invented the Monopoly board game. It became one of the best-selling games of all time, and Darrow retired a millionaire. The inspiring story was printed in every Monopoly box sold for decades. But it wasn't exactly true. The real history of Monopoly is much more complex, and it all started with Lizzie McGee in Washington, D.C. In the 1890s, McGee was a feminist writer, actress, and board game enthusiast. She was also a dedicated disciple of economist Henry George and his single tax theory. George argued that landowners should be heavily taxed, but that all other taxes should be abolished. A single tax on the value of land, he wrote, would equalize the distribution of wealth. To Lizzie, a new board game was the perfect way to garner support for the idea. In 1904, she patented the Landlord's Game. It looked and played a lot like present-day Monopoly, but had two different sets of rules. The first was a Monopoly-style game where players tried to buy up properties and bankrupt opponents. The second emphasized the communal benefits of the single tax system. Playing both ways would be instructive, she wrote. Let the children once see clearly the gross injustice of our present land system, and when they grow up, the evil will soon be remedied. Despite her high hopes, Lizzie's game did not become a commercial success. But it did develop a following, especially amongst progressives. Over the next 30 years, the game spread throughout the Northeast and Midwest, tweaked and shared on homemade game boards with word-of-mouth instructions. In the 1920s, it reached Atlantic City, New Jersey, where a community of Quakers revamped the board to include iconic locations like Boardwalk and Park Place. Players were drawn to the Monopoly-style rules, and over time, McGee's single tax message faded, along with any recognition of her as the game's creator. In fact, no one seemed quite sure who had invented the game in the first place. Charles Darrow saw an opportunity. After learning the game from a friend, he had an artist design graphics and started selling the game as Monopoly in Philadelphia department stores. The sales caught the attention of the Parker Brothers Game Company, which purchased the game from Darrow in the spring of 1935. It was a huge hit, and as sales skyrocketed, Parker Brothers moved to protect its investment by buying up the rights to similar games. Most importantly, that meant Lizzie McGee's Landlord's Game, which she had updated with a new patent. In November of 1935, company founder George Parker traveled to Arlington, Virginia, and visited McGee at her home in the Clarendon neighborhood. He offered her $500 for her landlord's game patent and agreed to publish that game along with 2 others Lizzie had created. Then in her late 60s and going by her married name of Elizabeth McGee Phillips, she was, at first, thrilled. Her single tax message would find the wide audience it deserved. As she wrote after the deal was signed, "Farewell, my beloved brainchild. I regretfully part with you, but I am giving you to another who will be able to do more for you than I have done. I charge you, do not swerve from your high purpose and ultimate mission." Sadly for Lizzie, it was not to be. The version of the Landlord's Game which Parker Brothers released in 1939 was hardly the societal reform lesson she had envisioned. Her single tax rules were left out, and the company failed to generate interest. The game flopped. Meanwhile, Monopoly grew into a global phenomenon, a celebration of cutthroat capitalism and the land speculation that Lizzie so despised. It made Parker Brothers rich and Charles Darrow famous. But for Lizzie, there were no royalties and little recognition. Just the $500 for her patent.
The reason why we played that short clip for you was to make you understand and know some realities about your world. Anytime, please pay attention. Anytime you try to read about history of inventions of any kind, whether it be scientific, whether it be, let's say, geographic or any type of invention, what you have to understand is this. Anytime you read about that invention and they show you the picture of a demon, albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, Caucasians, quarter mix or half mix people, whom are not Orientals, know that it is a lie. Because this is what the evil black elites want you to be fixated on. They want that every mankind black person with woolly hair, whenever they are reading about inventions or anything that they use in this world, their minds are always going to be formed in the fact that when they hear the stories and they see a demon, albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, right? The quarter mix or half mix people who are not Orientals, that child's mind, that mankind black woolly haired child's mind will have the mentality and the belief that the things, because there are things that invented everything that they use in this world, is a demon, albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people. So that child's mind will be focused on believing the lie that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix, half mix people whom are not Orientals are the ones in the world, are the ones running the world. So when you hear any historical stories and you see a demon, albino, anybody with straight hair, and they say, for example, that Albert Einstein brought about the theory of relativity, so on and so forth. They give you Thomas Edison and all these stories that brought about the cell phone. And even today, they'll tell you about the people who invented the internet, and they're all demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grew tails. Once you read the story and hear it, because this is how they've been able to lie to us over donkey years. So in this example right here, as you're seeing, right, the story of monopoly, because what we're teaching you here is for you to understand that for you to be able to keep secrets of how everything is produced from start to finish without anybody else knowing it, you have to own all the companies and all the lines of production and supply, which is a monopoly. This is why the game Monopoly was introduced to the world, because the black elites, the evil black elites led by the rogue leaders, were showing you with a game that in order for you to control anything, you have to own it. And the ownership of all parts of production and supply is a monopoly, one person owning everything. And that is what that board game was showing you. But in order for you not to know that the evil black elites own everything, as we have taught you, and we're still teaching you, that if you're the richest, wealthiest person in the world, you protect yourself. You do not expose yourself to the world for security reasons. So this is why they had to invent all the histories and lie to us about all the histories that the Wright brothers discovered airplane flight, which are demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people whom are not Orientals. So anytime you read about history and they present to you, even when you read about the histories of the First World War and Second World War, and they present to you in the pictures and in the videos and in the films, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the quarter mix and half mix things, whom are not Orientals, who grow tails, of which we are poisoned for day and night, so they do not grow those tails and animal features for us to identify that animals, a rat, could never run the world. That is the truth. Because demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed people, half mixed people, whom are not Orientals, are animals. So demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people, whom are not Orientals, are animals. Just like you would find a chicken, a cockroach, an elephant, a cat, a rhinoceros, a lion walking around, they can never run the world because they are animals. It's just that we've been trained for so long not to see that. But we are seeing it. But the lies they have told us made us not to understand what we're seeing. And rather, instead of knowing what we see with our eyes, we believe the lies that they have told us. Because when you look at a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, the quarter mixed and half mixed people whom are not Orientals, they all have the straight hair of every animal that you see in the bushes. All the animals in the world have straight hair. No animals in the world have the hair of mankind, black people, which is woolly hair, in the fact that when you pour water on a black person's head who keeps an afro, the hair does not fall. It doesn't soak in water.
This is a demo of how water-resistant African curly hair can be. Even when the whole head is soaked, a quick shake and the hair looks almost dry, like it's naturally waterproof. That's mainly because of its unique structure. The tightly coiled strands are densely packed and create tons of tiny air pockets in between. On top of that, the hair's cuticle layer is thicker, acting like a natural armor that helps block moisture from getting in. That's why you'll notice water doesn't instantly soak into the hair. It just beads up and rolls right off. Plus, their scalps produce more natural oils over time, which creates a protective layer that makes the hair even more water resistant. It's also the reason why washing this hair type takes longer. You've got to rinse thoroughly to get it truly clean. And don't forget the role of the hairstyle itself. Curly textures add friction, helping distribute weight like a sponge and keeping everything balanced.
of this has been explained on the concealed mystery of a depressed black people in the book. Because all animals in the world, when you go read on page 524 of our book called The Concealed Mystery and Origins of a Depressed Black People, you will see clearly how we tell you why is it that when you pour water on a black man with woolly hair, not the mixed and quarter half mixed people whom are animals who would try to pass as black because of their skin. But when you see a black person and you can only identify that black person, mankind person, in the sense that they have an afro. If you pour water on a mankind's hair, all right, the hair does not fall flat and go down and becomes like the hair of all animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mixed people, in that when they pour water, the hair falls. Why? Because mankind's hair, a black man's hair, has air pockets that does not allow water and air to get into the fiber of the hair. This is how we explain this for you clearly and show you with pictures for you to understand why is it that when you pour water on a mankind's hair, which is woolly, the only beings in the world which have this type of hair, which separates them and makes you know that this is mankind and that they are not animals. Because every animal in the world does not have the hair of a mankind black person. This includes animals, in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. The white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people, whom are not Orientals. They are animals. But because the evil black elites have used their institution, just like you would go to a circus and animals are trained to do wonderful things, it is the same thing that has been done to demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grew tails. The white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix, half mixed people whom are not Orientals. They have trained them through donkey years through their institution. By them sitting behind the scenes, being the owners of those institutions and hiring them. And now when they put them out, like they put animals out in a circus and they do tricks for you, you believe that they're intelligent. That is how we've been dumbed down. So when you read about history, in any way, shape or form, and you go read on the internet Wikipedia page and the history shows you a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix or half mixed people who are not Orientals, that they discovered all these things that you're using today in any wonderful invention in this world, you know that is a lie. So that is the reason why we had to play that clip for you on Monopoly, for you to understand that at the end of the day, for you to be able to control anything and be able to make people keep secrets, as they have trained us through compartmentalization to keep secrets, so we do not know how to do anything for ourselves. It's been done through a monopoly. Monopoly just means you control every single aspect of production and supply, as the game Monopoly shows you that, and you play it without knowing. And production chains or lines have to be all controlled, owned, for it to be possible for stuff to be manufactured and the public will not have any idea about it, because someone owns the whole entire supply chain and production chain. That is what they call a monopoly. The evil black elites have always understood that if the public gets to understand that they own everything, which is a monopoly, right? You have the game that's called Monopoly, right? That the public will try to make their own and become a competition against them in righteousness, because righteousness eviscerates evil, lies, and that they will overthrow them. So they had to set up all these different names for different companies, so you would not know that it is a monopoly owned by the same one. And they have to convince you, because if you ever pay attention to the news, it it's not recent news, let's say from the 2000s upwards, you would always hear that the government were breaking up what? Monopolies, whether it be banking, automobile, and any other kind of company. All that was deliberately fabricated news to lie to you, so your mind will never understand. So you will never come to the conclusion that a monopoly does exist and controls your life, because monopoly means someone owns everything. Because when you understand that someone owns everything, you understand that you're being controlled, being deceived, being lied to. So they had to create this sort of stories of monopolies back in the time when they said Rockefeller existed, that they had to break up the oil companies and don't want a monopoly to exist, right? So you, the public, do not know that you are living in a monopoly. So that's why, for example, when you go to any bank, people never pay attention to the words. You have Citibank, you have JP Morgan Chase, you have Wells Fargo, you have Citigroup, you have Standard Trust, you have United Bank for Africa, you have First Bank, you have HSBC Bank, you have the Chinese Bank, you have the Federal Reserve Bank, you have central banks of every country in the world. But you never pay attention to the word. It's a monopoly. Because what is consistent with all those names? All right? Bank. They're one and the same. They're doing the same thing. It's a monopoly. But they give it different names, so you do not know it's the same thing, all working to control your life. Because why? If things are the same, they are all going to do the same thing. They don't want you to understand. All plants in this world, they are called plants. Different type of plants. But what do? They all do the same thing as plants do. You have different lions. Lions in China, lions in Europe, if they still do exist, lions in South Africa, lions in West Africa, if they still do exist, lions in South America. What do they all do? The same thing. What is the word that makes you understand they're all doing the same thing? The word lions. It doesn't matter what name they tell you that they come in. They all do the same thing. So that is how all of this is possible. That they can manufacture such things as rice and any other thing that they manufacture, and we do not know that it's manufactured because they own all the companies that do the supply and production of rice. So how is this possible? Starting with Uncle Ben's rice. So as you've come to understand right now, that 90% of the rice that we consume in this world is manufactured, because rice in itself almost takes a year to grow from planting to harvest for you to get it. And it is not possible, not in any way, shape or form, for us to have this liquidity and supply of rice everywhere in the world. It is manufactured. And as you've come to understand, the number one crop that grows from planting to harvest in 3 months is corn, and corn is used to make flour, which is used for a lot of the processed and manufactured foods that we have. So with that understanding, you now can understand how it is possible that they can manufacture rice and we do not know it, because they own all the supply chains and all the production lines. So let's break it down simply now so you get it. So what happens is this. These same people who manufacture this rice for you will have, let's say, a farm that grows corn. The corn is going to be grown somewhere, in this example right here, in South America. They grow the corn, right? People go into the corn farms and harvest the corn, all right? They just harvest the corn from the cob. They ship the corn to another company under a different name, which has no relation with the company according to how they program it, but it's still owned by the same person. They ship the corn to a company in United States of America. The company now over there, the people who are working there, now take the corn off the cob. They remove the skin and remove the corn from the cob totally, and then they ship it to another company in Canada. Another company over there dries the corn, all right, ships it out to another company in Europe who grind it. Another company grinds it, all right, puts a label on it, ships it out to a company in the Middle East, right? The company in the Middle East now label it, right, under a different name as flour or whatever name they say. That company now ships that flour to another company who go mix chemicals with it, all right? The company that mixes the chemicals on the flour, give it a different label, and then ship it out. Another company somewhere in Asia, right, adds more chemicals, labels it a different way, ships it out to another company. Another company in still somewhere, maybe in Australia, all right, now starts to mix it with something that is oil or any other ingredients to make it into a certain form. They finish that, they label it, they ship it out to another company in India. Another company in India now prints, all right, the rice, now shapes what they print out or mold out to look like rice, either long grain or short grain, all right? Then they ship it out. The company in India ships it out to a company in South Africa. A company in South Africa now collects it, all right, and labels it as Uncle Ben's rice. And the whole production line is finished. They now ship it to a supply chain. The supply chain receives it somewhere, let's say, in Argentina, all right? They now send it to another country, let's say in Venezuela, all right? They send it to Mexico, and those companies now put it in other supply chains, and it arrives at Walmart, arrives at Food for Less, arrives at Target stores, or any other store brand, and you buy it. Do you see what just happened? The whole entire production line and supply line has been moved from one country to another, and the companies that they are moved to just do a part compartmentalization without knowing that the person, the company that grows the corn that started in South America, that at the end of the day, when they see the Uncle Ben's rice, India, stores in Walmart, okay, or Target stores or any grocery stores, will not know that they themselves were the ones who started the process of producing this manufactured rice. Why? Because everything is compartmentalized. Different companies are made to do different things, but these different companies are all owned by the same person, so that they are able to control the production and supply lines, so none of the workers inside these companies know what's going on. And they can't talk about it because they are only doing a part of either the production or supply line, and they do not know how it's related. So that is compartmentalization in action, in how stuff is produced and manufactured for us, and all of us working for those companies do not know how. So the secret cannot be leaked, and only the owner of all these companies knows what they are doing and what you are producing for them. Does that make you understand that now? In very simple terms? Compartmentalization. Keeping secrets through segregation, spelling, and labels. Spelling in different company names, different production lines, different supply lines, so we never know what is going on, and it is only possible if all the company's supply line and production lines are owned by one person. So that's how you've come to understand so far with what we're teaching you. That we are in a monopoly, but through the lies of labels and spelling, giving their companies different names. We do not know that. Because as you're learning right now, it is impossible to keep a secret unless you own all the structures, and own all the structures so you can compartmentalize and make the people who are working for you not to know what you're doing, because you have compartmentalized all of them, segregated them from interacting with one another based on labels and spellings, so they do not know that they are all working for you. That is how we had to explain the structure of world control and evil power, so you understand what's going on. So now let's continue to show you the ingredients of rice that's leading you down somewhere, so you understand what is really going on in our world, because the truth has arrived. So let's show you the nutrients, or the ingredients per se, because they lie to us that there is nutrients when they say they add nutrients to rice, as you have come to understand that the number one food of poisoning all around the world, which is the most popular food eaten anywhere in the world, is rice. And a lot of you have not known that rice is manufactured. So when you see the label on the back and they say this rice has been enriched or fortified with nutrients, because the medical institutions has deceived us so much into making us believe that they are feeding us vitamins and nutrients, that you should get some supplements which are going to provide nutrients for you. All those things that they tell us in the medical institutions of vitamins A, B, C, D, E, and all this kind of nutrients, it's all bullshit. Every single nutrient that they tell you that you need, whether they call it omega fatty acids, so on and so forth, is all food grown on fluorine, and then on top of that, they manufacture the so-called vitamins, they add fluorine to it, and they give it to you. Because why? They want their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed people and half mixed people whom are not Orientals, to get all the poisons that they need, so they do not grow their animal tails and features, so that they are continued to use in oppressing and killing mankind, black people, use them as the scapegoats by the black elite, so that they can stay behind the scenes and continue perpetuating in eternity evil upon mankind. But as we have taught you through several acts of shape of a world, the way the Creator himself made this world, it's a physical world. Everything has limits. the physicality determines what that thing that was created can do. So, because the evil black elites think that they know better, all right, than the creator, everything has limits. So when it reaches its limits, it can't perform more than that. So no matter what they do, they created and brought about something that the creator himself did not make in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, to mask on us living as if they were mankind when they are not. They have reached their limits. So they will always show who they are because they have reached their limits. Because let's explain this further for you to understand. Let's say, for example, right? You have a cow, right? And you train the cow over a period of time to try to act like a goat, to bleat like a goat does, right? You train it and 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 train it, right? The cow will keep trying to bleat like a goat. It may do it for a while, but after a while, over a period of time, when the cow has been let free to be, all right, in the wild on its own, sooner or later, its real self in mooing will begin to show it. Why? Because you're not there anymore longer training it on how to bleat like a goat. Does that make sense? Because the evil black elites trained demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair to act like mankind when they invented them about 250 years ago from 2026 so that they could use them in oppressing mankind. But then they let them free. How did they let them free? Because everything is compartmentalized, a secret. So that's why we teach you all these things so you understand what's going on. So because they let them free, and now that they're in the wild, they are going back to their normal selves because they are in the wild. Because in today's world, they've given the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people who are not rentals, all privileges. So they are free to go anywhere they want to and do whatever they want to. They are no longer in training. And so they are starting to act like their normal selves. They will be out in the sun because when the evil black elites were training them to look like mankind, they didn't let them out in the sun. They kept them in a very disciplined environment, fed them certain foods, didn't allow them to mix. All right? They started making them mix more when the so-called era of civil rights came to be under the so-called people like Martin Luther King and the rest, right? Because they wanted them to be used, all right, as the faces of world power so that the black elites could stay behind the scenes and continue perpetuating evil. So they let them out free. They were no longer in their plantations. And they started eating and doing any kind of thing. They didn't live those controlled lives anymore. So their animal attributes now began showing more and more. Because now they're exposed to the sun, they're eating whatsoever they want to do. They think that they are the ones on top of the world. So the animal attributes beginning to show, because everything that the Creator made itself has a physical limitation. So continuing on, we're trying to show you, when you hear about nutrients, vitamins, that you need all this kind of supplements for yourself so you can be healthy, it's all a fraud, because you are not taught how to think. What they are saying in essence, without you paying attention, is that whatsoever there is that is natural is not enough to be healthy in every way, shape, or form. So they now have to give you extra nutrients, because whatsoever that does exist is not okay for you to be healthy and functional. Why? That is all a lie, because by them using those words that you need vitamins, supplements, here on and so forth, a mindset is constructed in you, just like the cult teaches you to have a certain mindset which is not normal. To believe that the earth that we live in is filled with poisons, instead of the truth that the only thing that poisons the earth is Satan and his children and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, whom require poisons to look like they are mankind, eating of something that they were not supposed to eat as food, which wasn't food. In the tree of fluorine, which they call in the Bible the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which you're going to find out has been revealed on several acts of Shape of the World, but you're going to know right now. So that's why we are going down this line in showing you how they manufacturize in the so-called nutrients, for you to understand that that word nutrients, vitamins, supplements, which is used in the whole medical and agricultural institutions, is all a lie. They said all that so that they can add poisons to it and teach you to believe that they are adding something beneficial to your food, instead of the fact that they are adding poisons to the food. So demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the quarter mixed and half mixed, or any kind of mixed people whom are not Orientals, get all the poisons they need so they do not grow their 4 animal features and a tail, for us to know that they are not mankind and that they can be used to make us believe that they are the ones running the world and telling us what to do, instead of the evil black elites behind the scenes led by the leaders, whom are the ones actually perpetuating all kinds of evil so that they can remain kings, which means of God. You come to them to ask, and because they have told you lies over centuries, because you do not know your history, they have become your gods. You go to them and ask, and they are the government, right? Let's continue on. So if you've been feeding on taking vitamin supplements, as the evil medical institutions tell you, quit right now. That's a source of some of the poisonings that you're getting that's making you sick. All the so-called drugs that they give you. The only way that you can be well is to grow your own food. Go back into agriculture. Grow your own food. It's the only way out of this for you. Quit The supplements and vitamins are all a lie. They are filled with poisons. Those things are causing more poisoning besides the major poisons that you're going to find out. Number one has already been revealed right here, which is water, and we're getting to rice, so you understand it. Before we start to go through the nutrients or ingredients, as you're going to find out, because they're trying to make us believe that the rice, as you're getting to know right now, that rice is not real food, it's manufactured. As we're starting to explain using Uncle Ben's rice in this particular part of the video, because the Uncle Ben's rice is the standard for all other manufactured rice that you find in this world. What we have to tell you is this: if you've been hearing us say Uncle Ben's rice, that is the original name that was started when they started to know that they could manufacture rice. And as you've come to understand, with any type of manufactured food that you eat, which happens to be some sort of, let's say, carbohydrates or something that you can eat that gives you energy, contains carbohydrates. You've come to understand that the standard food that is used, because you can grow it from seed to harvest time in 3 months, is corn. And from corn, you get corn flour and corn oil every 3 months. And from corn flour, you can make any type of manufactured food in this world that has to do something with carbohydrates. An example in such things is spaghetti, macaroni, noodles, so on and so forth, which they will tell you has some sort of, like, let's say, wheat in it, because that's what they try to lie to you, that they use wheat. It's all lies. It's corn. Corn is the only plant in the world that contains a lot of carbohydrates that you can use for almost anything in this world, in whatever shape or form, because corn, like, let's say, the palm oil tree, besides corn, the palm oil tree is the only tree in which every part of it, the roots, the stems, the leaves, the sap that comes out, the fruits, is beneficial. It's the same with corn, the corn plant. You can't throw anything of it away. The whole tree is beneficial to everything that you need. So corn is the only plant in the world that you can grow, all right, in 3 months from seed to harvest time, continually throughout the year, as long as you can water it. Palm oil tree, no. Palm oil tree, you gotta wait at least maybe 2 to 3 years before you can even harvest the fruits. It takes so long. So that's why they had to, over time, try to find ways to make the palm oil tree grow faster. This is not the video for it on Shape for World right here. This is for people who really want to get into palm oil plantations. So, but continuing on right here, if you've heard us use the word Uncle Ben's rice, it is because that was the original name for Uncle Ben's rice. It's been changed to the name Ben's Original. So if you go into a store, you're not going to see Uncle Ben's. It's going to say Ben's Original. Let's show you that before we continue on. So as you're seeing right here, it says Ben's Original, formerly called Uncle Ben's. If you've heard us throughout this whole entire video, call it Uncle Ben's, because this is the original name for the manufactured rice, the standard for all manufactured rice in this world. They changed it to Ben's Original, and as I've come to hear us explain this to you, the reason for name change is a spell by the evil black elites led by the leaders, so that one generation to the next generation cannot make the connection. They're going to lose the history, because if you go to buy Ben's Original rice right now, as you're seeing right here, it says Ben's Original rice. If you were not connected to someone living in the generation before you who knew Uncle Ben's rice, you will always believe that the rice is Ben's original. So everything about the history of Uncle Ben's rice is lost because you do not know that it was called Uncle Ben's rice. You now know it as Ben's original. That is why they keep changing the names of companies. That is why the evil black elites all through history have kept changing their names. So, for example, if you were trying to trace the lineage of, let's say, Canaan, Semiramis, and Nimrod, all those names have changed throughout history because they kept changing it. So you will not know. That is why we have taken out the time to explain all of this for you to know. In that, in today's world, 2025, 2026, and here on after, everybody living is living as a descendant of the people that lived even from Adam's time down to the flood and after the flood. But when they change the name, the history is lost. The current generation will never know except you were connected to your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. So that is why it seems like we know nothing about history and they can lie to us. Why? Because they changed the names of everything. By name change, which is a spell, you have no understanding as you have taught you, and you do not know anything about history. And history is the only thing that's going to make you to be whosoever you are, because the truth is this, which they never tell you. You can never be anything more than what your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents were in history. That's it. Because we're still the same. The best way to explain this, we've explained this, but this should sink into your mind. A lion bears children whom are lions. Isn't it true? So it will never change. If you did not come from the lineage of lions, you can never be a lion. If your parents, great-grandparents, all right, and your whole entire lineage were prostitutes, who do you think you're going to be as a woman? A prostitute. If your parents and grandparents and great-grandparents before you were intelligent, whom do you think you as a child is going to be? Intelligent. Genetics matters. You can never be anything in this world except your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents in your lineage were that. You're just a reproduction of the same thing that existed before you. They don't teach you this, but this is reality, because the evil black elites, how are they able to remain kings generation after generation? Because their parents were kings, their grandparents and great-grandparents of their lineages. The only reason why you do not know is because they changed the name. So you will never catch up to that fact. You can never be anything in this world because we are a reproduction of the people that existed before us. But when the name is changed and you don't know your history, how are you going to know what you are? If you are a goat trained as a lion, how are you going to know that you're a goat? If you are a wolf and trained as a lion, how are you going to know that you are a wolf? So if you've heard us use the word Uncle Ben's throughout this whole entire act of shape of a role here, trying to explain to you the standard for manufactured rice, all what you need to understand is that we are calling it by its original name and not the name that says Ben's original. So now let's get into showing you the so-called nutrients that they say that the manufactured rice, as you've come to understand that the Uncle Ben's brand is the standard for manufactured rice. And because you do not know the history that food is manufactured, you didn't know that. And the number one food for all the poisoning, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the mixed and quarter mixed people, whom are not Orientals, should not grow those tails on animal features, as rice has become the number one popular brand. And based on what we have shown you, it is impossible for rice to be grown that way, that we have it everywhere in the world, because it takes almost a year to grow rice. Makes you understand that it's manufactured. And you now come to understand that the standard for manufactured rice because this was the number one brand that people used to eat a lot. They call it Uncle Ben's, but now it's been changed to Ben's Original. So the current generation will never track the history to know what's going on. And when you do not know history, you have nothing. So let's continue now to show you the vitamins or the so-called ingredients because we are leading you somewhere. Now, continuing on, as you're looking at this Wikipedia page on Uncle Ben's rice, which is called Ben's Original now, when you read further down, all right, on the history, it tells you in the 1910s, the German-British chemist Erich Husenlopp. Now, as we always told you throughout all of our videos, that the evil demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix, half mixed people whom are not Orientals, that their history, if you pay attention, you always see it started in the 1800s because they never existed as a demographic or ethnicity anywhere in the world, whether in North Africa, in Egypt, Libya, in some of the North African countries there, or whether in South Africa, or whether in the Oriental states, or whether in Europe, in North and South America, they never existed as a demographic or ethnicity in any way, shape, or form until the 1850s. So that's why whenever you read the history of them, because the evil black elites wrote this so they themselves would not forget, because when you tell lies, you have to keep remembering the lies that you told, otherwise you're going to be found out that you're a liar. So that's the reason in this information age that you have computers, the internet, and everything, so that they can recall their lies and keep regurgitating it to us without them knowing. It's a physical world. If the creator himself did not make animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the quarter mix, half mixed people whom are not Orientals, all right? Their physical nature is going to show up that they are not what you are portraying them to be as mankind in black people with woolly hair. Does that make sense? So they have to write these lies to keep remembering and regurgitating it to us because they thought that this would last forever. It's a physical world. If it wasn't made, it's never going to exist. It's going to show its true physical form. So that is why they write this history this way. And when you read it, you never pay attention because you will never know the truth about the world you live in except you hear from the Creator himself. And he only speaks through a great high priest, which we don't have at this particular point in time. continue on, it says here, in the 1910s, the German-British chemist Erich Hunsenlop, 1888, pay attention to the dates. From the 1800s, the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grew tails, the Caucasian, the white man, the quarter mix and half mix, or any kind of mixed people who are not rentals, that's when they began to exist, because that's when the black elites made them into whom they are in this world, to be used to continue to oppress, kill, and murder their public while they stayed behind the scenes to do it, so that they would not be terminated and continue to be kings because they think they are gods. Continue on. It says, and the British chemist Francis Heron Rogers invented a form of parboiling. Parboiling. What are they parboiling? If you go into any rice brand that you buy, it says parboil. Let me ask you a question. Why don't they parboil your yam for you? That you go into a store to buy. Why don't they parboil your potatoes that you go in to buy? Why don't they parboil, all right, your bananas and plantains? Why don't they parboil any type of veggies or fruits that you eat? Why they gotta parboil rice? People never pay attention to this because it's manufactured. You can't parboil food and give it to someone to eat. It means putting the food in boiling water and doing every kind of thing for it. We don't need that. We cook our foods naturally. You go to the forest because that's the way it works, or you go to your farm, you pluck the food. You don't parboil it until when you want to eat it. So why will someone be parboiling your rice for you before you want to eat it and then package it for you? Because it's manufactured. That's why this is possible. But continue to read here. There's something I want to show you. It says, designed to retain more nutrients in the rice. So when they boil, oh my goodness. Let's look at the meaning of parboil in the first place. We always try to show you everything that we're saying here so you have perfect understanding. What does parboil mean? Because this is spelled by this word here, pa. Okay? It confuses you from understanding that what they are saying, because it's English. The pa here is from the word partially cook. Why would you partially cook food for me? Let's ask you a question. You don't partially cook food, you cook food. But they say partially to confuse you, and that is where the word parboil comes from. Because as you can see, it says parboiled, to boil briefly, which means to cook briefly as a preliminary or incomplete cooking procedure. But the word here is that you have cooked the food for me. I did not ask you to do that. When you want to cook food, you cook your food. You need the food pre-cooked before you purchase it, or you cook it after you purchase it. Let's continue on. So it says, designed to retain more of the nutrients in rice. Oh my goodness. Now known as the Hunsenlop process. So you cook the food for me and you package it when I did not tell you to do it. And in normal ways that we live in this world, you don't pre-cook or cook the meal before I purchase it. I go to the market or go into the store or I go into my farm. I pluck all the things that I need, then I cook it. No pre-cooking before I actually cook it. But because you're not taught how to think, you don't pay attention. You don't know what's going on. And they say that when they pre-cook the food, it has more nutrients. But is it true? No. When you cook the food, you're getting all the nutrients out. So if you cook it before I cook it, you've removed all the nutrients. Now, what we want you to pay attention to in this whole entire reading of this Uncle Ben's rice, which is his original name, is for you to see things that you do not understand or pay attention to when you're doing research in your study. It says in the 1910s, a German-British chemist. What is a chemist doing with rice? Answer that question for yourself if you understand what a chemist is. So as you're seeing here right on the screen, it says a chemist. See what we typed here on Google, chemist meaning. It says here, an expert in chemistry, a person engaged in chemical research or experiments. A pharmacy. Could you see that? So when you hear the word chemists, chemical, or pharmacy, as you come to understand what a pharmacy is, what is he talking about? Drugs. So what is a chemist doing with rice? Oh my goodness. Does that make you understand what's going on? A chemist is only a specialist in what? Drugs. So why is he involved in rice? Because the rice is manufactured. Drugs, chemicals needed to be added to it, as you've come to understand that it's manufactured, which in essence, as you've come to understand, is the number one poisons fed to us, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the quarter mixed, half mixed people who are not Orientals will not show their 4 animal features, because poisons makes us unhealthy. So we do not show our full features to identify us as who we are. So going into the so-called nutrients or vitamins that they say that they added to the Uncle Ben's rice, as you've come to understand that this is a standard for all manufactured rice as we're getting along. Let's take a look at some of the so-called vitamins that they say that they add to it. Already we've talked about folic acid right here in several videos, as you'll come to understand. If you've watched several videos on the channel Tricks of the Air Trade, you'll understand that folic acid is nothing but pure fluorine, which is given to pregnant mothers in the prenatal and antenatal stages of their pregnancy, because this is required to make sure that the fetus does not grow a tail, because they have taught us over the years that humans grow tails, because they have used that spell of the word humans. All black people believe that this applies to them, but it doesn't, because it's a spell. Black people with woolly hair, not mixed, quarter mixed in any way, shape, or form, are mankind. The word mankind comes from the word man kindred, which means this is what the kindred of man looks like. All right? That's what you have to understand. Human is a word that is totally fabricated. It's fabricated from the word hue, which means a type of man which has a color, but it's not man in itself, and its application is only to demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed, quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals. They are a hue, which means they have a certain type of color that could identify them to look as mankind in black people woolly hair. But because you're not taught all these words in spelling, you don't understand the words. So black people with woolly hair, what the creator made as man is not human. Get that in your understanding right now. But continuing on right here in looking at the nutrients, because we want to show you the ingredients, nutrients which they use to manufacture the so-called rice that we eat. As you've come to understand, that 90% of the rice we eat in this world is manufactured using the standard of the manufacturing of rice in Uncle Ben's rice. Let's start with vitamin D and show you what it really is, so you get along and understand, because we are leading you somewhere and you're going to know that sooner or later. We've already revealed folic acid to you as a poison. You can go into any of our videos, especially the one that deals with spina bifida. And the title of that video is, as you're looking on the screen right here, is called Prelude to Shape of a World, Lies of Technology, 4 Rulers Paramount, Real Demons, and Prayer. It was released in 2021 and 2021 to 2025 and 2026, as you're listening to the sound of a voice, which is the time period for the recording of Shape of a World. It's 4 to 5 years from then. So let's take a look at vitamin D. We're leading you somewhere, and you're going to understand in a very short minute. As you're looking right, he says vitamin D is a fat-soluble nutrient essential for bone health, immune function, and calcium absorption. Please pay attention. There's a reason why we emphasize some words which you're going to find out. You can go back and replay this video over and over and over again. So they say that vitamin D is what? is a fat-soluble nutrient, which means it's made of fat. Soluble means it can be dissolved in water, all right? And it says it's essential for bone health, immune function, and calcium absorption, which means vitamin D helps you to do what? It's a fat. Break it down for you. It's a fat that helps you to absorb what? Calcium, all right? Fat. Now, let's ask you a question. Oh, my goodness. Because people never pay attention to the word. When you work out, or if you are in the so-called fitness society, what do they say is your biggest problem in the world of you being healthy? Fat, right? So let's ask you a question now with common sense, reason, and logic. How can fat, which they say you should get rid of for you to be healthy in fitness, help you to absorb calcium? Do you see that as a lie? Let's continue on. You're going to understand this very soon. So the next nutrient that we're going to look at is thiamine, right? Let's see what it says. So it says here, thiamine is an essential nutrient that enables the body to convert food into energy, supports cardiovascular health, and maintains nerve function. It is crucial for carbohydrate metabolism. So what are they saying? Thiamine helps you to do what? Convert your carbohydrates into glucose. Glucose is what the body uses as energy. But what have you come to understand so far as we have taught you what energy is? Don't worry, you'll understand it sooner or later. Just bear with us, all right? But let's look at the etymology, the origin of the word thiamine. Where does it come from? Let's show you. So we type here thiamine etymology. It says thiamine or thiamine was coined in 1937 by US chemist Dr. Robert R. Williams to describe vitamin B1 as a sulfur-containing amine. So what have we taught you about sulfur if you paid attention so far up to this point? We told you that sulfur is the same as what? Plasma, which means what? Blood, your real blood. And what have you come to understand as you have taught you sulfur is? We taught you that the color of sulfur is yellow. The sunshine that we see is yellow. Your blood plasma is yellow. It is what? A nursing mother feeds a baby in breast milk. So what are they telling you thiamine is without you understanding this? Plasma. But they are telling you that they add thiamine to the manufactured rice that you've come to understand now. Is that possible? Because the truth is this: every single food that we eat in this world contains what? Contains sulfur, plasma. That is why a nursing mother can feed the child breast milk, which is plasma, which is yellowish. And you've come to understand what we taught you, that sulfur is what? Yellow is one and the same thing. So as you're reading right, he says thiamine, also thiamine, alternative name for vitamin B1, 1937, coined by US chemist Dr. Robert R. Williams, indicating the presence of sulfur from the Greek sulfur plus amine, indicating the amino group or the second element by be formed from vitamin. Do you see how dumb you people are? When they say vitamins now, do you understand what they're saying? They're saying that they're feeding you plasma, sulfur, as you've come to understand. Just like a nursing mother feeds her child breast milk, which contains plasma, blood, your real blood. So whenever you hear the word vitamin, what does that mean? Get some sulfur. Get some sulfur, which is your blood, which they have many different names for it. But they've confused you so much not to know. And then they use so many other things and they lie to you that they are feeding you sulfur. So what's the best way that you can get sulfur if you are someone living in this world? Eggs. That's why you have eggs in the marketplace. When you crack open any egg, what do you see inside the egg? The yolk is yellow, but they've taught us over donkey centuries now not to eat the yolk of eggs. Why? So that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the half-mixed, quarter-mixed people, whom are not Orientals, will not get enough what? Plasma, because plasma sulfur is one and the same word, to be healthy. So they do not grow those tails and animal features. So we see that they are animals indeed and not mankind. But they lie to us. And you're coming to understand now here that vitamin just means what? Get plasma, get sulfur. And we're showing you how you can get the best plasma because it is in the yolk of every egg in this world. Let's continue on now. As you've come to understand that they are lying to you, so anytime you hear the word vitamin, what do you understand? Get some plasma sulfur from egg yolk or anything. You don't need anything else. So anything they tell you again is a vitamin, it's all a fraud. That's what we're showing you now. So the next vitamin we're going to look at that they say that they put in the rice for you, because this is all trying to make you think that this rice is so nutritious in the manufactured rice. This is what they're adding to make you healthy, when it's all a fraud, because you're going to find out sooner or later, as we have already taught you earlier, 4 to 5 years ago, about folic acid. You're going to know. So the next vitamin that we're going to look at, which they say they add in the enriched or fortified rice for us, is niacin. Let's continue on. So let's take a look at the next so-called vitamin, as you've come to understand that that word vitamin, which you have never paid attention to, is that it comes from what? From sulfur. And we've taught you that you can get enough sulfur, which is plasma, for your blood, so you can be healthy. So the so-called medical institutions, when you go to, they say, come and donate plasma, because before they used to say just donate blood. That was done so people would not know, all right, that real blood is plasma, yellow, not the red blood cells, or what they call red blood cells, because they don't exist. You're in the scientific part of Shape of a World, so you're going to know all that as we get along. So, but later on they change and now say donate plasma. They no longer say donate blood, because what they used to do before in the medical sciences, the evil medical sciences, was this. They would take your blood. Now, this is way, way back, because what you have to understand is this. Evil is learning. They don't know anything. They just learn, research, and do progress. All right? Why is that so? You're going to find out as we get along on this video, because this is what you have to understand. All the knowledge that you see today in the world, in any technology, any invention, anything at all, was written by who? Was known by whom? Mbosowo Moses. Way back. More than 5,000 years in the normal accounting of time, not the Gregorian calendar. All the knowledge that you're seeing today that you're using was written by him, because the Creator himself taught him. Why? You're going to know the answer as we get along, because you're in the scientific part of the video. So all the knowledge was written by Moses, Mbosowo. They just got to understand it more and more and more as they are doing the research and reading into it and understanding his writings, which was written in Nsibidi, a pictographical language. But continuing on here, way back, they just used to say, donate blood, all right? So when people donated blood and they put the blood in them in a blood transfusion, they found out that the blood would either work sometimes, not work sometimes, and then kill the patient. So when they went into further research, they now found out that blood wasn't just blood. All blood was not the same. Why was it not the same? Because the so-called blood, which they call red blood, the red blood cells, right? Because that's what they used to make us believe was real blood. They all had a certain different type of degradation. And that degradation, when put into somebody else's body who does not have the same degradation, that person will die. So that's how they figured out the so-called blood groups: O negative, O positive, AB, AS, so on and so forth, right? So then later on, as they kept on researching over the years, they now found out, okay, that when they separated the blood, because if you pull out blood, here's what people don't know, which they never teach in the medical sciences: the evil doctors whom are supposed to be dedicated to curing real diseases are dedicated to their pockets. They don't give a damn about you. They don't care. They just regurgitate the lies and go through it. When you pull out blood and you let the blood sit, you just let it settle, maybe for a day or some hours, right? What happens is that the blood starts separating itself. You're going to find that the red blood cells separate themselves, all right? The plasma separates themselves, and water separates themselves. So that is how they figured out that blood wasn't just blood. Because what they used to do was, when you pulled out blood from someone and they wanted to give it to a patient, they just put everything in. And the patient would either leave, so it was a hit and miss. The patient could live and the patient could die. But when they now looked at, when the blood settled after you've pulled it out and you haven't given it to a patient and you let it settle for a couple of hours, a day, so on and so forth, the blood separates itself. The plasma separates itself. The water separates itself. And the so-called white blood cells, which they say separates itself, and water. That's how they found out. So here is an image to explain this to you. So way back, the evil medical institutions just thought blood was blood. So they would just say, come and give us a blood transfusion or blood donation. They would take this and then just put it in a patient, hit and miss. The patient would die after receiving the blood. Now, when the blood is settled after a couple of hours, this is what you're going to see, all right? There's going to be a separation. The red blood cells, all right? The so-called white blood cells, which doesn't exist, because this is all the poisons which you feed on water and food, which they deliberately put fluorine inside, grow the food and animals with fluorine, and this is what your body has broken down and is trying to remove. So this is what causes a lot of the issues in your body. You're going to have inflammation here on and so forth, because the body has broken it down and is going to have difficulty removing it. So sometimes it comes out when you have like a pus or a pimple and you break it and something flows out. That's all what your body is trying to get out. So sometimes it does that purposely by developing a skin area where it can leak out. All right. For me, as I've told you, mine was in my canines. All right. So my canines would be filled with the pus, because that's the only place, for some odd reason which I can't explain, that in the gums in my canines, that is where it leaks out. And I'm sure that everybody has these issues, because when this thing is filled up in your gum area and it can't leak out, that's when you have tooth issues, dentist problems, and you have to go and remove the tooth. It causes tooth decay and all kinds of issues. The evil medical doctors don't know this. They are not even interested in figuring out why is it that I give or I prescribe a medicine for someone for a sickness, tell them what's causing their sicknesses. A month later, they come back. Because they are evil. So this is the white blood cell area. This part is water mixed with some nutrients, all right? As you can see, it has the color that is similar to what they call iodine. This part right here, which you see, is all bloody red. Now, this part is plasma. This is what keeps you alive, the real thing that keeps you alive and going. And as I've come to know, plasma, they have many different names for it. They also call it sulfur. So when they gave a patient, all right, this side of the blood, which is plasma, they had no issues. All of them lived, all right? They were doing okay, because this is what a mother feeds their baby in breast milk, plasma. Does that make you understand all this? And that is how they found out that plasma was the part of the blood that you could give to anybody, all right? And they would live no matter what. But if you just gave them this, which is the patient would die. So that's how they found this out. So why are we telling you all this? We're trying to make you to understand what vitamin means, that it just means plasma. So in all the so-called medical institutions, which say you should donate blood, it is not necessary. This is something that the evil black elites fabricated, led by the leaders. Why did they have to fabricate this idea that you should donate blood? Because they do not want you to know the truth, that every vitamin in this world is just plasma or sulfur. And you can get all the plasma and sulfur from where? From egg yolk, right? You can get it from egg yolk. But they do not want to teach you that truth because they don't want the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair to have enough plasma, sulfur in their body, which they can consume by eating egg yolk and be healthy. They do not want all the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix, half mixed people whom are not Orientals, to know the truth that if they consume egg yolk, they have all the plasma and sulfur they need for them to be healthy. Because when they are healthy, they are going to grow their animal tails and features so we can identify them to be animals. So they do not want the public to know this truth. That is why they discourage people from eating egg yolk. They say eat egg whites. Egg whites don't have any kind of nutrients for you. It's the yolk that does. Even though the yolk is difficult to eat, but it is what is real blood in your body. It's the same as you were taking breast milk from a woman, which contains plasma, the egg yolk. So if you're in a hospital and you are sick, instead of them giving you egg yolk in some way, shape, or form, either watery, all right, or liquid, what do? They say donate plasma. Do you see how wicked the medical institution is? All to hide the fact so that you do not know that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the half mixed and quarter mixed people, whom are not Orientals, that they are animals. And they grow tails and animal features, fur and everything, all because they are the physical children of the adapted flying bull in Satan. So as you're reading right here on Google, the so-called AI overview, which is all bullshit, it says sulfur, which means plasma, is naturally present in both egg yolks and egg whites, but they are lying to you. The plasma or sulfur is only present in egg yolk. They don't just want you to know that. Why? Because they have been encouraging people to eat egg whites over egg yolks. So they always have to make you believe that the whites have some sort of nutrition in it. The egg whites, it don't. It's the egg yolk that does. The egg white is primarily filled with water, but we eat it regardless because as long as it comes with the egg yolk, it's still very, very okay. But because they've been encouraging us to eat egg whites and not the yolk, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the half-mixed, quarter-mixed people whom are not Orientals, will not be healthy enough to grow their animal features and tails, because the more of plasma that you have in your body, the more healthier you are. That is why they say donate plasma to sick people in the hospitals, which they call blood, for them to be healthy. All because they do not want to reveal this truth to you. All the plasma that any sick person needs is egg yolk. You want to drink it, all right, in the liquid form, remove the egg yolk only from the whites and drink that, or eat it. For a sick person, you get healthy. But because they do not want you to know the truth, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the half-mixed and quarter-mixed people will continue to be sickly and not grow their tails and animal features for us to identify that they are not mankind. That's all what the medical institution and the evil doctors of this world are doing. Period. Nothing more. So as you're seeing here, the niacin, right, is part of the so-called good ingredients they add to rice. But as you're coming to understand that it's manufactured, because it's not possible for them to add all this kind of ingredients or nutrients to the rice if it is not manufactured. Because if you grow like plantains, bananas, yam, pineapple, you can add any kind of vitamins to it because it just comes as is. It's impossible to add, except maybe you spray it with some chemicals and so on and so forth. But here, it's showing you there's too much ingredients added to it, which shows that it is manufactured based with everything else that we have shown you that it is manufactured. So as you're reading here, it says niacin, vitamin B3. Oh my goodness. Now you understand what the vitamin means, right? Vitamins means nothing than what? Sulfur, plasma. Don't be lied to by the evil medical institutions and the evil doctors who don't have any idea, who don't care about your well-being in any way or truth. They are nothing but employees of the owners of the medical institutions. They have to do what they are told in those institutions, the rules and guidelines. So that's why we had to show you the structure of world control, power, and compartmentalization for you to understand that if you're working for any institution, you are an employee. You can only do what your employer tells you in the rules and regulations because there is a purpose. The purpose of the medical institutions is not to cure any sickness or disease, is to cover up and provide a sedative for you so that you continue to go through the pain, because they require the pain and suffering and sicknesses for their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, half-mixed, quarter-mixed people, whom are not orientals, not to grow their tails and animal features, so that black mankind people cannot identify that they are animals, because they are used as the scapegoat and as a diversion for the black elites to stay behind the scene and continue to perpetuate all manner of oppression, death upon their subjects in mankind, black people, so that they can be subjected to them for them to be kings. It's as simple as that. ABC. So that is why you are given the runaround every time you hear the medical institution just found a cure for cancer. The medical institution just found a recent vaccine for AIDS. The medical institution just found a recent cure for malaria. But at the end of the day, it still doesn't cure anything. Does that make sense? They are just giving you the runaround to believe that the medical institution, medical hospitals, and the evil medical doctors are working towards your good, besides the fact, which is the truth, that they are all covering up. Either they know it in some medical doctors, or they are ignorant of it, or they don't care, but in any way, shape, or form, they are all working together to cover up that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the quarter-mixed and half-mixed people, whom are not orientals, are animals who grow tails and animal features. And all the poisons are working. And they can never cure any poisons, because if they cure any sickness or diseases in this world, pay attention to the words. If any sickness or diseases are cured in this world, the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter-mixed and half-mixed people, whom are not orientals, cease to exist. And in this fabricated world that we're living in, the evil black elites don't want to do that. They own the medical institutions, so the doctors have to do what they say. If any medical doctor tries to practice on his own without actually sitting down from scratch and saying what is the reason for this sickness or disease, they will never know the answer. But aren't you supposed to be someone who knows about your own profession? Because take it like me, I am a military scientist in every way, shape, or form. So when I was working military intelligence and I found out that the intelligence gathering and everything is not right, what did I sit down and do? I sat down and said, let's scratch everything that they've taught me career-wise and look at these things from the scratch. And that's how I figured out what's going on. And I was specifically in the Air Force intelligence part of the military. So as you're reading here about niacin, it says niacin, vitamin B3, is an essential nutrient that converts food into energy, aids in DNA repair, and maintains nervous digestive system health. That's all bullshit. But let's keep reading because you're going to see where we're going here and you're going to understand soon. It says high dose niacin, 500 to 3,000 milligrams per day, treats dyslipidemia by lowering LDL triglycerides and raising HDL, but can cause, pay attention, but can cause severe flushing, liver injury, and high blood sugar. Oh my goodness. They are telling you openly that niacin can cause flushing, liver injury, and high blood sugar. Is that something you should be putting in food? Why would it cause high blood sugar? Why would it raise your blood sugar levels? According to what they've taught us, that raising the blood sugar levels in the body is detrimental to health. And then on top of that, it's saying it causes liver injury. And you put it in food. Do you see how people are getting sick? So sick and dying young now. Because if the majority of the food that you're eating worldwide is rice, what are you getting? You're getting liver injury. And when you have liver injury and high blood sugar, what else are you going to have? Stroke, hypertension, so on and so forth. But let's show you now so you understand, because when you hear the word niacin, it's a spell. Let's break the spell. So we're looking at the origin of the word niacin, the ingredients that they say it's added to rice, in fortified or enriched rice, as you've come to understand now that rice is manufactured based on all the evidences that we have shown you so far. Now, as we're reading here, origin and history of niacin, it says niacin, pellagra, preventing vitamin in enriched rice. Oh my goodness. Did you just hear that? It prevents plasma in your body from working correctly. Because you people don't understand the words. We have to break down the codes and the spell for you. It says that niacin does what? It prevents vitamin from working in your body. But because they say here, pellagra preventing vitamin in enriched bread, when you read it, you're going to think, oh, it's talking about bread. No, that's what is being put in your food. To prevent the sulfur in your body, the plasma in your body, which is real blood, from working correctly. So do you see why people are dying young now? So early, as rice has become the increasing most popular food over the years everywhere in the world, because of it is the number one manufactured hidden food that is filled with poisons. So demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, the quarter mixed, half mixed people will get all the poisons they need, whom are not Orientals. So they do not grow their tails and animal features. Wow. Let's continue reading. It goes on to say, coined from the first syllables of nicotinic acid. Nicotine. Oh my goodness. So, do you see why we had to teach you about spelling? They wrote there niacin, but niacin is just another word for what? Nicotine acid, which they also write as nicotine. They say this is stuff that you find in your coffee and tobacco. And as you have read it, it is there to make sure that what? That your plasma in your body, sulfur, does not work well. And that is why people have been falling sick and dying, and yet they don't know. That is why for 1 year, when I did not eat rice, I was not sick in any way, shape, or form, but I didn't know. And that was the only time in my whole entire life of existence in this earth that I had gone 1 year plus without being sick in any way, shape, or form. Now, as you continue reading here, they're going to try to lie to you so you don't understand what they just said. It says here, it was suggested by the American Medical Association. Do you see what we just said now? Suggested by whom? The evil black elites in their medical association or institution. Because they know what niacin is, that is nicotine. It is a terrible poison. Because how is this poison made? Because as we taught you and we're still teaching you, when you grow food on fluorine, the plants or animals that you use fluorine to grow them, they all react differently to fluorine in different ways. And the reaction when you consume it as food is different across all plants. So that's why there's so many incurable diseases in the world. Because you could have eaten a plant or an animal that you only ate once in your whole entire life. And because it was grown on fluorine, the chemicals that it produces from that growth is different. You consumed it once, right? Just one time. It's enough to put you in a debilitating position. That is the truth. It will put you in a position that you can never recover from, because there is no actual cure for it. Because you ate it one time, you don't even know what you ate. You could have gone to a restaurant and just ate some, let's say, asparagus one time, and you leave, and you never eat asparagus again. And you have an issue that cannot be solved. You go to every medical doctor, because at the end of the day, the medical doctors are not even there to cure your diseases. They're just there to give you a sedative so you continue on with the disease, all right? That's all. So it hampers your whole existence. And you never know what's the reason why. Because why don't you know the reason why? You don't grow your own food. Because if you're growing your own food, would you go to a restaurant to eat? If you're growing your own food, would you go to McDonald's to eat? Would you go to any restaurant in this world to eat? No! But they have trained you over the years, for donkey years and centuries now, not to grow your own food, because they know this is the way they can feed the poisons to you. And they are feeding the poison so that their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people whom are not Orientals, don't grow their tails and animal features, so they are continuing to be used to oppress, kill, and make black people, mankind people with woolly hair, to be oppressed and subjected to their kings. That's all. They created a whole entire slave force, but they lied to you through the mouths of the evil blacks of America that black people were slaves. Do you see what they did? So continue reading. It says it was suggested by the American Medical Association as a more commercial viable name than nicotinic acid. So why did they have to change the name to niacin, which is a spell on nicotine, from nicotinic acid? Because everybody has always known throughout the ages, when you see the word acid, it means it's terrible, it's bad. But even today, they have so much mind wiped us, such that they will show you the ingredients in food and what acid is there, but you don't care anymore. Why don't you care anymore? It's like when you keep repeating something over and over and over again, all right? And trying to make it look like it's okay, then the people start feeling it's okay. Now, a couple of years back, you don't hear the word homosexual, all right, being repeated in media, movies, music, so on and so forth, because they have different ways that they repeat it, but it doesn't get into your mind because you're just speaking the language and you don't understand it's talking about homosexual slurs. You'll hear people in America say, "This guy is so far up my ass, I don't know what to do with him." Or they'll say, "He's all up on my ass." What does that mean? That is a homosexual slur. But so many people use it without even knowing what it means. You hear somebody say, "Oh, that mother effer," all right? Everybody uses it. But they don't even know that the word mother effer is a literal statement. Someone is having sex with their mother, sleeping with their mother. a child, which we have shown you so many examples already on Act 2 of Shape of a World. So by repeating the slurs and slangs, all right, someone will say in an insultive manner, someone made him mad, he said, suck on my D, right? What does that mean? It's a homosexual slur. But you don't know that. Or someone will say, get off my D, man. You're disturbing me. Females will say it, males will say it. It's a homosexual slur. So through by training us on speaking the same words, we now accept it to be normality, not seeing it for the evil that it is. So in the same way, by them labeling all the food down, because if you take up a soda drink or any processed food, you'll see that they put the word acid in there. But now people don't care anymore. Why? Because they've repeated it over the years so much. Now it's a normality, just like they've repeated homosexual slangs and slurs to this point, such that even normal people who are not homosexuals use the word, and it doesn't occur to them that they are being mind washed and brainwashed to accept evil as a normality. So they changed it in that time. But today, acid is on everything that you eat that's processed. And then they say here, as we keep on reading, it says, the new name was found to be necessary because some anti-tobacco groups warned against enriched bread because it would foster the cigarette habit. Let's ask you a question, because when these people write stuff, it just makes us laugh so much. What is the connection between tobacco and bread? They just wrote that deliberately in code so you would not know the truth, because there is no connection between eating bread and smoking cigarettes. Do you see what we're saying now? So niacin is nicotine. They say it's addictive, but did you see what we just showed you in what nicotine does? Let's read it again so you see. So it says here, nicotine is a highly addictive stimulant found in tobacco, which acts on the brain within seconds to release neurotransmitters like dopamine, causing pleasure and alertness. It increases heart rate, blood pressure, and poses significant health risks, including addiction, cardiovascular disease, and cancer. Common withdrawal symptoms include intense craving, anxiety, and depression. But what you have to pay attention in all of this, as we're reading, because people are not paying attention to it, is the word causing pleasure. So the reason why they put the nicotine, which they spell as niacin, in manufactured and processed food, specifically at this point, the number one manufactured hidden food which you don't understand in rice, is what? After you eat rice, how do you feel? Pay attention, because you never pay attention. After you eat rice, if you can remember, don't you feel very happy? Especially if you don't cook it the way that we had taught that rice was supposed to be cooked. After eating it, how does it make you feel? You feel happy, alert, and every kind of thing, the same way that someone who smokes a cigarette, which is filled with nicotine, feels. They feel pleasure. They are happy. But what does it say it causes later? It causes your heart rate to go up, blood pressure, and poses significant health risk. Why? Because tobacco, which is grown on fluorine, which is how they produce nicotine. This is how that plant called tobacco reacts when you grow it on fluorine. It's going to give you pleasure and alertness. But because fluorine is a poison, and the way the tobacco reacts with the fluorine causes other issues, which destroys what? The plasma in your body, and causes your heart rate to go up, blood pressure, and every other problem. And you can see here, it goes on to say it causes cancer. It causes what? Anxiety and depression. So do you see what's going on besides the fact that the evil black elites led by the leaders have already made us to be so depressed already by making things so difficult in poverty? All right? Now, when you go eat rice, you are more depressed beyond the level. And then on top of that, can you see what it says? The reason for cancer? They boldly write this in. But you will never know. Why do they boldly write this in? Because they want you to be fixated on only this. That this is the reason for cancer. Instead of the truth that your water that you drink every day from your faucet, tap water and bottled water, which you do not fetch yourself from a stream or a geisha, is poisoning you, and that the number one poisoning of food is rice. So you get over here and you get fixated on this. Diversion from the truth. Now, one other side effect which you never pay attention to as we're reading here is that it is addictive. Because why? Because if you feel pleasure and you're alert, you want more of that. You want to feel pleasure and be happy. So what are you going to do? You're going to eat more rice. Right? They put it right here. It says addiction. It is highly addictive, often compared to cocaine or heroin, causing dependence. So that is why everybody today, no matter what happens, you want to eat rice. Do you see what they did? Let's continue on. So nicotine is a highly addictive stimulant. It is found in tobacco because the tobacco plant, when it is grown on fluorine, all right, it produces this kind of reaction with fluorine, which causes you to have pleasure and alertness, but then destroys blood in your body, leading you to have heart rate, blood pressure, and all other kinds of sickness, as we have shown you already on what nicotine does, all right, in destroying blood in your body and therefore causing you to be very sick. Because once you don't have blood, you're going to die, because blood is the life force, is what that transports and makes you alive. Plasma in your body, as you've come to understand. So the next so-called vitamin that they say they add to your enriched or fortified rice is iron. So let's take a look. But before we take a look, let's just ask a typical question. What is iron? Iron is a metal. How can you add metal to food? We don't even need to read this because it's not possible. You can't add iron to food. It's because people don't know how or what iron is, because iron is a metal. You can consume iron in the way it is as they teach us. you already watched it. But let's continue on, because the next vitamin or ingredient, as you've come to understand what vitamin means, is potassium. Now, for potassium, we don't need to go into very much explanation for this, because those who have the information on how to make petroleum will know what potassium is. And that is the only explanation we can give at this particular point in time on Shape the World right here on Act 8. Because potassium, as you can see, says exactly what it is. You understand what potassium is for those who have the information on how to make their petroleum. You can say potassium equals to petroleum. That's all we need to say. But moving on, there is one specific vitamin which we didn't label on, because this is in a whole nother level world of its own. It's already been explained, but since you're right here on Act 8, you know where we're going. And you know what that vitamin is. It's called calcium. So let's get into it and show you what calcium is, because everything that you've watched, if this is the only part of Shape of a World that you watch on Act 8, it's going to make a whole lot of sense. Let's get into it. Calcium. So the next vitamin, which they say is added to rice, as you've come to find out that everything they tell you about rice here, as we have shown you, it is manufactured. The next important vitamin that we have to talk about, as we have explained everything else and you've come to understand that vitamins just means what in very simple terms? Sulfur. Another word for sulfur is plasma. Another word for plasma is the yellow blood in your body. Another word for sulfur or plasma or blood is breast milk, right? You understand that. And this is real blood, is what keeps us alive and keeps us going. In very simple terms, if you wanted to ask the question or answer the question, what is this sulfur or plasma? It is energy in different forms. All right? It is energy. And there is a higher form of sulfur and plasma, which people don't know. They've never heard about it. It's not discussed. And most likely it wouldn't be shared on Shape of a World. Only those who have had the priesthood's one cure for all sicknesses and diseases will have that understanding, and they'll know that. If they had the one cure for all diseases, when I'm talking about the one cure for all diseases, it means that you have from stage 1 to stage 3. Okay? So, continue on here. We're taking a look at the next vitamin, which they say is added to fortified rice, as they've come to make you believe that when they enrich the rice, that the natural food itself doesn't have enough, all right, ingredients, nutrients for you, so they have to add more, in essence saying that what the creator himself made is not good enough. We know better than him. So let's add some more stuff for you to eat. In essence, that's what they're saying. So, as you've come to understand, and we have taught you already, a mechanic cannot know more better than the manufacturer of a car. That's the truth. No matter how skilled and good and intelligent that mechanic is, they will never know more than the manufacturer of the car. They will never know more. That is the truth. Somebody who produces something, somebody else who did not produce it, because this is a better way to put it in layman's terms so you understand it perfectly, so you don't get the wrong meaning twisted in your mind. Because some idiots will say, oh, I'm a mechanic. I've worked on a lot of cars, and I've worked specifically on the Volkswagen car for 20 to 30 years, and I could figure out everything that's wrong with the car that the manufacturer in Volkswagen made. They'll say that, right? But here's what you ought to get. Somebody who creates something or produces anything, okay, knows better than somebody who did not produce it or create it. Do you understand what we're saying? In very simple terms, if you are the producer or creator of something and somebody else is consuming what you created or produced, they cannot know better of the product more than you, who created or produced it. So for them to say they have to enrich the rice, fortify the rice, what they are saying in essence, that the creator, if rice is real food, that the creator himself failed and did not make rice to give us all the nutrients, so they need to add stuff to it. That is what they're saying to you. But as you found out, it's all a lie. It's a way to make you, through spelling and label, to consume poisons. All right? So that your mind will never go to the fact that the rice you just ate 24 hours ago is what's causing all your sicknesses and diseases. Because when you read the labels here as you're seeing it, they say it has all these vitamins, and they've been preaching it through the evil medical institution that all these vitamins are good for you, and you believe it. But we're going to find out now as we're getting into calcium. Firstly, as you're looking at the back of Uncle Ben's rice, we're calling it by its original name. It's called Ben's Original now. You understand the reason for the name change in which the elites practice. It says calcium here, 60 milligrams, 4%. Now, if you look at the so-called percentages here that they add, you already know that folic acid, all right, which is what they say that pregnant mothers should take, or if you want to become pregnant, you should take a lot of folic acid. And as you can understand by the word already, we're not going to explain too much. Acid is everything evil, but true by them repeating acid in our minds, as we have shown you earlier, that when you use certain words over a period of time without you understanding or listening to the meaning of the word, it becomes a normality. So now they can just write acid on food, but when you go and study anything that is acid, if you ever did chemistry as I did, you'll understand that acid is corrosive. It hurts, injures, and everything because it's made of fluorine. Okay? So if you look at this right, they say 25% of this has folic acid, right? And if you look, they say thiamine. What is thiamine, right? We've already shown you what thiamine is, and you understand what thiamine means. It's nothing but sulfur, because all the vitamins, when they add amine, all what they are telling you is sulfur. Another word for sulfur, as we have said, you understand, is plasma, blood, egg yolk, as you've come to understand that you can get your plasma from your egg yolk, which they discourage us not to eat because they do not want demons or albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter and half mixed people who are not Orientals, to get all the health they need by consuming a lot of egg yolk to be healthy, so they do not grow their tails and animal features. So you know what thiamine is. Now, when you look at all the percentages here, all right, calcium has 4%, right? Iron, we've already talked about the percentages that you're going to get in iron. Potassium here, you say it's 0%. So that's why we didn't waste time to explain this. For those who have the petroleum information, they don't know what potassium is. Now, when you go over here, it's 25% folic acid and 25% thiamine, which means they're telling you that they have added some egg yolk, because that's what it is, dried egg yolk, into this rice. The percentage of this already, you already know folic acid is 25% in the rice, and it is pure fluorine. You can go back to the videos that we've talked about folic acid. We're not going to explain that here. Now, among every other thing besides iron, calcium here has 4, all right? Okay? Pay attention, because you have to understand science and mathematics, right? It says 4%. So I want you to see how they lie, because you're not paying attention to something you're going to see right here. Pay attention to what they're writing, because we want to show you how to understand stuff. Now, according to what they say, the weight of calcium is that it is 60 milligrams. People never pay attention to this. They say calcium is 60 milligrams. So do not worry about the percentage that you're writing here. They are lying. It's to confuse you, so you do not know what it is, because you're going to know sooner or later, as we're getting in right here. They say calcium is 60 milligrams in this rice. So you should be going off the weight, not the percentages, because they are lying. Because when you read here, it says calcium is 60 milligrams, right, in the rice. You go over here, it says folic acid is 60 mcg. It means this calcium right here has more weight in this rice than the folic acid, which is still fluorine. Okay? Pay attention. Now, over here, when they say potassium, they say it's 70 milligrams. But as you can see, the percentage here says they don't have any potassium in this rice, because we don't want to break this down for those who don't have the petroleum video. But let's break it down in a very short sentence, and you're going to understand. Potassium is what color? When you answer that question, then you know why it is not in here, because the color determines what potassium is. But continue on. So, in essence, the calcium has the highest quantity in this label of rice in Uncle Ben's rice, followed by, all right? Do you see what they wrote here? 100 mcg. So they're saying 100 mcg. See how they confuse us? They're saying here 60 mcg in folic acid. So these two contents here in this manufactured rice is the greatest quantity in the food. And if you already know this is poison, it means this is a greater amount of poison in the rice. And now you're about to find out what calcium is. Let's continue on.
From great suffering came a solution. Communities.
Injected.
Serene, beautiful places where disorder became harmony.
Do you know how to fly those?
Absolutely.
Do you get to fly to the edge?
Oh, yeah.
What's past there?
Don't know. We're not allowed to fly past that.
Let's go.
It's against the rules, Jonas.
They're called books.
Hello? My name...
I know who you are.
Who are you?
The giver. When the elders need guidance, I provide wisdom using memories of the past. Our world was different. There was more.
More?
Much more.
Right.
You'll see them all in time. All colors, all differences. Our people chose to do away with emotions. Those morning injections take them away.
When people People have the freedom to choose. They choose wrong.
Tomorrow morning, skip your injection. I've been doing it for months.
What do you feel?
He's not usually like this.
I'm surprised you're not more worried about him. I would be. Bring up Jonas's activity.
He's inquisitive.
You should know better than anyone.
The way things look and the way things are very different. What?
That's my father.
There is no way for me to prepare you for the truth.
He killed him.
The young and the old are killed.
For the good of all of us.
There are things you don't know.
You're scaring me.
Go back to your family unit. It isn't my family, and neither is yours.
Jonas has become dangerous.
I know that there's something more. Something that has been stolen.
Comfortable?
Jonas,
There has to be a way to show them.
you can stop this. You can change things.
I want you to find him. And then I want you to lose him.
The one thing you have to also notice in how they write this thing so confusing, because you can see here they say folic acid is still folic. They say it's 100 mcg. They say DF here 60 mcg, 25%, because they don't want you to understand that the folate here and the calcium is the majority of what they've added inside the food by using percentages, different weights. Because why would you call this mcg and you call this mg? And from what we know, mg is a higher weight measurement than mcg. All to confuse you, because at the end of the day, you don't know what is mcg, you don't know what is mg. But they wrote this down so they themselves can understand. Now, to continue on, there's a code in here which people never pay attention to, all right? The word here in calcium, if you read these ingredients, all right, as you're seeing right here, it says calcium carbonate. Please hold this in your mind. Calcium carbonate is going to make a whole lot of sense later on, because we've already explained this before, but maybe you never hear it because there's a spelling. Now, if you go to buy any soda drink, whether it be Pepsi, Coca-Cola, so on and so forth, right? They always call it carbonated drinks. And if you pay attention, whenever you drink any of these drinks, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, right, which says carbonated, you start burping. And if you've understood what we have taught you earlier before, burping comes from what? Fluorine gas in sulfur hexafluoride, breathed out by Satan and his children in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the mixed and quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals, which causes us to be sick by being around them. But you never knew. Real science. But pay attention now. Calcium carbonate, carbonated drinks, contains what? Fluorine gas. So everything we say, we have to show you so it doesn't look like we're just talking. And always remember, Tricks of the S-Trade or the priesthood did not produce all this information. We are using their own information to show you what they're doing, but because you're not taught, and with the use of label and spellings, as you've come to understand what labels and spelling is, you don't know what is what. So that's why we had to go to Google here, which you stupid fools like to go to Google and research, and you still don't know shit. Why don't you know shit? Because as we have taught you, you can do real research by getting on the internet, as the stupid black Americans will teach you, and the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair. say, go and do research. You can only do research, real research, by having heard from your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and those that lived before you. Anything else is a fraud. But they have taught you wrongly for so many years, you don't know anything. So as you're seeing, he says carbonated soft drinks, because we're using that word right here for you to pay special attention. Calcium carbonate, which means carbonated drinks, right? What does it say as we have shown you? It says here, carbonated soft drinks are non-alcoholic beverages with dissolved carbon dioxide. Oh my goodness. Now you're going to understand where we're going. So just bear with us. Creating fizziness and typically includes sweeteners, flavorings, and sometimes caffeine. Don't worry about that for now. You already know what caffeine is. With popular examples being cola, lemon lime, root beer, and ginger ale. So they add this gas, as you've come to understand, because that's what you're going to find out. Carbonated drinks, as we have taught you, is just sulfur hexafluoride gas. It's the reason why you have so much burping. Because your body is trying to get rid of this gas, because it is what causes most of your sicknesses. The gas is horrible. When they grow food and animals on fluorine gas, which they have given it different names, you don't understand. As you're getting to understand now here, carbon dioxide means what? Fluorine gas, another name for sulfur hexafluoride, which we've shown you. Continue, says, with popular examples being cola, lemon lime, root beer, and ginger ale, they are known as soft drinks to distinguish them from alcoholic hard drinks, and come in various flavors and container sizes with brands like what? Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Sprite, Dr. Pepper. Then it goes on because they know that sooner or later people are going to find out what is the reason for all their sicknesses. It says the FDA regulates their safety and they are widely available in stores, restaurants, and vending machines. Let's ask you a question. By that simple statement which they says the FDA regulates their safety, what does that tell you? If you're regulating the safety of something, that means it is not safe. Does that make sense? If you're regulating or controlling, because people don't understand the words, if you're regulating safety, it means whatsoever that you're regulating or trying to control its usage is not safe. Does that make sense? So why even try to control what is not safe? Why don't you just stop to use it? If something is not safe, don't use it. Let's ask you a question. If you drink good water, no matter how you drink the water, right? And the water is good water, it doesn't have any poisons. Do you need to regulate its safety? No, it's good. You take as much as you want and you're gonna be okay. Regardless, if you can drink an ocean, go try it. And if the ocean is clean, distilled water, you're good, right? You don't need to regulate something that's safe. So this is how they use words and you don't understand what it is. But let's continue on. So as you're looking right here, we typed on Google calcium, AI. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry if the editing team allows this to go through with the team members here. Oh man, if they allow the laugh to go through, because it makes me laugh. I laugh so much they have to cut out a lot of the laughs when I narrate through these scripts. Because when they say AI, you stupid fools, idiots, believe it. AI is nothing more than pictures. Telecommunications is nothing more than pictures. Pictures cannot learn, but they've made you to believe in so much bullshit. They say there's a virus on your computer. So a picture, go take a picture. Go look at any picture that's hanging on your walls in your houses. Can one picture learn from the other? It's because people don't understand how telecommunication works, what it is. That is why I, as the narrator, is laughing And if the editing team allows my laughs to go through, it's filled with so much laughter, with all this wickedness, pain, and suffering that these evil black elites led by the leaders with their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the quarter mix and half mix people whom are not Orientals are causing us. Talk about AI. You're gonna hear them say, AI is so sophisticated. Such people as Elon Musk will come out, AI is gonna do some damage to our world. We have to learn a way to control it. And because you have no idea about history and how things came to be the way it is, because history tells you how everything came to be the way it is, so you are not confused. But as long as you're not close to your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents and your lineages before you, you don't know. And now, with the use of religion and the false educational system, with the evil demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the mixed people and quarter mixed people who are not Orientals, they are regurgitating that nonsense to you because they are children of Satan and you have believed a lie. And there are still children of Satan in black people. We're in the science section of Shape of a World, so you're going to know all that later on. But continuing on right here, AI says, pictures. Okay, let me try to read. As they have taught us in the evil medical institution, because calcium is recommended to everyone in this world. But let's read it, all right? It says calcium is an essential mineral vital for building and maintaining strong bones and teeth. With 99% stored in the skeleton. It is critical for muscle contraction, nerve transmission, and blood clotting. This is what your evil medical doctor is going to tell you. And they have run out of time. Because the whole medical institution is only there to serve one purpose, not to cure any disease. That's why they have no cures, but to sedate you to keep on suffering, because they are covering up for one fact and one fact only, that albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people who are not Orientals, are animals indeed, and the children of Satan who grow tails and fall, and they are not supposed to exist. So, what do they tell you here about calcium? That it is essential for strong bones, right? Please pay attention to all this because we're leading you somewhere. It's essential for blood clotting also. Is in the skeleton, and it goes on to say key sources include dairy, leafy greens, and fortified. Do you see that word? Fortified is the same word as we taught you as what? Enrich. Rice. That means to every processed food that they give you, they add this and what? Folic acid. And folic acid is recommended that everybody who is going to get pregnant should eat. Why? As we have taught you earlier, a couple years ago, you can go back and watch that video in Real Demons. So that the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, quarter mix and half mixed people will not grow their tails. So they add this in every food, and they even grow food with it, which is fluorine, and you're going to find out that's why we're here. It says most adults need 1,000 to 1,200 milligrams daily. That means you have to consume calcium daily, with excess intake potentially causing side effects. Do you see how they mix lies with the truth so you don't know what is what? If you drink water, pay attention. If you drink water and the water is good, distilled water or good water from a spring or whatsoever, no matter how much you drink that water, what side effects do you have? None. The only thing you're gonna go is go pee. No more side effects. So if something has side effects, why would you recommend it that we should take it? Does that make sense? Because it's a lie. We are leading you step by step so you know what calcium is, as they add it in fortified foods. And fortified foods means enriched foods, which means it's manufactured. Let's continue on. So looking at the chemistry here that talks about calcium on Wikipedia, it says calcium is a chemical element. Pay attention, please. It has symbol Ca and atomic number 20 as an alkaline earth metal. They're saying calcium is a metal. Let's continue reading. It said calcium is a reactive metal that forms. Pay attention to the words. Reactive. Now, because people don't really understand chemistry, when you say something is reactive, it means when you add it to something else, it's going to cause a reaction. Should you be eating something that causes a reaction in your body? Because all reactions means there is something wrong. If you rub a cream on your body and it starts itching, it means the cream is reacting with your skin. It's not good. So why would you put something that is reactive in food? Don't worry, pay attention, you're going to find out. He said that forms a dark oxide nitride layer. Do you see where they get the word carbon dioxide from? So whenever they say that you're breathing carbon dioxide, because that's what they've taught us in chemistry, right? You breathe in air and then you exhale carbon dioxide. They say carbon dioxide is not good, right? So do you see why we're breathing out fluorine? It is not good for us. That's why we're breathing it out. Continue reading. It says, when exposed to air, its physical and chemical properties are most similar to its heavier homologues, strontium and barium. It is the fifth most abundant element in Earth's crust and the third most abundant metal. This is a lie, but let's continue reading because it's not a metal. Continue reading. It says, after iron and aluminum, that means it's the most abundant metal after iron and aluminum. Iron and aluminum are metals, but calcium is not. Let's continue reading. It says the most common calcium compound on Earth is what? Pay attention to the words. Calcium carbonate, right? That is why we had to make you pay attention to that word, calcium carbonate, right? On the ingredients added to fortified or enriched rice in the Uncle Ben's rice, which we're showing. Now, as you can see the image right here, what does the calcium carbonate look like? It's whitish, right? Let's continue reading. You're going to understand. It says, found in what? Pay attention to the words now, because this is where we're going. It's found in what? Limestone. So, they say calcium carbonate is found in what? Limestone. So, limestone is calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate, as you have come to understand, is a spelling on what? Calcium itself. We're going somewhere. Continue with us. Let's show you the etymology of calcium. Here we are in the origin or the meaning of the word calcium. It says calcium metallic element. As we have shown you, it is a lie. Because when you look at the image that we showed you here, look at the image here as you're seeing the mouse waver, right, on calcium carbonate. Don't worry about the picture here, which they are lying to you, right? And they say this is calcium, a metal, right? Because they want to convince you that calcium is a metal. But here they get calcium carbonate from limestone. And the image here, as you're looking, because if I move my mouse right now, you're not going to see this image because we're trying to show you two things at the same time. But just look at where the mouse is pointing at, calcium carbonate. And look at the picture that is showing you. It's a whitish substance. It's not a metal. Like the image that they're showing here in calcium looking like a metal because it's all a fraud. So calcium carbonate is a whitish substance, but they're trying to lie to you it is not in the origin and etymology of calcium. So as you're seeing right here, in the origin of the word, so you're not mistaken where the word calcium comes from. It says metallic element, which is a lie. Coined 1808 by English chemist Sir Humphrey Davy, the first to succeed in isolating it from Latin calx. Genitive calx is limestone. So calcium is limestone. Let's continue on now. It's gonna make sense in a very short minute.
James, fate draws us back together. Now your enemy is my enemy. How did that happen?
Well, you live long enough.
Harder to tell the good from bad, villains from heroes these days.
We used to be able to get into a room with the enemy. Now they're just floating in the ether.
She still loves you. Did you know that?
What is it?
You don't know what this is.
Is she one of them?
I don't know her at all.
When her secret finds its way out, it'll be the death of you.
James Bond.
We both eradicate people to make the world a better place. I just want to be a little tidier.
I met your new 00. She's a disarming young woman. You ever flown one of these things before?
Nope.
Come on, Bond. Where the hell are you? If we don't do this, there will be nothing left to save. When you're ready.
You're late.
Can I just have one nice evening, please, before the world explodes?
So we know our chickens need a lot of calcium. Egg laying is a serious business. But there's a lot of different options out there. So let's break down the differences. So if we start from the beginning, there's really two main types of calcium supplements for our backyard chickens. Number one is oyster shells, and number two is limestone. Oyster shell doesn't really need much explaining. They're oyster shells, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Limestone is a natural material that is mined from the earth. And one thing to remember about limestone is once it hits or goes over 38% calcium, it's called calcium carbonate, not limestone. But you'll hear that again later. So you can probably guess where this is headed. Not all calcium is created equal. So let's jump into oyster shells versus limestone or calcium carbonate. And for the purpose of this video, we're going to talk specifically about flock leader, shell, and bone builder when we're talking about calcium carbonate. So difference number one is sourcing. The calcium carbonate in shell and bone builder is mined from high calcium limestone quarries here in the USA, where calcium content is at least 38%. Difference number two is processing. Shell and bone builders calcium carbonate is mined from USA limestone quarries, ground up and processed to exactly the right particle size for the optimal release of calcium to our backyard birds. Difference number three is composition. Shell and bone builder calcium carbonate is a minimum of 38% calcium and a minimum of 95% calcium carbonate. Along those same lines, it's always processed to the right particle size to allow for an optimal calcium absorption, and we take our quality control very seriously.
Calcium is an important nutrient for both young growing buds, but also for laying hens. Together With phosphorus, it is in a large extent responsible for the eggshell quality. In this vlog, we deal with the influence of calcium on eggshell quality. Limestones or shells are the common raw materials serving as calcium source in layer feeds. Limestone is almost pure calcium carbonate, and calcitic limestone contains about 36 to 38% calcium. Other sources can, however, contain other minerals as well, such as dolomitic limestone, which contains at least 5% magnesium carbonate. This is therefore unsuitable as raw material for pottery. At Cowdice, we have analyzed numerous samples of calcium sources from different origins. This analysis showed that calcium content varies between 24 to 38% calcium. The sand content has been analyzed to be between 2 to 28%. So it is important to be sure you use known quality of limestone to prevent deficiencies. Calcium is consumed via the feed before it is dissolved in the gizzard of the bird and taken up in the small intestine. The calcium is not used right away, but first it is being stored in the skeleton of the bird. When the laying feed contains less calcium content, there is a risk that hens will access too little calcium. Birds use the calcium available in their skeleton first for producing eggshells. By feeding sufficient limestone, the reserves in the skeleton is being refilled. When hens are aging, the efficiency of calcium uptake and deposition reduces, and therefore the need for calcium increases along with age. In our Cowdice mixing instruction, the indicated amount of limestone is based on the average quality of limestone containing 33% calcium. As we now have seen, calcium is used for both the bones and the eggshells. Limestone has no nutritional value except for calcium. This means that increasing the amount of limestone in the feed lowers the total nutritional content.
Limestone has no nutritional value except for calcium. This means that increasing the amount of limestone in the feed lowers the total nutritional content.
Limestone has no nutritional value except for calcium. This means that increasing the amount of limestone in the feed lowers the total nutritional content.
Limestone has no nutritional value except for calcium. This means that increasing the amount of limestone in the feed lowers the total nutritional content.
Tender. People do like marbled meat that's tender, but what they don't want to know about is how that animal is raised, because what I'm going to tell you now is literally going to make you fall off your chair, and it's what these animals actually eat. You might think, well, grains. Well, it's probably a bucket of whole grains, pretty healthy. No, they actually feed these animals in the feedlot something called DDGS, and that stands for dried distillers grain with solubles. Because what they're trying to do is they need to put on about 600 pounds of extra weight on that cow. And the only way they can do it is with something so cheap, $150 per metric ton. Crazy. So that's the base, and then they add a little fiber, they add limestone, some synthetic vitamins and minerals, and then they add something else called monensin.
Because what they're trying to do is they need to put on about 600 pounds of extra weight on that cow. And the only way they can do it is with something so cheap, $150 per metric ton. Crazy. So that's the base, and then they add a little fiber, they add limestone.
Because what they're trying to do is they need to put on about 600 pounds of extra weight on that cow. And the only way they can do it is with something so cheap, $150 per metric ton. Crazy. So that's the base, and then they add a little fiber, they add limestone.
Because what they're trying to do is they need to put on about 600 pounds of extra weight on that cow. And the only way they can do it is with something so cheap, $150 per metric ton. Crazy. So that's the base, and then they add a little fiber, they add limestone.
finally, in the feed, you want to add limestone or azomite in the ration to make sure that they've got plenty of calcium. I'm not going to go through a bunch of ration stuff. You can find a ton of rations. We recommend using, the ration from Furtrell in Pennsylvania. That's who formulates all of our rations for us, and that will always have some what's called feeding lime, high calcium in the ration.
So in the short video we played for you, you would have heard this demon albino, anybody with straight hair, tell you that they feed animals, chickens, example, cows, or anything. It's all an animal, right? That they feed the animal limestone for it to get calcium. And as you've come to understand with whatever we have taught you so far onwards, you have seen that calcium from limestone is very, very reactive, and that if anything is reactive, you should not use it because it's destroying something. By something reacting with something is destroying something. That is why, for example, if you rub cream on your skin and it itches, it means the cream is reacting with your skin, is causing some damage. So anything reactive should not be used or eaten as food. That is where the word comes from, acid, because the word acid in itself means what? It's reacting, it's degrading, deteriorating something. So you should not feed it to anything or grow food with it. We're going somewhere. Now let's show you another video of how reactive limestone is, from where you get calcium carbonate, the gas itself, in which they call it carbonated drinks when you drink your soda drinks, and every other poisons, because all these poisons in limestone, all what you have to remember is this: it is fluorine. Let's show you how reactive limestone is with water. Play a short clip, then we come back. So in the short video that we just played for you, did you see how reactive limestone is with water? So if they are feeding animals limestone, which they call calcium, all right, calcium carbonate, and they are putting it in processed food, as you've come to understand that rice is processed food, and you have water in your body, when you eat this is what is going on there. Do you see how reactive this? And when is this reactive? You get inflammation, all right, in your body, and this reacts with everything. It binds all the food that you're eating with your plasma. which is blood, your bone, all the organic materials, because it is reacting. That's why we had to read all that to you. It reacts. Reaction means it is changing the normal state of what something is into something else. And this is what they feed you. They put it in your food. And they give it so many different names so you don't know. So when you hear the word sodium bicarbonate, what does that mean? Calcium, limestone. They use a spell to confuse about everything. So when you hear baking soda, what does that mean? Limestone. When you hear the word carbon dioxide, limestone in a gaseous form, because as this is reacting, it forms a gas. They collect that gas, they put it in your soda drinks for you. And you burp and burp because it's a reaction. That is why we had to play you that earlier clip on sulfur hexafluoride. For you to hear them say it, we did not say it. That if you take in and breathe in sulfur hexafluoride, which is a fluorine gas, formed from limestone, all right? As it's reacting in water right here, they collect the gas. Formed from limestone. That you will pass out. This is what they use in the evil medical industry to put you in a state of you passing out, and they can do surgery on you, and then they say they're going to make you come back to life after. It's all bullshit. Poisons are never good. That is why we read all that to you, that the FDA says they regulate its safety. Because if something is poisonous, common sense tells you you should not use it. But why are they using it? So that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, the quarter mix and half mixed people, whom are not Orientals, will get all the poisons that they need, not to grow their fur and animal features and tails, so that they can continue to be used by the evil black elites led by the leaders whom introduced this into our world, for them to be kings, for them to stay behind the scenes and run the world, and use them as slaves and use them as the scapegoats, so they themselves in the black elites led by the leaders will not be caught and terminated, them and their families, for doing wickedness, because they think that you can escape the Creator, that you can lie and deceive and be successful, when it's not possible. Because every evil thing you do catches up with you. It may not catch up right now, but at the end of the day, you're going to go to the lake of fire, which you're going to find out. But let's continue on now. So in the short video we played for you, this is the residue from distilled water of the Crystal Geisha brand, which I, as the narrator and the team, started distilling when we started passing out from drinking water at airports after I, as the narrator, got sick and almost passed out to death, same with a team member. So what you're looking at right here, if you see the way we're scooping out the residue from the so-called Crystal Geisha brand, or any type of water from the faucet that you're going to distill, as we have shown you earlier, you will notice that this same residue is consistent with the images that we showed you on limestone. Let's put it side by side. So as you're comparing these images from the distilled water, the residue, because when you distill water, they say that in the water, if you go buy any distillation pot, which we're going to show you, they will tell you that when you distill water, it has lime scale. Where does the word lime scale come from? As we have shown you, lime scale is the same word as what? Limestone. And you heard that evil demon albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, the Caucasian, the white man, say that they feed limestone to their livestock in chicken and any other animal. So that word lime scale comes from what? Limestone. So that's what they put in water, in all the bottled water, the tap water, and it is from limestone that you get all the poisons that you need in fluorine. So that is why they lie to you, so you do not know the truth, that limestone is used to make concrete in buildings. It's all a lie. It's already been revealed for those who have that information how they can make concrete. It's not limestone. It's something you do every day, but you will never know. So as you're looking here, the consistency shows from what we remove from the distilled water residue after we have soaked it and tried to scrape it with the same distilled water to clean it out. And this is the residue. You can see this residue is exactly the same thing as this residue here, which is called calcium carbonate, which just means limestone. The consistency is the same. So as you can read right here, this is an image from the water distiller, right? And if you buy any water distiller, they put something in it, which I've already showed you and explained earlier, that they call it citric acid, but it's not citric acid, it's a salt, because they do not want you to understand how important salt is. When you read in the description of what they say you should use to clean out your water distiller after you distill water, it says here, lime scale buildup. Because they do not want you to understand. That's why they use all these different words. Lime scale comes from what? The word right there is lime. It comes from what? Limestone. So it is limestone, which is the principal, as they call it, rock. The principal mining constituent, which they say they mine, all right? Because you get limestone from what they call, let's say, a rock. That's why they call it limestone, okay? It's a stone, a rock. So they have to mine it, and mine comes from the word mineral. So you can understand when they use the word mineral here means it is mined. We're explaining the languages for you to understand how they talk and you don't get what they're saying. They're saying they have to mine the limestone, all right, from a rock. And the limestone is, pay attention to the words, it is the leftover tree of fluorine, which the creator himself said none of us should eat of it, use it only in construction. That is why the evil black elites led by leaders tell you that limestone is used to make cement, which is used for construction. How did they know this? And the construction they are talking about here is not the construction of buildings or houses or bridges as they tell you. Construction of anything else, because we are in the scientific part of Shape of a World right here, which has already been explained on some. But for those who watch this part only, they will get that. But those who watch the whole entire Shape of a World, the uncensored version, will have full understanding. So this is the tree of fluorine. It's remnant that is mined. And why do they have to mine it? Because you people don't know anything, and you're going to know now. Because here is the truth. There is no such thing as mining. It doesn't exist. But these are words they use to confuse you, because you do not know that every so-called thing which they call a rock, all right, is the fallen stems, debris of leftover trees of ancient times, the original trees which the Creator himself made, which evil giants in black men cut down. And those remnants are what they have labeled it as a mountain. And only the evil black elites, led by your leaders, less than 200 of them, know this truth, and they hide it from you. Why? Because they do not want you to know that a Creator, Abasi, made this world. Because when you come to that truth, you will never listen to them anymore. So that's why they hide all of this reality, and they know this reality and the truth only through one person, who wrote all the history and all the technology which they are learning and getting to use, because there's a reason for it as we're getting into this part of the video on Shape of World right here. And that person was Mbosowo, Moses. So let's continue now to show you that all mountains in this world are remnant of trees, the ancient trees, the real trees, which himself created, which the Creator made, and you will fully understand what the ancient world was like and what Satan is like, and the fact that there is indeed a lake of fire, and you're going to know the reason why it was created, because you people do not know anything about that. It's already in the sciences, but you're going to have full understanding as we're getting along now. Let's continue on with a short clip now to show you that the evil black elites know what mountains are. They've taught you wrong, so you do not know it, because they do not want you to know the truth. Because when you know the truth, you yourself can go mine for whatsoever you need to live without them. Because the knowledge of the truth that the Creator made this world makes you free indeed. You know what you're supposed to do and how you're supposed to live and what you're supposed to get so you can live. But they do not want you to know that. So that's why they went all through this great length to hide the truth that there is a Creator who made this world, and rather made you believe that Satan, an animal, abominable animal, who is causing so much destruction with his children and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the half-mixed and quarter-mixed people whom are not Orientals, are destroying the known world that we know today. Because we keep using that word, and you're going to know as we get along right here on this particular act of Shape of World. Let's play that video for you now. It's from a movie which you've watched, but you never knew, or you never got what they were saying. You didn't pay attention because you're filled with so much poisons and trying to survive in living, paying your bills. Nothing is understood, but you're going to understand it now because the priesthood is here. Let's play it. It's from Lord of the Rings. Let's continue on.
Doesn't mean precious. Does it like you? play.
Maybe.
What has roots as nobody sees is taller than trees. Up it goes, and yet never grows.
The mountain.
Yes. Oh, let's have another one, huh? What has roots as nobody sees is taller than trees. Up it goes, and yet never grows.
The mountain.
Yes. Oh, let's have another one, huh? What has roots as nobody sees is taller than trees. Up it goes, and yet never grows.
The mountain.
Yes. Oh, let's have another one, huh? What has roots as nobody sees is taller than trees. Up it goes, and yet never grows.
The mountain.
Yes. Oh, let's have another one, huh?
So, if you did watch the short clip that we played for you in the movie called The Hobbit: An Unexpected Journey, which is a Lord of the Rings movie, you would have heard the so-called animal called Gollum make a very particular statement saying and asking a question: what is something that has roots, all right, but doesn't grow and is taller than trees? And the answer from the Hobbit right there said it was what? A mountain. So I want you guys to pay attention to this because we're explaining everything for you. So you get this. So whenever you have heard the word in which they say geologists are mining, all right, or mining for rocks or minerals, as you've come to understand that the word minerals comes from the fact that you're mining for something. What do you think they are doing based on what we have showed you so far? They are chopping down the fallen stems of ancient trees, of which the stumps are now called mountains. Not even the root system, because the roots go way too far and nothing of this earth can go into the root system of the ancient trees, in which the stumps are now called mountains, deceptively, for you not to understand. Ancient trees before the flood that we now call mountains. So if you go into the Bible, they have never written this for you in any way, shape, or form for you to understand that what we are seeing are mountains, are tree stumps of ancient trees which the Creator himself planted. And these were the trees that the ancients and Satan was feeding on in the tree of fluorine, which they now say they are mining for minerals, rocks, and resources. But you do not know that the so-called mining that they are doing, when you hear them say they are mining for diamond, which is false, because on this particular act of Shape of World, for those who have the uncensored version, they will understand what diamonds are. There is no such thing as diamond mining. But regardless, when you hear the word that they are mining for anything, they are only taking remnants, fallen stems of the ancient trees, which they call mountains. And in the whole entire scripture, they never wrote this down for you to understand or to know, because there are certain truths that the evil black elites, led by the leaders, have kept from you by providing lies through the scriptures and using those lies to train the whole entire world, so we would never know truth. So when you hear them, they say that they have this kind of minerals, they are mining for something. They do not want you to know that all the mountains in the world are ancient trees, so you yourself don't go and mine them yourself and be wealthy and successful as they are. Do you see how evil they are? By telling you lies. That is why they have to preach to you Satanism. Because once you know the truth that there is a creator himself, as they know, for the niche, very few of them know this entire truth, because as we have taught you, everything is compartmentalized. Very few of them know this entire truth, and therefore keep it to themselves. Less than 200 people. They are the only ones who know what's going on with the mining companies they have and everything that they have taught. They are evil servant slaves in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed and quarter mixed people, because all of them are working for the institutions of the black elites. The black elites train them on the lies, not to know what they are talking about or what they are doing, because if they knew, if they understood, as they are showing you right here in this short clip of a movie called Lord of the Rings: An Unexpected Journey, they would have known that the mountains that we see are tree stumps of ancient trees before the flood, and you're going to understand exactly what happened as we continue on. For those ancient trees to become tree stumps, and as you're coming to find out now, the tree of the knowledge was also a mountain which they mined and used to poison us. And you know how to get those poisons now, too. Because whatsoever they have done unto us in poisoning us, our generation and children, so we die young, so that their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasians, the quarter mixed and half mixed people whom are not Orientals, will not grow their tails and animal features, so they can be used to continue to oppress, kill, and torture mankind, black people. The same has to be done to the evil black elites. So that's why the priesthood is taking the time to show you, because you do not need to fire a projectile at them. As they have been poisoning us for the past 200 years, quietly and silently, you can do so to the evil black elites. You don't need to fire a projectile. In all the security officials and their security staff that takes care of them, you don't need to fire a projectile anymore. You can do this very quietly. That's why you're being taught, so you know what to look for and how you can find ancient trees, such as the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. As we have told you, it was not one tree. It was planted all over the world by the Creator. It was not supposed to be used for eating or feeding. It was only to be used for construction. And now you know how they get it. And they have lied to you, so you do not know. But now you know, and it's for a reason. As they have poisoned us, you also can do it quietly and effectively. Because as they have poisoned us and we do not know, you can do the same to the black elites now, including the leaders who are their leaders, and their evil brood in their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, whom are not Oriental. Let's continue on. So, as we've explained to you earlier, that in natural terms, you're going to find, as we're living in this world, that you have, let's say, tall trees per se, as you've come to understand what trees are really. But for your understanding, let's break it down very simply. You'll find that there are some trees, for example, the eucalyptus tree, which is taller. You find out that there are other trees which could be shorter of the same eucalyptus tree. You find other trees like, let's say, a pine tree. You find such trees as an Iroko tree. They all have different shapes and sizes, right? What you have to come to understand, as we're teaching you right here, that the ancient trees which the Creator self-planted, when they grew, they were all different sizes. There are trees, as you're finding right here, as you're looking at this particular image right here. This is the Devil's Tower in Wyoming. This tree has a very short width, right, from here to here. Now, if you travel around the world, you find out that all these so-called mountains, which are ancient trees, some of them have widths that were up to 200 miles long, which is the truth. 200 miles long, huge, all right? Some of them had maybe 100 miles long, 50 miles long, so on and so forth. Some of them had 20 miles long. This is how huge the original trees, which the evil black elites do not want us to understand, that these are the original trees which they have called mountains, because all what you're looking at right here are tree stumps of ancient trees, and you're going to understand on this particular video how they became tree stumps, because this is not put in scripture. They do not want you to know the truth. So the scriptures there are only to give you a falsified idea of history. So you do not know the truth, because they never tell you that mountains. Go read in your scripture from Genesis to Revelation. If you're reading in the so-called Geneva Bible, or you're reading in the King James Bible, if you're reading in the Greek Septuagint, you're going to read from Genesis to the last book in the Greek Septuagint, which possibly would be the book of Malachi. You will never find, all right, any mention of the fact that the ancient trees, because they have made us to believe that what we call today, let's say, for example, a eucalyptus tree or whatsoever, is actually a tree. It is not. This was what was called an herb, all right? Which can also be pronounced as herb, because they have made us to forcefully pronounce the letter H as the Arabics, all right? The original Arabs, some of them are living in Kenya, the original Arabs pronounce forcefully words that never had any forceful pronunciation, such as the letter H and the letter I, which they pronounce as a G or J sound. So if you hear us here say herb or herbs, you understand exactly what we're talking about. So when you read in the book of Genesis, all right, when it says, it's going to show on your screen, that it was told to Noah, all the herbs you can now eat. What they are talking about are what we call in our own time now, after the flood, a tree. So the eucalyptus tree, for example, the Iroko tree, your pine trees, or any kind of thing that you call trees in this world, 2025 to 2026, as you're listening to the sound of our voice right here in the recording of Shape of Our World, these were called herbs or herbs. They were not trees. The trees were the mountains. The tree stumps, as you're looking right here on the screen, in what they call the Devil's Tower in Wyoming. Why did they call it Devil's Tower? So you would be afraid. Because we all know that anything that is evil is bad, but they want you to be afraid of evil instead of exterminating it. Because once they call it Devil's Tower, you're never going to go down there to check out what it is. You're just going to believe whatever I say. Devil's Tower, devil, oh, I don't want to deal with it. Because even the evil people, as we have told you, the evil people, the way they act or what they believe in evil is, if I'm not doing that, that means I'm not evil. If somebody else is doing it, that means that person is evil, I am not. Someone would smoke weed, all right? Take drugs, but as long as they do not steal, they don't see themselves to be evil. Someone will be a homosexual, as long as they do not lie, they don't see themselves to be evil. Someone will be a homosexual, as long as they do not steal, they don't see themselves to be evil. The people who are stealing evil. So this is how they've confused us, because the evil people are all doing evil in one way, shape, or form, but as long as they are not doing the evil that somebody else who is doing evil is doing, they don't consider themselves to be evil. There are evil people who deceive us on YouTube. They tell lies. They know exactly that they are paid to tell lies. They do not see themselves to be evil because they are not a homosexual, they do not murder people, and they do not steal. That is how it works. So, but continuing on, what we call trees are actually herbs. Herbs. That is the truth. And whatever else that is not a tree is called grass. That is the real definition, which has been hidden from you for history, so that you will not know the truth. Because why don't they want you to know the truth? In very simple terms, everything that the evil black elites in the manufacturing process provide for us, they all get it by mining. That is where the word mineral comes from, because they are mining for the ancient tree stumps which were used as food, and then they also mine for the ancient tree stump of the tree of fluorine, which we have told you before that there was not one tree of fluorine. It was grown all around the world because the Creator himself grew it. The Creator is a farmer. Everything that you eat in this world comes from a tree. So if you say that you're a lawyer, a doctor, or any type of career that you practice, you're a mechanic, and you're not growing food, and the basis of you surviving in this world means that you have to eat food, and the Creator himself, because everything we need in this world to survive comes from a plant. The ancient trees, as you're seeing here on the screen, and the herbs, all right, in the so-called eucalyptus tree, as an example, a pine tree, an iroko tree, and the grass, which is anything else that is not of that type of plant. And the Creator grew all of this for us, so that you can use that to survive. If you're not doing that, how are you surviving? Because our means of survival for us living and existing, everything that we eat comes from a plant, and a plant is a tree, as you're seeing right here in the stump of the original trees. And this is a small one in Devil's Tower, and the regular trees that we call trees today, which are herbs in reality, as the eucalyptus and pine tree, and then you have grass, anything else that's below that. We all survive from eating of plants. So if you're not growing a plant and you're not in farming, how are you going to survive? That is why the evil black elites introduce all this bullshit to you in all the so-called careers for you, not to understand that you need to plant something for you to survive. And all of this was made so you don't understand. When they go into the field, all right, and they say they are mining for something, as you've come to understand that the word mineral comes from the word mine. What they are doing in essence is actually doing what? They are taking sediments or remnants of the ancient trees and using it to create everything that we are using today. They do not want you to know that. That is why they preach to you Satanism. Because if you know that there is a creator himself, you will do the same thing. You don't need them. You will go mine for these ancient trees as well and use it to do whatsoever you want to do. So the knowledge that there is a creator indeed makes us free indeed. And as you have come to understand that everything that is for our survival comes from a tree, in the ancient trees in which you're going to find out how they became tree stumps, all right? And then in all the other so-called herbs, which we now call trees, and grass, which is anything below that. You have to be a farmer. We've been preaching it, but now you're understanding. So, continuing on, if you've ever asked this question to understand how Noah, a dwarf, built the ark and had so many animals that he could bring in, all the animals that we see today, which are surviving, to show us, as it is written in scripture, that whatsoever Noah saved in the ark are the animals we see today in the known world. There's a reason why we keep using that word known world, which you're going to find out sooner as you get along. Because they don't teach you this. And that's why we keep on teaching you this every day. In today's world, they have taught us through the false sciences that we have more water in terms of the oceans than land. But the truth is this, which they have never taught you. All the places that you find that there are oceans, whether it be the Atlantic, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, and all the oceans in the world, those places were all filled with what? Ancient trees, which they have now called mountains. They have never written it in scripture. You have never heard your evil pastors or evil imams in Allah tell you this. You've only heard the truth right here and you understand it fully. Because even if you heard it from somewhere else, you never had the understanding, except you were on this channel called Tricks of the Straight, because we are only taught by the priesthood. All those areas which they call oceans, you've never heard this before. They were all filled with what? Ancient trees. There was more land than water. But they do not want you to understand this. But continuing on, a question we're going to answer as we ask on this particular video is this: how did this ancient trees become tree stumps? Because what you don't know is this: as you're looking at the Devil's Tower right here, this is a small tree. As we've explained throughout this entire part of Shape of World right here, starting with rice, for you to know that rice is not a real plant because all of it has the same sizes in the seed. And we took the time to explain to you that in nature, you're going to find out that the sizes of even the same species of crops or plants are not the same. So the Wyoming tree right here, which they call the Devil's Tower, is a small tree. There were ancient trees which grew as long as 20 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. If you start looking, you're going to see that. Because everything else you're going to see is that you're going to see something that looks like tree stumps like this scattered all over the world. All right? And they are all ancient tree stumps. So if you were to ask that question and say, how did Noah, all right, get to build an ark that could take all these animals? All he needed to do was to find an ancient tree in which the width of the tree, the width, right? The width of the tree, which means as you're following our mouse right here from here to here, would be maybe 50 miles, 100 miles, or 200 miles long. And they would cut it down. On all they would need to do, as you found out the meaning of the word mine here, would be to mine out the tree and turn it into what? Chambers for different animals. Because as you've come to understand here, animals and everything in ancient times were far larger. So as you're seeing us mankind beings right here, and the average height for a mankind being is like 7 foot tall. That means in ancient times, people were tall, and the average height for them could be 15 foot tall. And then there were other taller ones. And they had more energy because they were eating of the original plants that the Creator himself made. And we don't have that. So that's why we are sick and dying. And on top of that, the evil black elites, led by the leaders, poison the foods that we eat, remove iodine from the food supply, so that their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed and quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals, will not grow their tails and animal features for us to identify that they are animals and the physical children of Satan. So that is how they have stripped so much truth from the Bible, and we do not know it because they have made the Bible and Islam and Quran for us to think that that is the truth, because you have never heard this with the understanding that you're getting until you've listened to us at this particular point on Shape of a World right here. So therefore, the evil black elites mine the tree of what they call the knowledge of the tree of good and evil, as you've come to understand that it is a limestone tree. So whatsoever they use as the poisons that you all feed on today comes from this tree called the knowledge of the good and evil in Bible or scripture. And as you've come to understand, we have taught you that it was no such thing as a single tree called the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It was planted all across the world, and the Creator himself told us, do not eat of this tree, only use it for construction. And they all got this knowledge from Mbosowo Moses on what the tree was used for. In the language, the tree is called Akang, and then people understand and they know that is not what the evil black elites leaders practice. That this tree, a remnant of it, which they call Akang, which is limestone, should not be eaten because it's not good for you. So even with the who do not know their history, they still have this knowledge. How did they know this knowledge? In the people. Because Mbosowo Moses taught them this about 5,000 years ago or more in the Gregorian calendar, but they still kept it even with the falsification of history by the evil rogue leaders who infiltrated into the priesthood, the people who kept this knowledge. So what we're teaching you here to understand is this also, because the priesthood is teaching you. The evil black elites led by your leaders have been poisoning us using the remnants of the tree of fluorine, limestone, because every poison that we have in this world comes from the limestone. If you process it in certain ways, you get a gas, you get a liquid, and you get a solid, as we showed you in what they call lime scale when you distill water. We've already talked about this. So you people now are getting to know the truth, because as they have poisoned us, it's an eye for an eye. Justice means an eye for an eye. You do not need to fire a projectile at them. You, the security staff, and anybody who is close to the evil black elites, the elites, you don't need to fire a projectile. All what you need to know is how to do what? To get limestone and fashion it into a poison that can be used against them, as they have poisoned us. So you could do it quietly, as Moses did. No projectile fired. easily as they have poisoned us and we have died. Our fathers, our mothers, and children, and everybody else around us, you can do the same. So that's why you're being taught right here now as you're listening to the sound of voice. But let's continue on. So let's continue now to explain to you how it is possible that all these ancient trees became tree stumps, which are called mountains. If you now understand that things were far more bigger before the flood and for a short amount of time after the flood, because they were still eating on these ancient trees, which they now say, and they have taught us not to understand their ancient trees by saying they are mining. You hear such things as they say they are mining for diamond, but diamond doesn't exist, all right? In reality, they are all mining for the ancient tree stumps, which they use in all the manufacturing processes that goes on in the world. Whether it be in any way, shape, or form, they say that everything that we use in this world today comes from an ancient tree, even salt, which people do not know because you have no idea, and they have lied to you and made it possible for you to believe a lie because they've made you to believe in Satanism, because when you know that there is a creator self, you will have all this knowledge. But continue on, we want to show you how the ancient trees became tree stumps. So you understand what is really going on, and then we can explain something else which a lot of people would have asked and never got the answer. If it's possible that an animal in Satan, if he's still alive, because that's what you're going to get from watching this video, that Satan is still alive, how come if Satan could sleep with a woman, example, when our great mother became organic, all right, when our great mother became fleshy and Satan could sleep with her, and as we've explained earlier on several acts of Shape of the World, that Satan also had copulation with Semiramis. How is it possible at this particular point in time that Satan can do the same? That's where we're going to answer all these questions to you, because another question we're going to answer later on is that everything, we've already said this before, but we have to keep repeating it. Everything that we survive on literally comes from a plant in every way, shape, or form. I know you will not get this watching this video, but you will get it for those who have the uncensored version. Everything, literally everything in this world that we survive on comes from a plant, and one of those plants were the ancient trees, which is now called mountains because they are the tree stumps of the ancient trees. And then on top of that, we have the herbs, as you've come to understand, is what we call trees today for us living in this era after the flood from 2025 to 2026. As you listen to the sound of our voice in this recording, an example giving you in an herb is such things as the eucalyptus tree, the pine tree, the iroko tree, and then grass, because anything that is not a tree is grass. That is the classification which you have never known until now. So let's continue to show you how all of this is possible, in how the trees, the ancient trees, which are called mountains, which you can identify are tree stumps, as we have shown you, came to be. Let's continue on.
Stood and stared at it, marveled at its beauty, its genius. Billions of people just living out their lives, oblivious.
Did you know that the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where none suffered, where everyone would be happy? It was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Entire crops were lost.
Have you ever stood and stared at it, marveled at its beauty, its genius? Billions of people just living out their lives, oblivious. Did you know that the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where none suffered, where everyone would be happy? It was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Entire crops were lost.
Have you ever stood and stared at it, marveled at its beauty, its genius? Billions of people just living out their lives, oblivious.
Did you know that the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where none suffered, where everyone would be happy? It was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Entire crops were lost.
Have you ever stood and stared at it, marveled at its beauty, its genius? Billions of people just living out their lives, oblivious.
Did you know that the first Matrix was designed to be a perfect human world where none suffered, where everyone would be happy? It was a disaster. No one would accept the program. Entire crops were lost.
I'd like to share a revelation that I've had during my time here. It came to me when I tried to classify your species. I realized that you're not actually mammals. Every mammal on this planet instinctively develops a natural equilibrium with the surrounding environment, but you humans do not. You move to an area and you multiply and multiply until every natural resource is consumed. And the only way you can survive is to spread to another area. There is another organism on this planet that follows the same pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus. Human beings are a disease, a cancer of this planet. You are a plague, and we are the cure.
I loved it when you were talking about the fight. It reminded me of Muhammad Ali. He was a very, very great friend of mine. And the Neo character is actually created from him, being a black superhero for us, a living one at that time, you know, the late Muhammad Ali. Yes. So that's why Will Smith, they wanted Will to play him, because, you know, Will played Ali in the movie with Spike Lee's, you know, the Muhammad Ali story.
You know, so listen, obviously the thing that I'm going to enjoy about this conversation with you today is that people talk about STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, but you embody all those things.
Yes.
All those things. Where does that come from? I mean, you are a living example why STEM is so important. There's so many things that you understand about the cosmos, the universe, about math, about technology, about engineering, and also, because that's what The Matrix is about.
Yes, it is. It came out with the first metaphysical movies, you know, where you take science and you marry it to spirituality. So it's spirit and technology. That's what metaphysics is really about.
But where does it come from in your DNA? Your grandparents?
Well, my grandmother, full-blooded Cherokee, she was a shaman. So the Oracle is actually created from me. I created those characters, and it's based on myself as a visionary seer. So I have a gift, but multiple gifts.
So how did you come up with the Terminator? Take us there in the Matrix, and just to put this from pen to pad. Now, it's one thing to have the idea, but it's
very easy. It was a script in a book. The Terminator is the prequels to the beginning of the Matrix. Sarah Connor is actually Neo's mother. So JC, John Connors, Jesus Christ, grows up to be Neo, one and the same in the Matrix. The Matrix is in the future. The Terminator is the past. It's time travel, past, present, and future time travel. It's the second coming of the Christ, the evolutions of consciousness, man versus the machine. So the machines, the Terminator machines, hear that a child is going to be born that's going to terminate them in the future when they oppress man. Because see, it's a man versus the machine. It's God's children versus man's children, which was technology.
So man versus nature.
Exactly. So the Terminator has to time travel to the past because they know it's Sarah Connor. And they have to kill her, terminate her, so she won't have the baby. And Kyle Reese, he comes from the future to protect her, and he inadvertently gets her pregnant. And he has to go back to the future. And so it's the Immaculate Conception, because now she's pregnant and she fell in love with a man, but did it really happen? Did he exist? And then this child, when you see the three Terminators, the boy, and then the man-child, subconsciously, he doesn't know why the Terminator is trying to kill him until he's hidden out in the city, in the Matrix, the future. When he reaches 30 years of age, the rebellion, the Reloaded, revolution starts. And the rebels come and they find him because they've been watching him all along. That's what the Guardians and the Sentinels are all about. And so they wake him up to his purpose. They take him to Morpheus to train him to fight the machines. They take him to the Oracle because of the prophecy. So this is the whole epic story. It's an epic.
So before we start to explain how it's possible that all the ancient trees became tree stumps, which are now called mountains. And as we've told you, this history is not written into scripture, it's not taught anywhere, because the evil black elites led by the leaders do not want you to know real facts, real truth, because once you know real facts, real truth, their existence is terminated. Because once everybody does realize that there is a creator, there is no need for you to have an elite. And as you've come to understand, the only reason why the black elites are the elites is because they have designed this whole system to teach us bullshit, and then they keep the real knowledge for themselves. Because as you've come to find out, everything is about knowledge. The knowledge of the fact that the creator himself made this world. But continuing on right here, before we show you and make you understand how is it possible that the ancient trees are tree stumps. And if you notice, as in the video clip that we played for you, which they told you in The Hobbit, An Unexpected Journey, in which Gollum said that the mountains are trees which refuse to grow. Why are the mountains not growing back? Because usually, if you cut a tree stump, it always grows back, except you do something to it that will never make it grow back again. So why are all the tree stumps in the world, which are called mountains today, as you've come to find out, not growing back? It's very simple. We've said it before. We've said it 1,000 times over throughout this whole entire video and on several acts of Shape of Our World, but we have to say it again. It's because one animal in Satan, all right, has been, number one, eating everything necessary for the earth to grow. So the question that we need to answer right here and ask at the same time is this: how is it possible that Satan, an animal, has been able to live for 7,000 years, a sickly animal, for 7,000 years plus in the normal accounting of time and not the Gregorian calendar? It's because it's been eating all the food necessary for all the mountains to grow back to their normal sizes. And then that was the first answer. And then the second answer is this: as he's eating all the food that is necessary, and I know a lot of you are going to ask the question, what is that food that he eats that is not allowing the mountains to grow back? You have to go back and look at Act 5 and on Act 6. It's not going to be said here because the videos will get too long, all right? The second reason why the ancient trees, which are called mountains, don't grow back from their tree stumps is because as this evil, abominable animal in which his children, albinos, demons, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people whom are not Orientals, which you people worship, adore, and give them places, you procreate with them, you habitate with them instead of exterminating them. Because whatsoever their father in Satan is doing is the same thing that they're doing, which is they are peeing fluorine, all right? Peeing fluorine mixed with sulfur, which makes it to become what? You've ever heard the word before. Sulfuric acid. It's a mixture of sulfur and fluorine in a liquid form, which means the sulfur hexafluoride gas that we showed you in liquid form is an acid. So as Satan is peeing this out upon the earth, sweating it out, stooling it out, as his children and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people whom are not Orientals are doing, it causes an acidification of the earth, so things do not grow. That is why we have deserts all around the world, and we're having more deserts by the day. And for a lot of you wondering why we have always been talking about and excluding Orientals as the children of Satan, even though they have straight hair, because they have mixed with a lot of Ammonites. The reason is this: the Orientals, their source and their origin, as we have explained and we explained again here again, they are from the Khoisan people in South Africa. That is their family tree. All Orientals in this world, they came from mankind. So that's why when we talk about them on all Shape of a World, we give you an exclusion because their origin, their source was from mankind, and then they became corrupted. Just like us living today in mankind, black people, our source was from mankind, but we got corrupted when this evil, abominable animal in Satan introduced genetics by making our great mother in Eve to become mortal. And by that, we became mortal too and fleshy by corrupted genetics. So in the same thing, that is what happened to the Orientals today. They are of the family tree of the Khoisan people, what they call the Bushmen in Southern Africa. That is your origin. But the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, don't have an origin in mankind. They have origin in Satan, sleeping with Semiramis and producing imps. So their father is Satan. Does that make sense? Their father is not a mankind person. But let's continue on now.
African migrants and the first modern humans in China. All modern humans in China ultimately descend from Africans. Genetic studies of Chinese ethnic groups show that the earliest modern humans in China came from Africa. Moving along the Indian Ocean coast and entering East Asia through Southeast Asia, this aligns with the global scientific consensus. Homo sapiens originated in Africa and dispersed outward between 60,000 to 70,000 years ago.
And here's some pictures to show you that Orientals were once black with woolly hair, as the short clip that we played is going to show you of old pictures taken way back. The way they look now is because of the fact that they were made just like they have made us to believe right now that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair are the ones who rule the world. And over time, a lot of evil black people started crossbreeding with the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair because of this fact. It's the same thing that happened to the Orientals until all of them became what they are today with straight hair. But their origin is mankind. That's why they have an exclusion for the righteous ones. So part of the reason that you're looking at this picture right here is because when a lot of people have been reading through the scriptures, which they gave us about the flood and the boat of Noah, they don't have an understanding how it's possible that an ark could be created, which could carry a lot of the animals that Noah saved in the known world that we see today, because you're going to find out as we get along right here that the world is far more larger than what they have made us to understand. And you'll understand in a very short minute, but continue to bear with us. Now, what we're trying to explain to you also is the fact that things were much more bigger in ancient times before the flood and after the flood. Now, what we consider as the, let's say, average height of mankind being, because the stupid, evil demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, and the quarter mix and half mix people listening to this are always going to think that when we're talking about mankind people, that's how stupid, that's how dumbed down we have become, such that animals and demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people, so on and so forth, when they hear us talk, they want to put themselves in the same category as us, mankind being experiencing the mankind experience when they're animals. It's more like just a crocodile trying to think that it's a mankind in black woolly haired people. So when they hear it, they're going to think to themselves, this is about us, right? That's how dumb we've become. That's how dumbed down we've become. Because through white supremacy, they have made the stupid animals, cow, crossbred species, to think that they are now mankind. But continue on, a lot of people have always been wondering about the ark or boat of Noah and how it was possible for Noah to create a boat that was so huge Because when you think about it in today's terms of like boat building technology, you're going to think they have to go cut parts off, because that's what usually happens. A picture is going to show on your screen on how they build boats. They bring parts down, they weld it together and put it together to form any of the huge ocean-going vessels or liners. That is not how Noah Edwok built the great ark that carried all the animals that we see in this world, in the known world today, that survived. So that is why we're looking at this tree. Trees were so huge, crazy huge. You know, when you look at all the mountain stumps in the world, you could see that some of them travel for miles. And as we've told you, some of them could travel for 20 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. Do you know that is all one tree? One tree! There were small trees, as we've showed you, in the so-called tree stump of Devil's Rock in Wyoming. That is just one single tree, a small tree, as we have made you to understand, if you've watched this particular part of Shape of World up to now, in showing you that nature produces differences in sizes for individuality. When we talked about the poisoning of rice, and that rice is not a natural food, based on the fact that if you buy rice at any store, all the grains are the same size because it's manufactured. In nature, you don't have that. Everything are different sizes, so you could identify them as individuals, even if they are of the same species. So when Noah was building the ark, he didn't have to fabricate or weld parts together or bring components together to make that ark. All what they needed to do was cut down one tree, in which its stump is called mountains today. So that's why you're looking at this picture right here, because if you can look at this tree, right, it is one tree, but the way it's growing, because that's what you will see in the ancient trees in the mountains. You see all of them travel around, and it looks like it's several different trees growing together. It is one tree. It is one tree. Some of them could travel in the sense of the stems, as you're looking right here in this picture, because you can see, right, they have jagged edges like that, and that's what you see in the mountains, jagged edges, because it's all one tree. Some of them could be wide, 20, 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. One tree. That's how huge they were. That's why they don't teach you this in the real sciences. So you understand. So that's why you're looking at this picture. So when you go look at the pictures of, let's say, they tell you about the Rocky Mountains as we showed you, and they say it traveled, if you listen to that video, all the way, all right, from South America all the way down to North America to Alaska. And if you have the true map of the world, you know it's a very tiny place. So one tree could grow that long for miles, 200 miles or more. So what did Noah Edwok need to do? All he needed to do was work every single day in cutting down one tree, and then when they cut it down, they would have to just go in, all right, in like cuts, as they call mine today, mine out rooms, chambers inside that tree to make what? A boat. Do you understand now how it was made? Because if you don't understand this, that's why we always have to teach you about real history. Just like when we teach you about modern history, in our world today, we always have to make you remember this, and you always have to remember it when you're thinking about ancient history. Always remember that after the flood, there were fewer and fewer and fewer people. Otherwise, you're never going to understand history after the flood in which we are living today. Because if you look at the world today and wherever you go, you find a lot of people. That was not the case. That was not the case 50 years ago even. It wasn't even the case 100 years ago or more. In today's world, as you're hearing the sound of a voice in 2025 to 2026, and possibly 2027 to the recording of Shape of a World right here, what you have to understand is that the population of the world, which has exploded right now, is the population of what we would call in medical terms a virus. Evil, wicked, abominable people living either as mankind. They will have black woolly hair, because you're going to understand this, because we are in the science section of Shape of a World right here on Act 8. And demons, which are getting exterminated because the Creator did not make them. And anything that the Creator did not make has to do what? Go extinct, die. So the whole entire population explosion we have now is the pinnacle of all evil people and beings in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, who grow tails, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mixed people, except the Orientals. And you understand why we exclude Orientals from it with what we just explained. But continue on. So you now understand how Noah Edwok built the ark. It's not in the manner that they have taught us today in how boat building is done. Because this is one thing they never teach you, we have taught you before. There were no oceans in any way before the flood. You didn't have the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, or any ocean in the world. All the ocean area that you see right in the world right now were all what? Was all land. You'll understand as we get along. But most especially for those who have the uncensored version of Shape of a World. The wicked, evil, and abominable, which we am trying as much as possible to tell them the truth, will only know the truth for their own extinction. So when they are in the lake of fire, which they are going to find out on this particular act of Shape of a World right here, they will know they were told. So one of the things you have to remember is this. People living before the flood were bigger and taller, all right? So right now in the world, let's say the average height for a mankind being black people with woolly hair is like maybe 6 feet tall. Now you have to understand there's a difference between mankind being height and gigantism. It's not one and the same thing. It's not one and the same thing in any way, shape, or form. So we have already told you this, but we just have to repeat it over and over again. So in our time after the flood, as you're living right here in the year 2025, 2026, and 2027, in which the recording of Shape of a World is being done, what you have to understand is this. The average height for, let's say, a mankind being is 6 feet tall. And they could be shorter. So average means no matter what happens, you're going to be at least 6 feet tall. All right? That's what average means. And you could be shorter, but that means there are more people who are 6 feet tall in the era that we are living right now, as you're listening to the sound of voice right here, 2025, 2026, possibly 2027. So before the flood, the average height for a mankind person, if they were male, was 10 feet tall. And they could possibly grow to 15 feet tall, which was the maximum height, which according to the Creator, all right, they would grow. Some could get past 15 feet tall, but they wouldn't exceed it to the point of being a giant. Please pay attention. This is written for all this explanation, which you're going to find out. For the females, as usual, the maximum height of a woman, all right, was 8 feet tall, all right? They could possibly grow to 10 feet and maybe a little bit above 10 feet, but that was the average height. They could be shorter, but not short as we are right here in this world up to the points that we are 6 feet tall. Okay? Average height. So why are we explaining all this? So you understand how it was possible that Noah had walked with his children and him training all the animals that were around in the world, which were very huge. Now, we've already explained this, but we just have to tip it in so you understand. The biggest animals in the world which ever existed, which people will look today and you just say, you swat it, you throw it away, you even just like don't even consider it. When you see it, it's like some sort of like pest to you and you don't know. The largest animals in the world when the Creator made the world. All right? They don't teach you this in real history, but you have to know because the priesthood taught us. The largest animals in the world were insects, bigger than Satan himself.
Over 300 million years ago, Earth was covered with giant insects. Imagine a world where dragonflies are the size of crows and millipedes are as long as cars. Welcome to the Carboniferous period. Why were insects so enormous during this time?
So think about all the insects today that you trample on. Termites, butterflies, all right, ants, dragonflies, all the insects which they classify. Those were the biggest animals in the world. Bigger to the point that you couldn't even imagine it. The reason why the insects are so small today is because as things get smaller, pay attention to the words, because of the evil animal, abominable animal destroying our atmosphere and vegetation. As things get smaller, they have to produce more, all right, so that they can sustain a livelihood. Does that make sense? As things get smaller, they need to reproduce more, so there's a chance that life continues. So for the stupid, evil black women of America, you can now understand why a man after the flood could have 3, 4, 5, 6 wives as long as he can make sure that he can give them their conjugal rights sufficiently, because we are getting smaller. You're going to find out and understand as we get along. Just pay attention. So for the stupid, evil black women, we're going to say, I want my man. I can't have no man. He's cheating on me. You don't know shit. You keep quiet and you listen, because you're going to know where you're going right now, to the lake of fire for all the evil black women of America. So, but continuing on, the insects were the biggest animals in the world. They got smaller, and because of being small, they have to reproduce more so that they have a chance of livelihood and their species will continue to survive. That is why you have so much insects. You're going to see a trail of them. It's all about survival. Why do we have so much population in the world today? Because we are trying to make sure that life goes on, because the Creator himself gave us life, and life must continue no matter what the evil have tried to do. And as we have taught you, everything has a physical limitation. So this is the end of evil. The end of the world means the end of evil. The world's never going to end, because life, which the Creator himself made, has to continue on. So continuing on, if you see how insects are one of the most communal animals in the world, besides the fact that all animals in the world are communal, but insects in our time right now, when you look at them, they're very, very communal. They work as a single unit. So that is how it was possible for Noah at work to build the ark. All he needed to do was guide some insects, guide all the animals, to do the work. Specify what area they would put them in to chew out, the ancient trees and mountains. If you come to find out how tall and huge they were, which they don't teach you, because nothing is as tall as a mountain in this world in any way, shape, or form. There's tree stumps. And those are tree stumps, not the actual tree itself. So that's how the ark was built and could carry as much animals as possible in the known world that Noah would save. And Ham, his son, hit Satan in it. So you understand now how Satan, such a huge animal, as you've come to understand, that he's tiny compared to the ancient trees. If one tree could be as big in the width as 50 miles, 100 miles, and 200 miles. You understand now? So continuing on, we want to show you how the ancient trees became tree stumps, which in our time after the flood, the evil black elites led by the leaders have made us to call it mountains. They have taught us that. And how is all of this possible? It's not rocket science. There is no witchcraft in any way, shape, or form. It's just because about 200 years ago, they started introducing crossbred and inbred food, which doesn't have iodine. And then they started poisoning us through several poisons with manufactured food. And they brought about religion in Christianity and all its offshoots. And through that, with poverty, they made our lives to have a very short time span, and they took us away from our parents through the educational system. So we were never close to our parents, because if you're not close to your parents, you're not going to be close to your grandparents and great-grandparents to hear what they have to tell you. And with religion and the educational system, and with the evil black elites and their regurgitating demons and albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the half-mixed and quarter-mixed people whom are not Orientals, through the false prosperity, teaching us bullshit. All the history of the knowledge of the truth has been totally almost wiped out, except for the fact that the Creator himself does not forget and kept all the knowledge in the priesthood and the history through his great high priest in Mbosowo, Moses. And that is how you're coming to know this truth right now in this time. So let's play a short clip for you, and we'll explain it on how it was possible, as you're seeing right here, because you people don't see any ancient trees in their full glory. Because this is going to make you understand a whole lot of things. It's going to make you understand the lies that they tell you, that there is an international space station, they can travel to the moon or the moon landing here and so forth. This is why they had to totally remove the truth of this part, in that what we see as tree stumps are ancient trees. And if an ancient tree in its width, we're talking about the stem. So for example, you can go look at the stem of a eucalyptus tree or an iroko tree or any kind of tree in its width. If the eucalyptus tree, let's just explain this very well for you. If the eucalyptus tree, if you can measure the width of the stem and it reaches up to, let's say, 20 feet, do you see how tall the eucalyptus tree is? So now I want you to imagine that one tree in its width could be 10 miles long, 20 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles long. How tall do you think that tree is? Can you imagine the vegetation that we had in the earth when the Creator made it? Let's play this clip so you understand how it's possible that all the ancient trees became tree stumps, which we call mountains, and you'll understand this very well. So in the short clip that we played for you, you're seeing a black mankind person. We just have to use the word black so you understand it. But we're talking about mankind, people here, as you have come to understand that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, the Caucasian, the white man, the quarter mix and half mixed people who are not Orientals who grow tails are not mankind. So that's why we had to play that short clip for you so you see it very well. Now I want you to take a look, all right? Because this is how a tree stump is created. Go look at all the mountains in your world. There are tree stumps as you've come to see it, even with a very clear picture of what they call Devil's Mountain in Wyoming. So, what have you come to understand now? All the mountains in the world that you see are ancient tree stumps which were cut down by giants. Because why do we have to play that clip for you? If you watch very closely, this is a mankind being chopping down a tree. As you can see, this is a tree going to a tree stump. So that means in ancient times, giants, can you imagine how tall the giants were? Because this is what they never teach you in history. Because pay attention, when you look at any ancient tree stump, which is a mountain today, do you see how tall it is and that there is nothing in this world that is as tall? Even the skyscrapers that the evil black elites build, led by the leaders, none of them are as tall and will never be as tall as the natural trees that the Creator himself made, that we should live. So when you read in scriptures and they say that Adam and the ancient people lived for 1,000 years, not in the Gregorian calendar, but the normal accounting of time. They were feeding off the ancient trees even after they had become corrupted and became fleshy and mortal. They were feeding off the ancient trees, having enough food, sustenance in iodine that made them live that long. Do you see what we're telling you now? But they don't teach you this in scriptures. This has already been explained. We're just going over the details so you understand what we're saying here. So what you have to pay attention to, this is the fact that as this man right here is cutting down a tree, pay attention. The tree stump is cut at the waist level. That's how all trees are cut down. You can't swing above your head. You swing at your waist. So all the ancient trees, all the mountains that you see today, which are tree stumps of ancient trees, that was the waist level of giants. And they never made you understand this in scripture because there's a reason for it. And we're explaining as we go along. So as you're seeing right here, let's pull up a picture. As this axe is going down, as this mankind person is cutting the tree, all the mountains which you see, which are ancient tree stumps, that was the waist level of giants. Do you see that? Now, the question is this: Why were they cutting down all the ancient trees in which the tree stumps are now what we call mountains, as they've trained us in the evil black elites led by the leaders to call it mountains instead of ancient tree stumps before the flood? Because you have to understand this. That's why we took the time to explain out all of this. Gigantism, being a giant, is not normal to nature. The Creator himself did not create giants. Gigantism became because mankind persons crossbred with animals. And it's funny because this is going to sound crazy to you. All mankind beings whom were crossbreeding with animals before the flood created giants. In Satan's case, he created imps. And those imps today, because of mankind people crossbreeding with them, an example in Yoda which we showed you, so you understand what Yoda and the imp was like, they now created the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair today. Satan could only create imps. But when mankind people crossbred with other animals, either of Satan's species or any other species, they created giants. So when you hear such stories of mermaids, you've never seen a mermaid before in your whole entire life, but they show you in the so-called stories that they tell, because these are all stories that carried on after the flood, that men crossbred with fish. You will see that they show you that the mermaid has an upper body of a mankind person, but the bottom half is that of a fish, because this was what mankind people, whom did not pay and hear the advice of their great high priests in Adam, telling them, do not eat of the tree of fluorine, as you have come to understand now that it is a limestone tree based on the sediments. I am only eating this so I can be with my wife in a car. Yeah. All right? In language. So I can be with her and she will not be the only mortal being in the world. You people do not do this. They didn't listen. And when they ate of that limestone tree, of which the sediments and the roots are being mined by the evil black elites, led by the leaders, and they use it to poison everything that we eat, so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people will not grow their tails and animal features, so they can be used for the evil black elites to remain the elite and remain kings and continue to oppress and kill the public. So, by the ancients of time eating of the tree of fluorine, they crossbred with every single animal that they could possibly crossbreed with, and they produced giants. And because they produced giants, the giants needed food to eat, to consume as much food as they possibly could eat. That is why they cut down all the ancient trees in which the tree stumps today are called mountains and ate it to survive. So this is how they've lied to us. You have no idea about gigantism, because when you read in the book of Genesis, Moses specifically said that there were giants in ancient times before the flood and after the flood, and you still didn't know, which is what we're going to show you now. So, do you now understand what is going on how huge the giants were, which they never teach you and never know? Look at all the mountains in the world. They are tree stumps. That was just the west level of a giant. Gigantism is not what the Creator made. Normal people in the world which the Creator made did not exceed, no matter what they did, 15 feet tall and a little above 15 feet. That was it, max. Their average height was 8 feet tall and somewhat below 8 feet tall to be 7 feet tall, creating individuality. So all the ancient trees in which the tree stumps today, they have made us to call it mountains, were cut down for the giants, the evil brood of children produced from mankind people crossbreeding with animals. Any type of animal that they could crossbreed with. So when you watch in movies, they show you, or you hear in stories, because these stories are very much in African culture. So that's why you can never listen to a stupid black American try to teach you history. They have no idea. In African culture, you hear about mermaids, you hear about stories of different kinds of beings, because all these beings were trying to tell you of a history that existed, in the sense that black people, mankind people, crossbred with animals. So that is the reason why the creator had to wipe them out, because this is what you've never heard before, but you're hearing it for the very first time here. The world that we live in the known world here, was the area of which the giants and all the evil black mankind people were crossbreeding with animals, and they were spreading across the earth. So the creator himself caused a flood to stop that spread, because it was a virus. It would have consumed the whole earth. And this area of the known world that we live in today is a very tiny part of the earth. So the creator had to stop the infection before it infected the whole earth. Does that make sense? So all that you see around in your world today, all right, because you can't go into the other parts of the world, is the known world. So for those who have the true map of the world, they will understand that when they see that map now. So the giants cut down all the ancient trees. They didn't cut it down in one day. That's why we have to take the time to explain this for you. They cut it continuously over time. And why did they have to cut it down? They had to eat, because as a giant, you have to eat so much to keep your size, otherwise you will die. So they were just becoming what they call in our language gluttonous. So they cut down all the ancient trees to eat, to try to live. Because if not, because of their size and needing so much energy, they would die. Does that make sense? So therefore, continuing on, if you've ever wondered why we have told you that Satan procreated with our great mother, Eka, Iya, and also procreated with Semiramis, and now you're wondering, why is it not possible for Satan, the adapted flying bull, to procreate with female mankind women today? The reason is because of size. It's not possible. It's not possible at this particular point in time for Satan to be able to penetrate any mankind being, because they have become so small. So he couldn't penetrate any mankind woman, female being. They would die. Does that make sense? So this is where we show you and make you understand why the Statue of Liberty is so tall in New York, because that was the actual height of Semiramis, which made it possible for an animal, the adapted flying bull of abomination in Satan, to be able to copulate with. So this is how the evil black elites, led by the leaders, keep history and tell you history and you do not know. We're going to show you so many other things which you've never paid attention to, but now you're going to understand. So if you go read, because we have taught you this before, that the Statue of Liberty is actually a statue of Semiramis. As we have shown you here, and you're looking at it right on the screen, it says the Statue of Liberty is 151 feet tall. Now go compare that to the height we have showed you of what Satan is in an A-Bus 380, the height. So you can now understand how it is possible that Satan could copulate with Semiramis. Oh my goodness. A black evil woman. So when you see the Statue of Liberty, from the heel to the head, go to New York and look at the Statue of Liberty. That is how tall Semiramis was, the daughter of Canaan, in which Canaan inbred with to produce Nimrod. So you can imagine how tall Canaan was. You can imagine now how tall Ham was. You can imagine how tall Japheth was. You can imagine how tall Shem was. You can imagine how tall Noah was, which they don't teach you. So you don't know the truth. So you can imagine now how it's possible that Semiramis had copulation with the animal, abominable animal, which has brought all this suffering that we see in the world and is degrading the known world as we know today, because you're going to understand he can't get into the unknown world because, as we explained earlier, on several acts of shape of world, specifically Act 2, there's a physical limitation to everything. You can now understand how it is possible that the flying adapted bull of abomination in Satan copulated with a mankind black woman because of size, because they've never taught you that in ancient history things were much bigger, and then the things that survived were still much bigger for a time period. That is why when you read in the book of Genesis, what does it say? Let's pull it up so you see it. So when you read in Genesis chapter 6, verse number 4, it says, "Now the giants were upon the earth in those days." We're talking about the times before the flood and after that. Don't worry about this part that says, "When the sons of God were once to go into the daughters of men, they brought to them those with the giants of old, the men of renown." Because that part right there is trying to make you believe that there is such things as angels. All right? Because that is what the evil black elites led by your leaders want you to believe, in the supernatural. There is no supernatural, because that word is a spell which you don't understand. Supernatural just means something above the natural, and natural means that the Creator himself made this world. So if they say there's something above the Creator, what are they trying to make you believe? That they are above the Creator and you should listen to them. That is why they wrote it in Genesis that the Creator or God made man in his image for you to worship a man, and the Creator is not a man. So let's begin to show you now what it means, because you never knew this. Because Mbosowo Moses was the one whom the Creator himself provided all the history for him to know and to teach us. And Mbosowo Moses was given the responsibility to raise a generation that will uphold the truth, and this truth would never die. That is the reason why when you read your scriptures, the lineage of Mbosowo Moses doesn't exist after the book of Deuteronomy. And people do not know, because all what you read about in the scriptures after that is the Aaronic priesthood. You never hear anything about Mbosowo Moses and his sons. All right? All deliberately. So you will not know the truth. Because the evil black elites, especially the leaders, know that Moses' descendants still exist. They make up, as we have taught you, more than 60% of the entire priesthood. So, let's show you now what it means that after the flood, that there were still giants. And then we ask a very vital question, which we're going to answer. How is it possible that the ancient trees could grow so huge in width and height? Because, let me tell you something. The ancient trees, of which the tree stumps are now called mountains, 1,000 miles upwards was nothing. It was more like average. So you can imagine what happened in the flood and how high those flood waters were. It had to cover the whole entire length. That means the flood reached up to more than 10,000 miles upwards. More than that. Going up and going up. That is why it says in scriptures, you couldn't even see the sun. Because when it happened, Edward Noah and all the people who were on the boat with him could not see the sun for 1 week straight. It was pure darkness. All right? Do you understand that? And now you're going to understand how is it possible that gigantism followed after the flood, as is written here and says, and after that. Because the wives that were the wives of Ham, Shem, and Japheth, all right, carried gigantism, because this is what they don't teach you for mankind beings. They've taught you a whole lot of bullshit in the biology. And you're going to understand. The women carry all the genetics of everything that has existed in our time. Just like our great mother, Eve, carried all the genetics of everybody that exists, even with the corrupted genetics, when Satan, an abominable animal, a bull, raped her in her sleep. Let's continue on.
People don't know this. The most eggs a woman's ever had in her lifetime was when she was 5 months inside her mother's belly.
Wow.
So before she was born, she had the most eggs, and that's about 5 million on average. By the time she's born,
people don't know this. The most eggs a woman's ever had in her lifetime was when she was 5 months inside her mother's belly.
Wow.
So before she was born, she had the most eggs, and that's about 5 million on average. By the time she's born.
People don't know this. The most eggs a woman's ever had in her lifetime was when she was 5 months inside her mother's belly.
Wow.
So before she was born, she had the most eggs, and that's about 5 million on average. By the time she's born. People don't know this. The most eggs a woman's ever had in her lifetime was when she was 5 months inside her mother's belly.
Wow.
So before she was born, she had the most eggs, and that's about 5 million on average. By the time she's born.
As it's been already explained on several acts of Shape of a World right here, gigantism, as you've come to find out, which you're going to show you a small picture and image just to make your minds to see and understand what we're saying, even though on Shape of a World right here on several acts, it will show you proper pictures, animation, and possibly even cartoons to really make you have a firm understanding of all this. We've already answered this question, but we just have to repeat it over and over again so that you get the perfect understanding on how it came to be that there were giants in the earth. And when we say giants in the earth, we're talking about men, all right? Because the giants, as you can tell from the fact that every mountain that you see in this world is a tree stump of ancient trees before the flood. And with the short depiction that we showed you, you have come to understand that the mountains that you see today, which are tree stumps of ancient trees, at the height of every mountain in this world was waist level for a giant of a man. All right? And men were not supposed to grow that tall because it is impossible with that kind of growth to be able to sustain your energy and be okay, because you're going to be consuming a lot of food for you to maintain your size. That is why, for example, if you're in bodybuilding, you can really relate to this. For you to maintain size, you need to eat a lot. So that's why, if you notice, bodybuilders eat up to 10 meals, 15 meals a day. And if you ever listen to this animal, Demon albino, anybody with straight hair, in Michael Phelps, he was an Olympic swimming sensation that won so much gold. If he told you the amount of food that he had to consume in a day, and it's only possible for you to consume that much kind of food if you're on steroids.
There's a bit of a debate about exactly how much food Michael had to eat. There was a rumor that he ate upwards of 12,000 calories a day, and even a sketch on Saturday Night Live boasting about the insane Michael Phelps diet. People have tried and failed to mimic this crazy diet, and it turns out eating like an Olympic athlete is really tough when you're not training like one. So did he really eat over 10,000 calories a day? Well, in his autobiography, Michael squashed the 12,000 calorie myth. He said he only ate 8 to 10,000 calories each day to fuel for 30 plus hours per week of training. To put this in perspective, the FDA estimates that a 2,600 calorie per day diet is best for a moderately active 26 to 30-year-old man. Michael ate 4 times that much.
Because as we've already explained already on several videos, most especially the free electricity video, we did make you understand that what steroids do is that they help to digest the food so quickly so you're hungry again, so you can eat some more to maintain your size in bodybuilding and keep going and getting bigger. So you can relate this to the giants that existed before the flood and even after the flood. By consuming so much food, because this is what they wrote in code in the book of Enoch, which a lot of people will read and don't understand what they're saying. Besides the fact that we've made you to understand that the whole book of Enoch is a fabrication, because the whole idea was to make you believe in angels. And when you hear the word angel, it's only talking about Satan, the adopted flying bull, which the evil black elites, led by the leaders and other evil ethnicities around the world, worship Satan. And you've come to find out already the place that they worship Satan at, which is a historical site which people have always known. So for those giants, if you can imagine how tall they were, to maintain that size, they needed to keep on eating. And that is why they cut down all the ancient trees, in which the tree stumps are what they call mountains today. So they were consuming so much. And if they kept on at that rate, the whole world will be destroyed, because this is something they don't teach you. And this is what we share with you on the true map of a world for you to understand. And now those who have this true map will firmly understand what we're saying here. So as these giants were cutting down all the trees, we'll explain the sciences later for you, but just understand this part right here. As they were cutting down all the ancient trees and consuming it, right? Then they were consuming it so that they could maintain their size, because they are going to be constantly hungry. And if they kept going, they would have destroyed the whole earth. All right? And as you've come to understand, if you have the true map of the world, we have shown you that there is a known world and there are other lands outside of the known world which we can't get to. Nothing of this world can get to. So the Creator self had to destroy them. Otherwise, the whole infestation would get into the whole earth. So the known world that you know today is the known world. It's not the whole world. The Creator did not destroy the whole world. He stopped the infestation of the giants as they kept bearing children, and children were growing taller, and their population was getting more, and they were becoming more than actual people. Does that make sense? Even though actual people were still stronger. In the same way we can explain this today, there's a lot of demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails, right? The white man, the Caucasian, the mixed and quarter mixed people who are not Orientals. But they are weaker than whom? They are weaker than mankind, black people with woolly hair and everything, which is the truth. They can't stand the heat. They can't stand anything. But we, mankind, black people with woolly hair, are stronger. So it's the same thing that happened before the flood. Okay? But what you have to understand in this explanation is that the giants before the flood were what? Were still black. That is the truth. They were still black, but they were weaker, because at that size, as you've come to understand, a lot of things in your body without the right nutrients is going to be what? Weaker. When things get too big and they don't have sufficient composition, they will break down easily. But regardless, the infestation was growing so much, so the Creator needed to destroy the part of the known world today, so the infestation would not grow, okay, into the whole earth and consume it and destroy it. In the same manner, we have another infestation at this particular point in time. As it happened before the flood, it is happening now again. The world is slowly being turned into a desert, the known world, by Satan and his children in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals, and also, especially, evil mankind people, black people in the world. So, in the same manner now, this particular infestation of evil is going to be final. It's never going to exist again. This is going to be the end of it. The reason why it seems it did not succeed the first time during the flood is because Ham saved Satan. Ham was evil, all right? Saved Satan, and that brought about the infestation again, because people do not understand this, and you understand it. We've already said it, we're going to say it again. Evil comes from birth, from eating what? From eating poisonous food makes evil people to be born. Let's go back into the beginning now so you fully understand. How did evil come into this world? Through Satan, the adapted flying bull. He ate poisons. Does that make sense? And fed the poisons to our great mother, Iya, who drank and became mortal. So how does all evil come into this world? By eating poisons. So now when the world understands that you have to grow your own food and eat your own food and don't eat poisons, because the reason why there is so much evil in this world over the past, let's say 80 years or whatsoever, is because we are eating poisonous food. If you go back into latter generations, there were less evil people because they were growing their own food and not eating poisonous food. But today, almost everything that we are consumed is poisoned because the population of the world, about 80% isn't growing their food. They are just eating what the evil black elites have grown for us. So when the whole world now understands their world on whom is evil, what Satan is, how you get evil, and how to destroy evil, the termination this time is going to be finite. Because as we have taught you, everything about our world is based on what? Knowledge. We've never had this knowledge up till now, but you're having it now because it's a physical world. All right? And that is why it's taken this long for us to get this full knowledge, because it's a physical world. If it's a physical world, you just can't, if you don't get in contact with someone, pass information to them. You can't pass information on a worldwide scale without having the infrastructure to be able to pass that information. Otherwise, you're just going to do it as it was done in ancient times, in which a town crier needs to travel several miles, all right, within his city, environment, village to pass information. But now with the infrastructure built, because all of the infrastructure and technology which the evil black elites built for us was written by Mbosowo Moses on how the priesthood would be able to build the infrastructure and pass this information so everybody has knowledge. But because the evil black elites are evil, they found out all this knowledge from Moses, the writings of Mbosowo Moses, and they took it upon themselves to do it. And they have made it perfect now. And now the knowledge is being retrieved back originally, the real knowledge that is going to be used for the righteous to know and separate themselves from evil people, evil things, evil neighborhoods, evil communities, and even among their ethnicities, so that their destruction is going to be definite this time. And it is going to be definite in every way, shape, or form. As it happened in Sodom and Gomorrah, so will it happen again. So to continue on, gigantism is caused by the fact that mankind, before the flood, crossbred with animals. And as we've said this before, we repeat it again. Gigantism in the fact that, as you've come to understand how huge, because they never explained this for you to understand, that the level of all the mountains you see in the world today is the height, west level of the giants, because the mountains are ancient tree stumps which the giants cut down, and the height that you see of every mountain is the west level of the giants that lived before the flood. And gigantism came from the fact that mankind were crossbreeding with every animal that they wanted to crossbreed with by eating the tree of fluorine, which you have come to understand is the limestone tree, which the evil black elites led by the leaders mine. And in the language, this limestone tree is called Akang, and the people, even till today, with the leaders lying to them so that they do not understand their history, because the so-called leaders of in the area of which is the priesthood area, they infiltrated into that area. They are not originally from there. They came from other areas of the people and infiltrated, because there was no great high priest for a very long time, almost close to more than 1,000 years or thereabout, after the priesthood Mekwaku brought themselves in the Levitical priesthood to the area all the way from the lands of Israel, which they call Israel. And if you have the true map of the world, you understand that area. So they infiltrated into that and then brought about this stupid idea of kingship back into the priesthood, because there is no great high priest. And as we have taught you, great high priests are very few in number. And what the evil leaders know throughout history is that every 1,000 years or so, that the Creator himself always raises a great high priest, and at this particular point in time is long overdue, but there is none. And the evil leaders have been killing the priesthood. The civil war, which we have already explained, was totally fabricated just to keep killing the priesthood, because the way the Creator works himself, he has a very standard way where he works. He can't do anything more than that. They have come to find out, only to their own detriment, that the knowledge in this world about the truth and that the Creator himself only speaks through a great high priest. So if you could murder the whole entire priesthood and they don't exist, right? Which is a physical thing, right? The Creator will not have anybody to speak for him and share this knowledge that you're receiving right now. So they have murdered and killed innocent people of the priesthood, descendants of the Levitical priesthood, descendants of Moses and his siblings for a very long time. And they do not know it, but now they're going to know. So their end is definitely here in the evil leaders, but they don't realize that, because it can't work. A mechanic cannot know better than the car manufacturer, and they are mechanics in the evil black elites in the so gigantism, in terms of men growing that tall, whom were the tallest, biggest things in the world, besides the fact that everything that you see today that looks very tiny were very, very huge in ancient times, because as you've come to understand, all the food that we need for survival comes from plants. And literally, the plants that provide everything for us in every way, shape, or form are those ancient trees, which are now called mountains. And in the known world right here, they do not exist anymore. They are dead, they are trying to grow, but because of all the acid that the evil, abominable animal has been pouring and eating all the food that the ancient trees need to grow back, they haven't been able to grow, and now we're having more desertification every day because of one animal in the adapted flying bull in Satan, who has existed for over 7,000 years, pouring poisons upon us in rain, all right? In rain, peeing and stooling, and then eating all the food that is necessary for vegetation to grow and the mountains, the ancient trees to grow back. And with his evil children, in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who go tells the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix, come and other rentals, they are causing this whole desertification, and they are almost annihilating life. both by them physically breathing fluorine upon us and in their actions. Look at all the suffering that has gone on in the world. These evil, abominable animals in demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. The white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people, whom are not Orientals. They have heard that they are the ones that are enslaving mankind, black people, but they have done nothing. They have done nothing to stop that story. Even to tell the press, we should all come together and say that we should not be carrying this news anymore, that we have changed. We no longer want to be associated with any news that says that Europeans, the white man, or anybody that is with straight hair, enslaved mankind, black people. That is how wicked they are. They stay in their homes with the privileges that the evil black elites give them, led by leaders, and keep collecting, eating, doing whatsoever they want, having, traveling all the world, and then looking at mankind people as shit when they are the shit. And that's why we're here to show you that. So gigantism is caused by black people, mankind people, before the flood, having crossbred with animals, and some of them still carry those eggs, as you're going to find out, that women carry every single genetic in this world, because they don't teach you very well in biology, but you're going to understand that it's women that carry every single thing. So if you have evil women, such as the evil black women of America, right, which are responsible for the way America is and going to be destroyed permanently, being evil, then there is no hope for us. Because once the women go evil, all life as it is right now, after an evil, abominable animal in Satan raped our great mother and introduced evil genetics into her by she becoming mortal, there is no hope. So that is why if you say that you're righteous, you gotta leave North America, because it's going to be totally destroyed. And as we've told you, do not let anybody who says they're an American, either from United States of America or Canada, come into your country if they do not speak your language. They are not one of yours, because they have lived in luxury for a very long time and have been shitting on Africans, because the evil black elites who run the world, whom are Africans, want this exactly. They wanted to train the world using their propaganda state in the United States of America and Canada, so that everybody else in the world will become evil and then they can stay as kings forever. Everybody's evil, they're on top. So continue on. Gigantism is caused by the fact that mankind people crossbred with animals of ancient times, all right? There were not supposed to be any gigantism in the earth. Things were just supposed to grow to a certain level and then just stay there and be mature and not grow anymore. That is what the Creator himself made. But gigantism kept on growing, even though it would not be able to grow to a certain level, because everything has a physical limitation regardless. But the destructive nature would set in, because that's why you've been listening to this whole entire video, in trying to make you understand that evil things even want to live. Everybody has and will always have respect for their lives. They want to live. The only time when someone kills themselves is because when they look at it, they have no other means of survival. All right, things have gone way out of hand. They don't have any place to live. They don't have food to eat. They do not know how they're going to survive based on the situation we are in this world, that they have made us to wipe out from our minds totally, that we're supposed to grow our own food. So when you have lost all those thoughts and you start thinking as an evil person, because it's evil people who take their lives and commit suicide. A righteous person will never do that, no matter how hard life is. I want you to imagine what Noah went through in the flood, seeing the whole world destroyed and the trauma that he had to go through. But he didn't commit suicide, because righteous people don't commit suicide. Why? Because righteous person values life. It is evil people, evil beings that do not value life. They will never commit suicide in righteous people. So, but with someone who's unrighteous, when they now look at everything and they are evil, right? They have no way, a source of income on how they're going to survive. They have no food to eat. And because they're evil, they can't think straight. They can end their lives because they have no respect for life. So continue on. All you need to understand right now is that gigantism is caused by the fact that mankind people, when they became mortal, because a lot of you are going to wonder what that word means, mortal. You have to go back to several acts of shape of world. Watch from Acts 4:5 down. That explanation is not going to be given here, and you understand what that means. By becoming mortal and crossbreeding with animals, they became giants. All right? That's all what you need to understand. And as I've told you already, crossbreeding with all animals in ancient times produced gigantism. But Satan, when he copulated with anything, produced imps. And the imps now, through the poisons fed to us and them crossbreeding with mankind, black people in woolly hair, produce the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, Caucasian, half mixed, quarter mixed people whom are not Orientals, who still grow those tails and animal features, but because of all the poisoning fed to us today, they do not grow those tails and animal features. Satan only produced imps, not gigantism. Let's continue on. So what you're looking here on the screen is trying to show you without a shadow of a doubt, so you don't think anywhere. On the left of the screen is Devil's Rock in Wyoming. All right. On the right is a regular tree stump, because we want you to understand without a shadow of a doubt that all the so-called mountains are what? Ancient tree stumps, the real trees, which they haven't taught you. They haven't read into the Bible because they do not want you to understand anything at all, because there are things that the evil black elites, led by the leaders, knew through studying the writings of Mbosowo Moses, and they do not want you to know that, so they totally remove that. All right? They don't put it in any book. You will never know this truth until you are listening to us on this channel called Tricks of the Eighth Trade. And the only reason why we know is because the priests who taught us, who still know the original writings of Mbosowo Moses. Without that, you will never know it. So, when you're looking right here at Devil's Tower in Wyoming, this is a tree stump, a plant. Now, here's a regular plant on the right side of your screen, which you people call a tree, but this is not trees. In the original classification of what plants are, these are herbs, but they just have the same structure as the ancient trees, which the stumps are now called mountains. But they have the same structure, and we'll go into further details for you to understand, as we've already taught you already on several acts of Shape of World, that everything in this world that we as living things, when we say living things here, we're talking about organisms that are animals and mankind, all right? Everything in this world that we depend on to survive comes from plants. And plants are what? First and foremost, what do you need to understand? the ancient trees in which the tree stumps are called mountains in the known world. So, without you being in agriculture, because if, for example, this ancient tree provides all the sustenance that we need and is a plant, and the Creator himself grew this, it means that if you want to survive in this world and have sustenance, you have to do what? You have to be in agriculture, farming, to do what? Grow plants, because animals survive on eating what? Plants. If you do not grow your own food in the plants, how do you want to survive? If the Creator himself grew plants, that's the first thing that he did in making the world. And as the original plants, as you're finding out, were the ancient trees, in whose tree stumps the evil giants cut down to eat so that they could survive. So how are you going to survive if you're not growing your own food? Do you see how dumb we've become? And for all the stupid, evil people who've been listening to us for 9 years, going to 10 years now, which we have been talking left, right, and center, grow your own food, and they haven't done anything. It's all gonna come down, winding down so fast. Now, this is what people don't understand. We have to say it again. Because you're righteous doesn't mean that you're not gonna suffer. If you're righteous, you will still suffer, except you do the instructions of what a righteous person is supposed to do. If you are saying that you are righteous and you do not do the instructions and follow the commandments of what a righteous person is going to do, what are you setting up yourself for? Suffering, failure, sickness, and immature death. Don't think that because you're righteous, you're not going to suffer. You will only stop the suffering and you will not suffer if you do the instructions. And the first instruction is grow your own food. If not, that is why in this world today, righteous people pray left, right, and center to whomsoever they think is the Creator, God. They don't have any answers. Because you're not doing the instructions, you stupid idiots. Go and grow your own food so you can survive and have sustenance. But continue on right there. We all want you to pay attention and understand that plants are what makes us to have sustenance in this life, and that you should grow plants for you to survive. And in farming, as it is after the flood right now, you have to grow plants and animals for your sustenance. Why? Because we no longer have the ancient trees which provided all the nutrients for us to eat, because it was all cut down by the evil giants in trying to eat and survive. That's why when you read in the book of Genesis, it's going to show up on your screen. There's a very particular verse after the flood in which the Creator himself told Edwaknoa, you can now eat animals. Why? Because right now, there are no more ancient trees in the known world for you to eat and survive as you used to do before the flood. So you can now eat the animals that you brought out in the ark and eat some of them, okay, for your sustenance. Because before the flood, nobody consumed animals in any way, shape, or form, because they did not have enough nutrients for you to eat and survive. Because all the nutrients that we ever needed before the flood was in ancient trees, in which the tree stumps are now called mountains. So we're just showing you right here so you can see that plants, because the ancient trees are plants, right? The herbs, which we now call trees, an example in like the eucalyptus tree, a pine tree, the iroko tree, so on and so forth, are also a lower type of plant. Anything else that is not in that category that we've just mentioned is grass. But all what we're showing you right here is to see that plants in the ancient trees and the herbs or herbs, as you've come to understand that the pronunciation of the letter H forcefully in the spelling of herbs, Herbs, is something that the Arabics, mankind, black people, which we know as the children of Ishmael, because people never pay attention to the words, is from the word Ishmael that you have Islam. Take a look. How is Ishmael spelled? I-S-H-M-A what? L, right? If you take out the sound, what does it come to? Islam. Do you see that? So that is how spellings are used for you not to know what is what, and you're understanding it as you're listening to us. And we only know this because the priests who taught us, the descendants of Moses, Mbosowo, which people don't know that they still do exist, because as we have taught you, we are all living embodiments of those who existed before us, but they wiped out the knowledge of Mbosowo Moses in scripture and his descendants, so you would never know the truth, because evil people are supposed to do what? They're supposed to believe lies, and they go to the lake of fire. But now let's continue to show you some other pictures so you understand gigantism and how it continued after the flood. So here is an image, and we trying to make you understand how tall the giants are. On the left side of the screen, right here, we try to put the Devil's Rock in Wyoming, which is a mountain. So you can understand that it's a tree stump. And on the right side right here, you can see that this is a man trying to cut a regular tree, as you've come to understand that a regular tree is in the classification of plants which the creator made. A regular tree is called a herb or an herb. For the stupid people who think that English means that you know something, especially in the stupid, evil blacks of America. We're not even talking about the demons, albinos, anybody with straight who grew tails, because they are nothing, as you've come to understand. They are the real shit of the earth, and they're all going to the lake of fire in a very short minute as we keep explaining this, and you're going to understand. So all we're trying to do here, because you're going to see the animation, very good, beautiful animation later on in Shepherd World right here, but this is just trying to explain for you so you see it. So right here, you can see we are trying to show you that the height for you as a man to cut any tree in this world, when you swing an axe or you use maybe, let's say, an electric saw in any way, shape or form, you're going to comfortably do it at your waist level, because as you're seeing right here, as this black mankind person is standing to cut a tree down, the way he's swinging his axe is at his waist level. Just follow a mouse, that is waist level. So with the ancient trees in which the tree stumps are now called mountains, which the giants cut down, you just have to imagine in your mind, and this is Devil's Tower, Wyoming, that you're seeing right here, how tall the giants were in the earth, which you've never understood, but now you can imagine with your mind as you're listening to the truth. So let's continue now to show you how after the flood, as you've read in the book of Genesis, which was written by Mbosowo Moses, our great high priest, which is the reason why you get to know all this truth today, because without him, you would never know. We want to show you what it means in that particular portion of scripture that we just showed you in Genesis 6, verse 4, in which is written that after the flood. But what you have to come to understand, as we explained to you, is that the gigantism after the flood was not the same as the gigantism before the flood. Why? You've understood this very well right now. Food. There was not enough mountain trees, ancient trees, for the giants that existed after the flood to eat and to be able to be as tall as the giants before the flood. That is why Semiramis, as we showed you earlier in her height, was not tall as the mountains, but was still a giant regardless. And they were still giants, but not the same as after the flood. So let's show you so you understand this, because all of this history has been hidden and you don't understand. And you will never understand except you hear from a great high priest. And the great high priest is a descendant of Moses, Mbosowo, and the creator himself only speaks through a great high priest. He can't do it any other way. He doesn't know how to do it. It's not because he doesn't want to do it, there's no other way to do it. Let's continue on. So if you go into Egypt, you're going to see a lot of like statues, huge statues, right? And you're going to wonder, because you're looking at right here, this is a man. This is the size of a regular man living today in 2025 to 2026. And if you go earlier back in history, a lot of people were taller and bigger. So 50 years ago, there were taller and bigger people, which we're going to show you in a very short minute. 20 years ago, there were a lot of taller, bigger people. If you go back earlier on in history, you'll find that people were taller and bigger. So that is what it means in scriptures, that they were giants after the flood. But after the flood era, as you've come to understand, they were not that much big giants as the giants before the flood. So what you're looking at right here is that if you go into Egypt, you're going to see a lot of statues like this, very huge. This is a man right here. This man is going to be like maybe 6 feet tall average. But I want you to look at the statues that he's looking at, which is in Egypt. This man is going to be 4 times the height of this statue, which means if this man is, let's just give him 6 feet tall. 6 times 4 is what? 24. So these statues would be up to 24 and up to 30 feet in height. This is what people were in terms of those who carried the genetics, all right? The genes of that their forefathers before the flood were crossbreeding with animals, which is what is responsible for gigantism. So being a giant now made you to be what? A king. The giants were the tallest. The kings in times after the flood were the tallest, biggest things. Because other people whom were not that tall or not that big would be afraid of them because of the height. It's just like when you see something very big, you are in awe of it and scared of it. Why are you in awe of it and scared of it? Because you do not know history. Do you understand what we're saying now? So history is the most important thing. Do you think that Noah, Edward, was afraid of the giants? No, they were afraid of him. Why were they afraid of him? Because Noah, Edward, was stronger, a real man, just as today. The demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix, half mixed people are afraid of black people in wool hair mankind. They are just afraid when they see them. Why? It's a natural instinct to knowing something else is stronger than you. Because when the demon albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, all right, the quarter mix and half mixed people see a black man, in most circumstances, the white man, the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mixed people, they are rich and wealthy. They have more money. They have everything going for them that they need. But once they see a mankind person, black man, they become afraid. They start acting in fear, start acting to either subjugate the mankind black person, call the police if they can call the police, all right, in the Western world. But if not, they try to act in a way just to make sure, all right, that this mankind black person is going to be subject to them out of fear. So you're understanding history now. But the knowledge makes you understand what is and what is not. So giants after the flood became the kings. but they are weak because there is not enough nutrients to sustain that kind of growth to keep them as a giant. So they had all kinds of issues with their bodies.
Victor, he tried to back him up. That's what you're supposed to do.
Vucevic left it short. Now Victor running the floor. Behind the back, Jeremy Sohan with a hammer.
Yeah, now return the favor. That was absolutely spectacular from your big fella. That's going to be our Methodist Healthcare assist, no doubt.
Because there's not enough sustenance, they can't keep that going because the Creator Himself did not make gigantism in man. Everything else that the Creator made was big, but gigantism was not a part of it. So Satan in this world is the biggest animal that has existed after the flood. That was the standard of hugeness in what an animal as a cow was supposed to be. If you can imagine it, as we showed you the dimensions of an A380 aircraft, Airbus, the largest passenger commercial liner. So when you go into Egypt and you see all these statues, without a shadow of doubt, something I'm going to play across the screen, that was the actual heights of the kings of Egypt after the flood, descended from the wives that came with Shem, Ham, and Japheth after the flood. Because as you're going to understand, as we're leading you into the scientific part of Shape of a World right here on Act 8, you're going to understand that women carry all the genetics. So women go bad, the country is doomed as United States of America and Canada. You get out of it. Let's continue on. So here is another statue right here. You can see these are demons, albinos, anybody with straight heel growth tails. But don't worry about that. We just want to show you that this is the actual height of the giants after the flood, after they came out from the boat of Noah in the children that grew for a very long time. They don't teach you this in history, but you're hearing this right now because the priesthood taught us. This is another image right here. So you go into Egypt and you see all these images right here. It's not a coincidence, because this is why they don't make you understand, as you have made you to understand, what's the difference between using alphabets and pictography. In ancient times, what they had was pictography. If I was 7 foot tall, or 8 feet tall, 9 foot tall, 10 feet, 12, 15 feet tall, I would make an image of myself in the exact same manner. So whenever you see that image, you know this man was 15 foot tall. You don't have to think about it. in any way, shape, or form. So this is what the ancients did. So when you go into Egypt and you see, all right, statues like this, so tall, as you can see right here, this is almost like, let's say 6 feet tall as you're looking at a mouse. If you multiply that 3, 4, 5 times, all right, 5 times, 30 feet. That is how tall the ancients were after the flood. That is why in scriptures, you now understand what you were reading. When the book of Genesis, which was written by Mbosowo Moses, said that there were giants before the flood and after that. Now, why did they need to cut short? Because that is not the actual reading of what Mbosowo Moses wrote. They cut it out because he would have told you that the giants after the flood were not as big and tall as the giants before the flood. But the evil rogue leaders who brought about Christianity cut that out for you. So you would never know the truth, because our world is based on knowledge. We are controlled by knowledge, and knowledge is history. So when you go into Egypt and you see all the hieroglyphs, that is kept by the evil black elites so that they could always remind themselves, because to them they think that they are giants, because we have been deceived into believing that when something is this huge, example in gigantism, which you have come to understand, is caused by the fact that mankind people crossbred with animals and brought about something which wasn't supposed to exist or grow to that level in mankind beings. Then you can understand what gigantism is. But you can understand that gigantism means weakness. It's not something that's supposed to exist. So if you don't know that history, you're going to be standing in awe of giants, all right? And you're going to be worshiping and adoring them as the kings of the earth, which is what people were doing who were regular, normal people, all right? In ancient times, and we're talking about ancient times, is after the flood right here, in worshiping giants, and then they became kings. And so the evil black elites today kept all this history, so they would themselves always look at all the statues in Egypt to say, oh, that is how we were. If you're huge, you're big. So that is why in everything in this world, you've come to understand, they have that mentality. If it's huge, it's wonderful and great. So that's why you have a monopoly. You have such a company, let's say, as Amazon. Amazon is all over the world, so huge and big. So if you're huge and big, you're great. That is the evil mentality they have. Huge and big doesn't mean great. It's about what? It's about you being sufficient, all right, and being at rest with whatever you are. Evil introduced us into thinking that whatever we are as we find ourselves, besides all the suffering, fabricated suffering that we have in this world. So a man finds himself born as a man. You should be sufficient in that you're a man and be a man. A woman finds herself being a woman. You should be sufficient in being a woman. That is how you find yourself. But evil has made us to believe in so much bullshit that men today think that they are women and become homosexuals. The same with women. They found themselves to be women, then they become homosexuals and transgenders, so on and so forth. So as a mankind person, just be at peace in what you find yourself to have, as long as you can have a house to live in, and in this time and era, something to move you around. Be satisfied. Don't seek things that try to give you a position in life, because evil people seek positions. They want to be lords, kings, presidents, so on and so forth. You don't need all that. All you just need is to live. As long as you have a house to live, something that can move you around in this present world, be okay. You don't need anything more than that. But now let's continue on to show you how it is possible that the ancient trees could grow this long and this high, which you've never known until now, because this is going to lead you somewhere to understand how evil people are ending up in the lake of fire. And we wanted to start to show you this because in the sciences you have heard before, but you've never really understood because they don't explain it for you, because they really do know. Based on what our great high priest in Bosowo Moses taught us, what the world is and really looks like. Let's continue on now, because you're going to know all about the lake of fire, which has already been revealed, but we have to dibble and dabble here so you have full understanding. Let's continue on now.
What do we have here?
Look at it. It's gobbling up all my fruit.
Bring her a flight.
Oh, it's one of mine.
I am Gore, the last of your disciples. We have lost everything. My lord, the land is dry. Our life is lost. But our faith in you never wavered, and now we await the promise of the eternal reward. Is this why you celebrate?
He thinks there's an eternal reward! No, sorry. There's no eternal reward for you, dog! What we're celebrating is a fresh kill.
We just vanquished the holder of the Necro Sword before he could harm any other gods with that cursed blade.
He threatened to end my entire empire.
But my lord, your empire has already ended. There is no one left to worship you.
There'll be more followers to replace you. There always are.
We have suffered. And we have starved. My daughter died. In your name.
And well, you should. Suffering for your gods is your only purpose. There's nothing for you after death, except death.
You are no god. I renounce you.
Now your meaningless life finally does have a purpose.
To sacrifice yourself to me.
It's refugees. Kill all the gods. Go to eternity. It's refugees. Summon the life force. Go to eternity. Summon the Christ. Go to eternity.
God chose you. You are now cursed.
Funny. It doesn't feel like a curse. It feels like a promise. So this is my vow. All gods will die.
If you did watch the short clip that we played for you of the movie called Thor, Love and Thunder, a lot of people, when watching movies, especially mankind, black people with woolly hair, they watch the movies as entertainment. Why would you watch the movies as entertainment? Because when you watch a lot of Western movies, if you're a black mankind person, most of the things that you're going to see in those movies are demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people whom are not Orientals who grow tails. So when you watch these movies and you see demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people whom are animals, as a black mankind person, you're never gonna relay that the movie relates to you. All right? It's a deception. Because why is it done this way? Because you have to understand psychology of the evil black elites led by the leaders running this world. They have lived in the sense that their great forefathers way back, all right, have studied the behavior of mankind in oppressing, subjecting them to themselves as kings. And they've understood that the only way that you can oppress and subject someone is by telling them a lie, a deception, all right? So if you're successful in telling someone a lie and they believe the lie, they will act according to those lies. So now, number one, the lies that they have controlled all mankind, black people, to be their subjects, because you have to understand, as we have always told you, if you're a stupid mankind black person in this world with woolly hair, you have to understand that you are the one suffering. If you never get that, you're never going to get out of this situation in any way, shape, or form. And we've told you the answer to oppression and suffering is for you to grow your own food, especially if you're African, because you still have access to the land from your own lineage and descendants. But everybody else who is in the Western world, even the evil blacks of America, who claim to be Native American, whom are not Native American, and never owned in any way, shape, or form any land or property rights, are not the owners of the United States of America land property in any way, because they are not native to the United States of America and Canada in any way, shape, or form. Cannot lay claim and ownership on the land that they have, that they think they have, because it's not their land. As you have told you, and we'll keep on continue telling you in the next few short minutes. Because the evil black elites know psychology. They understand the fact that if you're watching a scene like this, right? Let's take a look at this scene right here, which we've just showed you. And you see someone who's taller, which is Rapu, in the scene between Gore and Rapu in the movie called Thor, Love and Thunder. You can go watch that again, right? You can see that this is a giant, right? And you can see that he has something on his head which looks like rays of the sun, because the name is Rapu. It's a spell on Ra, the sun god. So these rays here on top of his head are the rays of, if you ever are into Egyptian Bantu mythology, Ra is the sun god, and these rays are depicting rays of the sun, which means they are talking about that this is a sun god. All right? The next thing that you're going to notice is that Ra here picks up a man who is smaller than him. Rapu right here, or Ra, is a giant. The second thing is this. The characters in this movie, Thor, Love and Thunder, are not black mankind people. Alright? So when you as a black mankind person with woolly hair watching this movie, you're not going to relay it to yourself because this is psychology. You can only understand things if they represent what you are. Does that make sense? If you watch a movie, as you watch a lot of animation, you watch such movies or animations as maybe Tom and Jerry, okay? Tom and Jerry, you watch animations such as Scooby-Doo, you watch animations such as The Simpsons, and all the pictures that they show you in those animations don't show a black mankind person with woolly hair. So when you're watching it, you're not relaying the information that they're telling you in those animations to yourself. Why? Because it doesn't depict whom you are. You can look at a dog acting and relay the information that the information is talking about you. So this is what the evil black elites have been able to do successfully over the years, such that black mankind people will watch movies, all right? And they will not relate that the movies is talking about them. They will not relate that the movies is telling them about reality. Because most movies you watch, which are designed by the black elites, but using animals, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mixed people, whom are not Orientals, who grow tails, you will not know that those movies are telling you real life history. Why do the black elites do it this way? Because they take joy out of mocking and subjecting their public, which is mankind black people with woolly hair, and most especially Africans. So most movies that you watch is telling you history. The black elites are telling you history, but they are using animals. And if you are a black mankind person with woolly hair, you're not going to relate those stories to yourself, because that is the idea. They don't want you to know the truth, but they can tell you the truth and mix it with fantasies so you never get the understanding. Because besides the fact that they have told us so many lies to the mankind black public, and then the black mankind public with woolly hair have no idea about their reality. That the people running the world are blacks, mankind with woolly hair, and most importantly, Africans in Africa. So when you're watching all the movies and thinking that you're watching entertainment, no, it's not. It's telling you some reality in code and fantasies, because when you're an evil black person and you are in the lake of fire, you're going to know that they told you. So in this particular scene, if you did pay attention to it, you can go rewind it, listen to it over and over again. This is literally the evil black elites telling you the truth in code. Number one, Ra right here says that the purpose of all his subjects, which is Gore, is to suffer for them. Isn't that what is going on in the world today? Mankind black people are suffering so much for their elites in any country of the world that they are in. But because you're watching it with the mind of entertainment, if you're a black mankind person, you don't get it. Secondly, what you're gonna hear in that particular scene is this. Rapu here says that Gore and his subjects are supposed to be worshipping him, and that there are many more of them who will worship him when Gore himself dies. And he also says that there is no such thing as an eternal reward, which people in Christianity believe that when you die, as they have preached to you in your evil pastors, that when you die and go to heaven, that's where you enjoy. It don't exist. When you die in this earth as an evil person, you go to the lake of fire. If you die as a righteous person, for the time period right now, you don't exist, but you're still going to come back to this earth. There is no heaven for you. This is the world that the Creator made for us to exist. Another thing in code that you never paid attention to, the fact is this: God is a smaller being, all right? And Rapu here is a giant, because as we have told you, after the flood, the giants were kings. And as they were kings, they were worshipped. When you worship something, it becomes what? Your God. So literally they are telling you right here, without you understanding, because you're watching movies with the mind of entertainment, that a giant is a king. Because that's what we have just shown you. Giants became kings because they were the largest, biggest beings among their people. And so the people adored, feared, and worshipped them. Because as we have told you, the reason why people stand in awe of giants is because they do not know their history, and they do not know that giants are weaker than normal men. Because as you watch the movie, right, God is a smaller man, right? But he ended up killing a giant. But because you're watching it with the mind of entertainment, you don't see the truth that the evil black elites are telling you, because they know the truth. How do they know the truth? Because they're in the sciences. And they understand through the sciences and everything that gigantism, because the Creator did not make giants, that giants are weaker as men. But they showed you this in code and you never paid attention because you're watching it with the mind of entertainment. Another thing you would have never paid attention is to the fact that God tells Rapu that the land is dry. Dryness means deserts, which is what we're seeing in the world. And why is the land turning dry? Because the evil black elites, when they were giants, example in Nimrod and Semiramis copulated with Satan to bring about all the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair as imps, before another crossbreeding made them to look like everybody that you're looking today, which is an animal, a demon, an albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people who grow tails. And because of all the poisoning fed to us in water, as you come to understand rice, and the removal of iodine from the food supply, they have deceived you that they are mankind when they are not. Because the hair test, as you have shown you, tells you whom is mankind and whom is not. Because all animals in this world have straight hair, and when you put it in water, it collapses because they are not mankind. And mankind's hair doesn't do that in black people with woolly hair. And because of not exterminating Satan and his children, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people whom are not Orientals, the earth has become a desert, dry, as God said in this particular scene. But as you're watching it with the mind of entertainment, you don't get that. But continuing on, this scene was totally telling you that giants were kings, and as kings, as they were worshipped, they are gods. And it's also telling you that kings and gigantism is weakness, as we have shown you in a clip of Victor Bayama, who plays basketball, for you to see that the way he moves is unathletic. He can't jump, he can't run, he can't turn and twist in an athletic manner, because gigantism is not what the Creator made. As an example, in Victor Bayama. So being a king is weakness because of how kingship came to be into this world after the flood. It was based on gigantism, and gigantism is weakness. It's just that when you look at the stature of a giant, you are afraid, but they are weak in every way, shape, or form. And all the elites of this world are descended from the fact that their forefathers, because they kept the history and you do not know it, were giants. That's why they want to be big in everything for you to worship them, either as the elites or celebrities in any way, shape, or form.
This is for my father. Zuri, no. Stop! Zuri, don't! I am the cause of your father's death, not him. Take me. I'll take you both, Uncle James. No! 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 Zuri, no! 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 Zuri! Zuri! No! No! Me! Right! Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king? The Black Panther, who's supposed to lead you into the future.
Come on, brother! Is there nothing that can be done?
Him? He's supposed to protect you. Nah.
So in the short clip that we played for you, of which you've watched the movie called Black Panther, in which Killmonger kills T'Challa. Forget about anything you watch again in Black Panther after that scene. It's all bullshit, because nobody can survive that fall from a waterfall that height and live again. But because the evil black elites, knowing that they are weak, why do they know that they are weak? Because they are in the sciences. They understand that gigantism in man is weakness, because there is no way to sustain that kind of growth and be healthy and be fit and be athletic, as you're going to find out as we get along on this very next part of Shape of the World right here. They know that. So that's why they put it in this scene, because they are the ones who are making all these movies for you, but you don't understand because you're watching with the mindset of white supremacy. Animal, demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mix people who are not Orientals, that they are the ones running the world. So you as a black mankind person will never get that. But they understand it, so that's why they make it out in these movies. But they want their own people in all the evil brood that they have in this world to believe that they are strong when they are actually weak. But you, as a mankind person, if you never know that, you will never know that they are weak. Because if they were strong, let's explain this for you very simply so you understand. So if the elites of this world, the black mankind with woolly hair elites, were really that strong, they should be able to come out and tell you, we run the whole entire world. And be not afraid, because if you're a strong person, you know you can take on anybody and nothing is going to happen to you. You can just come out and declare that. But they are not able to do that. Why? Because they are weak. So they have to do it deceptively through poisoning you, telling you lies because you refuse to know your history, and using demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people, whom are not Orientals, in which when black people, mankind people with woolly hair see every day, know that they are weaker. And even the demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people who see black people know that they are weaker in their presence. They are afraid of you. But you do not know this because you don't know your history. Strength does not require for you to do things deceptively and tell lies. If the evil black elites of this world, whom are descendants of giants of ancient times after the flood, were that strong, they would never do what they are doing deceptively and hiding and teaching you white supremacy and the stories that the evil blacks of America keep telling you about slavery, all to control you. When naturally, when you see an animal, a demon, albino, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mixed and half mixed people, you can tell that they are weak. They can't stay in the sun. They can't go through stress in any way, shape, or form. But you do that as a black mankind person and you're still alive upon all the poisons that they are feeding to you. So gigantism in any way, shape, or form is not strength. Satan is a giant compared to us black mankind people living today. If you ever see an Airbus 380 jumbo jet and you look at its dimensions, it's huge, which is the size of Satan. But even in that size, Satan is hiding from you. If he was that strong, why is he hiding? Why doesn't he just walk around the earth and let us see him wherever you are in the city? Because he knows he's going to be killed, because he knows that he's not strong. Gigantism is not strength. Because if Satan showed up, if he were able to kill 1 or 2 or 3 few million people walking around, all right, and not flying around the earth and not landing, after a few couple of those kind of acts, all mankind people would stand up and say, we have to kill this animal. Because here's one thing you have to know. As righteous people, when you're threatened with death, because the Creator himself gave us life, a righteous person is going to rise up against death, because he is for life. The Creator is for life, and he's going to kill and destroy anything that is trying to terminate him. That is why the evil black elites and Satan hide from you. They are weaker, but you just don't know. And why don't you know? Because you don't know your history. So all evil people in this world, including the black elites, have deceived themselves to the lake of fire. How? Let's explain this. All of us, when we're born into this world, right? We have no idea how we came into this world. We wake up one day, all right? And after a period of time of us being born, our parents give us a name, or anybody who's your guardian gives you a name, right? And you come into this world as a baby. You now grow into a toddler. You now grow into a young adult. You now grow into a mature person. You get old, and then you're going to die. All through that time period that you've lived on this earth, you've come in and seen that other people around you are born into this world. Others are dying. They get old and die. And you have studied all of this. You've seen it yourself. You've seen a child get born. You've seen a child or someone get old. All right? Someone who was born before you get old and then die. And then as you have seen that person die, you have seen another person get born. But the world still remains the same. If the world still remains the same, and you were born into it, and the world still continues on, after you notice that when other people die, the world still continues on, what makes you think, when observing all of that, that there is no creator? The world stays as is. You come in, you're born, you grow old, and you die, and the world stays as is, and you say there is no creator. Aren't you a fool? Because if there was no creator, how would you come to exist and the world still stays the same after other people like you have stayed and existed and died, and more people are born into the world and they continue on, and when you die they will continue on? What makes you think of that there is no creator? Do you see how foolish the evil of this world are? You're a homosexual, you do all kinds of evil, you steal, you kill, you deceive, and you think in all of that as you were born into this world, and you see it and you die, and you say there is no creator. You've only fooled yourself. Because here's what you have to understand. None of us were meant to die in this world in any way, shape, or form. The only reason why it seems like we are dying is this. Our parents never lived long to tell us history. Because as we are living in this world right now in the year 2025 to 2026, our parents will not exceed maybe at the max 130 years if you're a black mankind person with woolly hair. And at 130 years, you're still a baby. So you have no idea about the history of this world. So if our parents didn't live for 500 years and max 200 years onwards, you will understand a little about the history to understand that there is a creator that made it. So when you come in and you do all kinds of evil, because you have to ask yourself this question. If you are an evil black mankind person, let's say, for example, as you've come to believe that homosexuality, inbreeding, stealing, killing, and deceiving people is okay because you do it. We want to ask you this question, and please answer it. If there is no creator in any way, shape, or form, and something else made the world, I want you to ask yourself this question. In what world or what universe is it going to be okay for someone to take something that you have, that you did not give to them, force you at gunpoint to take it? Let's say you have $1 million in whatever universe you think that you have. You worked hard for that $1 million. And someone at gunpoint points a gun to you and takes the $1 million. Will that be okay in any universe at all? No. Because no matter what you believe, it does not exist in any world, in any way, shape, or form, that someone should come and take something that you did not give them and forcefully take it from you, either by deception and lies. So therefore, when you're thinking in your mind that there is no creator, For the evil who have deceived themselves by doing abominations, homosexuality, inbreeding, stealing, lying, and deceiving other people. And you think that there is no creator. You're going to know right now that there is one, based on what we have told you. And let's continue on to show you the lake of fire. So before we get into answering the question we asked for your own understanding on how the ancient trees, in which the tree stumps today are called mountains, which the giants of old cut down, the largest things, living organisms, in the fact that these giants came about from the fact that mankind crossbred with animals. And something that was not supposed to exist tried to exist and required food to exist. So what we have to make you understand by asking a question is, why did these giants have to cut down all the ancient trees in the known world, as you've come to understand that the world is far much more bigger than what they show you, and that the unknown parts are far bigger? And here is the craziest things which you don't know, because they try to show you in certain movies and you really don't get it, such as the Jurassic Park movies, in which the trailer is going to play for you. You'll find that in those Jurassic Park movies, they go into some remote island and they find all these ancient organisms, which they call dinosaurs, that are still living. Now, this is just information that has already been revealed for you. The so-called dinosaurs that you see in the Jurassic Park movies, if you notice the way they walk, all right, for some of them, they have two hind feet and walk around those two hind feet, just like you would find birds walking in this world today. An example in such a crossbred bird like chicken walking on 2 feet, or any type of bird that you see, they walk on 2 feet, right? Most of the dinosaurs which they show you in that Jurassic Park walk on 2 feet, and they're very huge. What you have to understand, what they are showing you in code in the Jurassic Park movies about those dinosaurs that walk on 2 feet is the fact that birds such as the eagle you see today, the pigeons, the ostrich, and other birds of the world. That is how huge they were when the Creator made them in ancient times before the flood. So after the flood, things just got to be smaller and smaller. Why? Because we don't have the trees anymore, in which the tree stumps are now mountains to eat, to give us all the nutrition that we need. So we just reduced in size. That is why, for example, as we have taught you, the average height for a man was like 10 feet tall. They could grow up to like 15 feet tall, and that was it, max. And the highest height for a woman would be such as maybe, let's say, 8 feet tall, and they could grow up to, let's say, 12 feet tall, and that was it. But people never know that things were much larger in ancient times based on the food. So if you see anybody today who is a giant, all right, when we say giant, he's tall, maybe like 7 foot tall, in like Shaquille O'Neal and the rest. It's because of the food. But because of poisoning the food gradually over time and removing iodine from the food supply, we have become smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, let's show you an example of a woman called Ella Boma, all right? If that's the right pronunciation, you're going to see on the screen. She was very tall not too long ago, 7 feet tall, a woman. So you understand that the height that we are today, in which we are very tiny and very small, was not the height that the Creator made us at the time that he had made Adam and Eve, and they had existed with their children, a lot of them, before the corruption of the world. All that explanation has been explained on Acts 3 and 4 of Shape of World. You just have to go watch that. No time to keep on explaining. The videos get too long. So you can go type this out on Google and you'll see the name. The name is Ella Aboma Williams. Now, as you can see right here, it says Ella Williams, 1865 to 1928. So between this time period, as we have told you, if you have watched this video up till now, gradually over time, the poisons that they've been feeding us and removing iodine from the food supply so that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix, half mixed people who are not Orientals, will not grow their tails and animal features. It's made us to become shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter, not to the normal size that we would be if we were feeding on iodine. And on top of that, we don't even have the nutrients that we should eat off from the ancient trees, which are called mountains, in which today they say they mine for them. And they use whatever they mine from them to make iron ore, metal, so on and so forth. These were all things that we were supposed to be eating. The ancient trees. So when you wonder and think about why is it that when you read in the scriptures, in the book of Genesis, people lived up to 1,000 years, so on and so forth. Example in Adam, right? And us, we can barely live as at this particular point in time because the poisons are so much. So that demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the mixed and quarter mixed people will not grow their tails and animal features. The poison is so much such that we are dying 40 years. 40! 40 is now the average lifespan for a mankind being as of this time after the COVID-19 era. And this year that you're seeing the recording of Shape of World right here is from 2025 to 2026 and possibly 2027. 40 years. And at 40 years, let's make you understand something. 40 years in the time of the ancients, before the flood and after the flood for a short while, you're still a baby. You're barely a baby. And that's the truth. So, but continue on here, you could see that, as we're seeing here, Ella Bome, right, was 7 feet tall, all right? Now, let's ask you a question. How many women do you see in the world today that are 7 feet tall, whom are black mankind women being? Barely none. They'll be 6 feet and some inches, but never 7 feet. Why is it possible? Because when you read scripture, they have made you not to believe that eating food, that food is responsible for everything that we are in this world. But through the evil black Americans in the Hebrew Israelites, They've preached to you all kinds of nonsense with the fabricated scriptures in the book of Leviticus on that some animals are unclean and you shouldn't eat them, like pigs, so on and so forth. All right? Also, because they do not want you to understand that they've poisoned every single food that you now eat. We're not even eating real food anymore. We're eating manufactured food, and we're eating crossbred and inbred food grown on fluorine, as you've come to understand where the source of fluorine comes from in the limestone tree, in which the limestone deposits are mined all over the world. And some of the greatest lime trees are in West Africa, mined by the man called the richest man in the world, Dangote, Aliko Dangote. And everything I'm saying right here, I'm saying with facts and evidence. So Ella Aboma here, Williams, is giving you an example of how much taller and bigger we were when we were eating on the right food from childhood. And now we don't got that because they want demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair to continue living so that they can remain kings and their families are not terminated in the black elites led by the leaders, because they think that as they have poisoned us and we have died in our parents, children, and family members, that their own families will live. You see how wicked people think? Let's continue on. So the giants, which were not supposed to exist, because as you've come to find out, which you're going to fully understand as you get into this part right here, they cut down the ancient trees, which stumps are called mountains. And as we have come to tell you, some of those tree widths, go look at all the ancient mountains around you, as we've explained earlier. Some of them would travel for like 20, 30 miles, 40, 100, 200 miles, one tree in the width. We're not talking about the height, in the width. The height is something else that we can't even factor into. Like we told you, 1,000 miles was like bullshit. They travel far higher than that. So these giants in men, all right, because of crossbreeding with animals, they could not climb up. Pay attention to the words. They could not climb up to the top of the ancient trees to eat the fruits as much as they would like, because if you are not African, as we have told you, don't listen to the stupid evil blacks of America. They have nothing to tell you about history but lies, and they are going to know where they are as we keep on getting into this video, and they are headed for the lake of fire. That's why we told you, if you're righteous and you're living in North America and Canada, you better get out. And as we told Africans, don't let any evil black American in, or any person who says they're African American and they don't speak your language. They will just bring this same corruption that they have done to North America into wherever you are. And when they do that, you are set for destruction, because that's how the world is going to be destroyed. If you ever lived in Africa, and a lot of Africans are going to understand this as they are listening to the sound of a voice. For those who have lived in Africa, at least for 11 years of your life, you will notice this. If you have any tree, as you've come to understand that those trees are herbs, that's the proper classification. You have such a thing as a mango tree, okay, an udara tree, all right, which bears fruit. You will notice that when the fruits get ripe, they drop to the ground, right? And you can pick it up easily instead of having to climb up into the mango or udara tree to pluck the fruits.
Put a finger down if you went to Jamaica just because it's mango season. Me. I don't know how I lasted all of 4 days in Jamaica with no mango, so today we are going to raid Panso's tree. I don't know how I've been spending $6 in America for one mango when mango there Jamaica is to one dog. Look much mango on the ground. There's so many mangoes on the ground, y'all. Some were rotten, so I was just like picking through them. But I didn't even have to use a stick or climb the tree. There was just mangoes falling off the tree in abundance. Oh, I was so happy I was in heaven. This is my favorite fruit. After loading up, I told Panso thank you, and they were gone in like 2 days.
Let me go and pick udara first. Guys, let me go and pick udara because the people that I came with, they've entered the udara area. See, so let me go and follow them and pick before they will finish it for me. So let's go and pick udara. See my people. See my people. Hey, wahala plenty. Wahala be like bicycle. Jesus. See you. See the one they have blocked so far. Oh, this one will be sweet, eh? Yes, this is correct udara. This one will be sweet. See, fine face. See it. Oh.
Madam, I got anyone here.
Mbo, how about it?
I'm very warm.
Why? Am I there? Avo ya anya na give me bara. Mbo nye dejo. That is when I go bara. Yagine, for sure. See how my brother is very, very serious. Very serious with the udara. See, very serious. God, I beg, try. See, it's very sweet. Adam. It's sweet. That's why it's sweet like this.
Yeah, I'm going to
say them for me, say me. When they say I can me. You're about to go to Baloma. Senior, Kayara. That is Cecilia, it's very, very serious. Our driver is coming. Guys, after picking the udara from my compound, that is the one that is close to my compound, I went to my brother-in-law's place, Mike. The one that is there, everywhere, the ground is littered by udara. So I have picked plenty. That's why I went to call them. See, our driver is running to come and pick. The other of my brother, that's the carpenter that I brought, has gone already. So let me go and meet him. This is the next udara tree. Guys, look at the ground. Come make it udara kisam. Pick. Say okay, fun. Pick. Come make it. See them. See them. Let me also enter. Look at the ground. See udara. See udara everywhere. Let me follow and pick. Let me follow and pick. Who come again, but I don't go for. That is Cecilia, but for you. See my own. I've carried some to my house. See them. See everywhere. A day police. A day cement. No me lie you. I've won a year. No. See the one that he has picked so far. Wow. See me, so me, I come to escort you people now. This one is nice. This one is good. Yo. The other one is sweeter than this one. No be lie. No be small thing, no.
Does that make sense to you? So this is how the ancient trees, which would, some of them would be as tall as, let's say, 10,000 miles up into the sky and more, all right? Whenever they produce the fruits and nutrients that we would need to eat, those fruits would drop to the ground and you would pick it up and eat it. The animals on the ground, besides the birds and everything else that could not fly, would pick it up and eat it. So now I want you to imagine that you're a giant. You're close to, let's say, at the average, 20 miles tall. 20 miles. Go measure 20 miles, drive for 20 miles, and you're going to see how tall these giants were in the evil mankind people that were produced from mankind people crossbreeding with all animals. As you evil people today in black people like cohabitating, all right, and crossbreeding with demons and albinos, anybody with straight hair who grow tails. But unfortunately, all the albinos, anybody with straight hair, the Caucasian, the white man, the quarter mix and half mixed people, whom are not Orientals, they are imps because Satan could only produce imps. In ancient times, when other evil black mankind people crossbred with any animals, they produce giants. Satan could only produce imps with whomsoever in a mankind woman that he crossbred with. Example in Semiramis, which was the only woman that Satan could crossbreed with because she was tall as they show you in the Statue of Liberty, which is actually the height of Semiramis. And as you come to understand how huge Satan was. So, the giants couldn't climb up the tree, and the fruits of the ancient trees in which the tree stumps are now called mountains were not dropping fast enough for them to eat, to curb their hunger and desire. Because they are giants, they need to eat so much, they are always hungry just to keep themselves alive, otherwise they will disintegrate. So that's why they had to cut down the ancient trees so that they could eat the fruits. Now, you understand that? So part of the reason you're looking at this picture right here is to explain something to you, for you to actually understand how huge and tall these giants were, which they call Nephilim, but you've never been told this truth, so you understand it fully. And without the priesthood and the Creator himself keeping this knowledge in the priesthood through his great high priest in Mboso, which people know as Moses, you would never know this truth. So therefore, the giants cut down the ancient trees to be able to have access to the fruits, because they couldn't climb up the tree and they couldn't wait long enough for the ancient trees in which the tree stumps are now called mountains to drop their fruits for them to eat. Because if you have ever lived in Africa, you would understand this. There are lots of trees in which when they bear fruits, the fruits drop to the ground and the Africans pick them up and eat it. Example in the udara and mango trees. When we're talking about mango trees, we're talking about real mango trees, not the short stump mangoes that you find all around the world, but real mango trees, which are very tall, so tall, such as 3-story buildings. So that's why all those ancient trees were cut down by the giants of old to eat and try to sustain themselves. And when the infestation was starting to spread and it would cover the whole earth, the Creator himself cut it short with a flood. So as we're living in today's world, when you watch the so-called Jurassic Park movies, which say they go to a remote island, all right, and they find out all these ancient animals as the dinosaurs living, as explained earlier on several acts of Shape of the World, they are trying to tell you that there are ancient animals whom are this huge still living in the earth, and this is the truth. But those areas of the world, if you have the true map of the world, you will understand that nothing in the known world can get to those land areas. So you still have ancient trees still living, tall, 1,000 miles long and over, all right, with ancient animals as the Creator made them still alive. Because what you need to understand about the flood is this: it only happened in the area of this known world. That's it. It didn't happen everywhere else. It just happened in the area of the known world that we are living today. It didn't happen everywhere else. Why do you have to understand this? Because if the whole world, pay attention to this, if you make something and you destroy it totally, you have to start all over again from scratch to do it again if you want to do it. But naturally, in a natural sense, common sense thinking, if, let's say, for example, you have taken up the time to make something, right? And something breaks down in whatsoever you made. Common sense tells you, you try to repair the parts that are broken in what you made instead of just breaking down the whole thing. Isn't it true? Let's say, for example, you have a Mercedes-Benz car, right? And the radio in your Mercedes-Benz goes bad. You're not going to just trash the whole car just because the radio is bad, right? What you try to do is fix the radio and keep driving the Mercedes. And that's exactly what happened in our world. The flood was fixing the radio. But there are other parts of the world which you can't get to, and the evil black elites with Satan are trying, but it's impossible to. And those who have the uncensored version of Shape of the World will understand this part, and that's all you need to understand for now. Let's continue on.
So, what are you dating, like an accountant now, or
Owen,
ventriloquist?
stop it.
You love a dummy.
This is not why we're here.
You can blame me, try to shame me.
I know why we're here. A rescue op. Save the dinosaurs from the island that's about to explode. What could go wrong?
Blue is alive. You raised her.
Do these animals deserve the same protections given to other species? Or should they just be left to die?
These creatures were here before us. And if we're not careful, they're going to be here after. You know me. Life cannot be contained. Life breaks free. Life finds a way.
So, continuing on, because there's a reason why you're looking at this particular picture, and it's going to make a whole lot of sense to you in a short minute. So, when the giants of old cut down all those ancient trees, all right, and ate the fruits for them to survive, and possibly could eat maybe the leaves or something else for them to survive, what you see in our world today, this is going to shock you because they never teach you this, and you're only going to know this truth because the priesthood taught us, and we're reading from a script, I as the narrator narrating to you. What you see today as a land all over the world is nothing but degrading tree stems of the ancient trees after the flood. I want you to let that soak in and you continue listening. The land, the earth which we are supposed to walk on, in which the evil sciences led by the your leaders know the truth because they read all this in the writings of Mbosowo Moses and knew the truth, because all the history we know about the truth only comes from Mbosowo, which people know as Moses. All the land that you see in the world today that we walk on, these are nothing but the tree stems of ancient trees which have degraded because of the actions of Satan after the flood and have degraded so much that we have land. All right? Pay attention, you're going to understand. The real land where the earth really is. So, for example, if you plant a crop, right, the crop is going to grow, then the roots of the crop is going to grow down into the earth, but at the level where the stem comes up, all right, that level there is supposed to be land, right? So if you understand that, if you've not been in agriculture, that's why agriculture farming is so important for us. And without that, you'll never understand the truth and reality about our world, because the creator himself is a farmer. So pay attention now, as we've already explained in a very short few sentences. All the land that we are walking around today on the earth is degrading tree stumps of the ancient trees which the giants cut down. It's not real land. And the evil black elites led by the leaders know this. So that's why if you ever pay attention to what they tell you, they will tell you such a land is above sea level or below sea level. Why do they use those words, above sea level or below sea level? Because below sea level is the actual land. That means the earth, the solid ground. And all of us walking around today on the earth today, we are not walking on solid ground. We are walking on the stems of degrading ancient trees, in which the tree stumps are called mountains, which the giants of old, evil children born of mankind people, crossbreeding with animals, except Satan, who only produced imps. Those tree stems is what we now call land. The actual land itself is the floor of the seas. That is the actual land. So you can now imagine how tall the giants were. Can you imagine that yourself? Can you imagine that that's the reason why the Creator himself had to destroy them? And even upon how tall they were not even 0.1% tall as the ancient trees, going downwards or going upwards. Isn't that crazy? Can you imagine that? So that's why you're looking at this image right here, for you to understand that when you go to the sea and you go to the floor bed of the sea, and one of the deepest places which they have made us to believe is one of the deepest places in the earth is what is called the Marianas Trench. All right? What they are technically telling you there is that that is the actual earth, the floor, the ground. Everything else that we are walking on now as people is not the actual earth. These are just degrading stems of ancient trees, which we now call land. So if you really wanted to walk on the earth now, for us living in 2025, 2026 to 2027, in which you're listening to the recording of Shape of a World, you have to go to sea level. Sea floor, not just sea level, sea floor down. That's why you're looking at this image. So I want you to imagine how tall the giants were. Their feet was at sea floor. You can take Mariner's Trench, which is a lie, as they tell us is the deepest part of the ocean floor. But you can take Mariner's Trench, for example. So they were so tall such that their waist levels was at the mountain heights which you see all around the world, right here, right now. In what you have come to understand, that they were ancient tree stumps. Can you imagine that now? Let's continue on to show you how it's possible that these ancient trees would grow so tall in what they have made us to call mountains, instead of telling us the truth, that these were ancient trees. And an ancient tree is a plant which you're going to find out on this particular act of Shape of a World right here, Act 8, which we have literally told you and we've been telling you for so many years, but you never paid attention. The ancient trees are plants, and plants literally give us everything that we need in this world to survive. Literally, it's a literal statement, but we know that you do not understand it. But for those who have the uncensored version of Shape of a World, they will understand it, because anything that we release out to the public, if this gets out into Tricks of the Air Straight channel as the public channel for now, you understand what we're saying, because you're going to know about telecommunications and how you can do it, then that's fine. But only those who have the uncensored version will truly understand everything that we are saying right here. So please take out the time to study this image right here. You can see right here, it tells you where the clouds are, because this is the level, the cloud level, in which the adapted flying bull Satan can fly. The animal cannot go further up than this. All right, this is the reason why you're looking at this image. And then you can see the length of which they tell us, all right, of how deep the ocean is, all right? And they show you here how huge a container ship is. And all you see here in the trenches are actually the land. That's why if you pay attention to anything they tell you about the earth, they'll always tell you above sea level or below sea level, because the evil black elites led by leaders know that below sea level is where the actual earth is, and that all of us living on the earth now, we are only living on decaying ancient tree stumps. It's not the real earth. Let's continue on. So, continuing on, if you could imagine that the ancient mountains, that 1,000 miles upwards was nothing, they could keep being tall as ever and reach up to, let's say, 10,000 miles and so forth. And then you can understand that if there was flood waters, the flood waters would have made 10,000 miles look like 0.1%. Just so that everything that was evil could be annihilated. Now, I want you to imagine this. If you're in agriculture, you will know that if a plant is supposed to grow that tall, 10,000 miles, I want you to imagine for yourself, the root system needs to be equally in the same length downwards to support the structure. So that's why if you're in the so-called, let's say, building of skyscrapers, so on and so forth, you will understand that for you to build a skyscraper, that the foundation of the skyscraper, such as the World Trade Center, needs to be almost the same height, all right, for the skyscraper as for the foundation. You need to dig it very deep. So I want you to imagine this. The ancient trees, which you now call mountains and its tree stumps cut down by the giants, grew downwards much more further down. So the question we need to ask is, where did they get the energy or the nutrients? Because as plants, if you're in agriculture, you need to feed your plants for them to grow well. How did the ancient trees, in which the tree stumps are now called mountains, grow so tall? So let's play a short clip for you. When you finish watching the short clip, then we'll explain it for you and you understand, because this is going to make you understand where you are as an evil person are going to end up, all based on the so-called sciences which you are taught. Neil deGrasse Tyson might teach you one as a liar, but he himself, because this is how evil they are. The evil black elites led by the leaders, they have told so many lies that they themselves have believed their own lies, deceived themselves with their own lies. Because as we have always taught you throughout the years on this channel, if you lie to everybody else in the world, never, ever, ever tell yourself a lie and believe the lies that you've told. But this is what the evil black elites led by the leaders have done. They have told us lies and they have believed the lies. And why is it that they have believed the lies? The evil riches and wealth they have in everything has made them to believe their own lies. But now reality is coming back on all of you, especially those who are evil. So let's play that short clip and we explain it, because you're going to find out as we get along, as we're playing that short clip. The lake of fire, which you have heard, hell and the lake of fire, all right, was the power source, energy for the mountains to grow. And nobody was supposed to be in the lake of fire. So the Creator himself did not start out by creating a lake of fire as they have made you to believe in the Christian books and Bibles, that the Creator knows the future. Nobody knows the future. As we have taught you already on several acts of Shape of World, if you watch the part of the true map of the world, you understand that fully well. It's not going to be explained here again. The lake of fire was never created to put any evil person in it. It was created as the energy source because all energy is literally a fire for the mountains, the plants, the ancient trees to grow, which will provide everything that we need for sustenance in this world to all living organisms. So if you are, as an evil person, going to the lake of fire, it was not created for you, but that's where you're going to end up. Because the scriptures and your evil pastors don't know shit, and you can only know the truth when you are listening to a great high priest. And a great high priest who was given the burden for you to know the truth and hear the truth and understand it was Mbosowo Moses. And that is how the priesthood has this knowledge that we are narrating to you. So let's continue on to that short clip. Then we come back and explain what's going on. Because now for sure, if you are evil, you know you are heading there. If you're committed all the abominations, inbreeding, you're a homosexual, you murder people, and you do what? You bear false witness. You love telling lies. They pay you money and you tell lies and deceive the whole world. That's where you're heading. Except you who were telling people lies and deceiving people. As long as you do not kill or murder anybody and you do not commit any abomination of inbreeding or being a homosexual, you have to do twice what you did. So if you were telling people and deceiving people with lies as all the agents of YouTube, you have to go back and do that twice over. Otherwise, that's where you're heading and you're going to understand. Let's play that clip now and we continue on.
We're getting hotter. 2,000 kilometers down. 2,300 kilometers. We're getting closer. Closer to the heart of our planet. 3,000 kilometers down. This is it. The force that powers volcanoes. The center of the labyrinth. It's time to enter the core. We've arrived. This is the Earth's core. So hot, it glows yellow. Everything that exists on Earth exists because of this.
So, if you did watch that short clip, it's something that you have heard. If you are interested in the sciences, like I have always been since birth, being a child, they will tell you. Today they've changed the story a little bit, but if you go back, they will always tell you that the Earth has a core, all right? And that the core is very, very hot, right? That's what they tell you. Now, today they've changed the story a little bit because the educational system that we go to, the evil black elites led by the leaders who brought to us education, every generation, 10 years at the max, they change the stories that they are telling us so that the recent generation is going to have a completely different story about the sciences or what they teach from the generation that existed 10 years before. And they've made us to believe that changes means that we are evolving into knowing better, right? But these are all lies. They are just adapting the lies so that if you were someone who were in school, you had an education 10 years ago, by the time you go back 10 years later, it's completely different and you believe the lies, all because they're telling you that they are making, innovations and reinventions, so they always have to keep up updating There are technological advancements, but it's all a lie. Because the truth is this: everything about our world was known way back. If this world has existed in 7,000 years, when we say this world has existed in 7,000 years according to normal accounting of time, what we are talking about is the fact that mankind started existing according to the normal accounting of time, let's say 7,000 years ago. The world has existed longer than that. So when you go read in scriptures and they tell you that God made the world in 6 days and then had the rest, it's all bullshit. It didn't take 6 days to create this. Because if it took 6 days to create this, everything in life would take 6 days to reproduce. Does it make sense? If everything in life was created in 6 days by the Creator, whom they call God, right? It would take 6 days for everything to reproduce. But go look around you. Does anything take? It doesn't matter if it's a plant, an animal, or even you as a mankind being with the stupid demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair listening in. The Caucasian, the white man, the half mix and quarter mix people who are not rentals listening into. Does anything take 6 days to produce something? No, it doesn't. So that tells you when you read in Genesis chapter number 1, in which they say 6 days God created the whole world. It's a lie. It's a bloody lie. It's not possible. Nobody can produce something in 6 days when it comes to reproduction. No plant in this world produces in 6 days. Produces a fruit for you to eat in 6 days. They all go through time. So that's all a lie. But continuing on now, what we're trying to make you understand is that if you go into the so-called sciences, they always tell you that the core of the earth, if you were in the educational system as I was 10, 15 years ago, the story was all that the earth's core, that the way the world is, that you have a mantle, the earth's crust, and you have a core, and that the core is very hot. Today they have changed that story now, and they said that there's a solid core inside the earth, besides the fact that they used to tell us that it was all molten lava flowing out, and that's why we have volcanoes. So, but regardless of the story, what you have to pay attention is to this. If you listen to that video, they say the inside of the earth is very, very, very hot. They even say it's hotter than the surface of the sun. Go take a look. Look up, hear the stories. So if something is hotter than the sun, according to what they've told us, right? And you already, if you're in a desert in hot weather in any way, shape, or form, if you're in Africa in the Sahara Desert, right? You will not appreciate that kind of heat. And now they say that something else underneath the earth, according to what they told us, we didn't tell you. We didn't say any of this. They told us that the core of the earth is hotter than the surface of the sun. And if you cannot even stand the desert heat, all right, and we know that the desert heat is not comparable to the sun's heat, according to what they've taught us. Now they say that underneath the earth is hotter. And throughout in the educational system that I went to, which they taught us all of this, they said that the inside of the earth is very hot. It's a lava flowing kind of rivers or streams. That's why they call it lake of fire, because it's literally a fire burning. So all through the sciences, they've been showing you that the lake of fire does exist, right? But you don't have any understanding because you never knew the truth, and you can never know the truth except you hear from a great high priest. And our great high priest was whom? Mbosowo Moses, whom told us all this. That is how the sciences know all this, because the Creator Himself taught us the world and its history and everything through his great high priest in Mbosowo Moses. Now, the funny thing is this. Nobody in this world has ever gone to the lake of fire and come back. But we can see it does exist when you look around us in the volcanoes and so on and so forth. Because if you're listening to this video, you have to go watch a lot of the acts of Shape of World and you'll understand this, which has been thoroughly explained on what a volcano is. A volcano, when you look at a volcano, these are ancient trees. Pay attention to the words. These are the ancient trees in which the tree stumps are now called mountains. And they are dragging, all right, fire from underneath the earth. So in whatever they tell you, as we have taught you already, and you're listening to it again here, traveling 10,000 miles down into the earth is nothing but 0.1% of how deep the ancient trees roots go down to bring up all that lava and magma which they call a volcano. Because this is what they never taught you. The lake of fire is the energy source for which the ancient trees called mountains, which is a plant, could take all the energy to grow. Does that make sense? This is not what they teach you in sciences. All energy in this world is literally what? It is technically, in any way, shape, or form, a fire or heat. Concentration of heat is a fire. Does that make sense? So the lake of fire is a concentration of heat, is energy. Because before you can do anything, you have to literally have energy, and energy is heat, and concentrated heat is fire. That's why, for example, if you drive your car, what do you think is happening inside the combustion engine of your car to make your car to be able to move, to take you from point A to point B? It's literally a fire eruption, a fire burning. Whether you're driving a gasoline or diesel engine, it's a fire literally inside the combustion chamber of your engines. Now, another question, because people don't get this, that's why they have to understand it as we're talking. Your body gives off heat. That heat is the energy that keeps you alive. If you get cold, you are dying. That's why dead bodies have no heat. It's cold. That means there's no energy in there for them to survive. So what keeps you alive? Heat. Concentrated heat is what? Fire. They don't teach you this in the sciences. That is why, if, as we explained and showed you earlier, when a bird lays eggs, or any animal in this world, they provide warmth for it. Warmth, at a concentration of warmth, is heat. A concentration of heat is what? Is a fire. So energy, literally, if you wanted to put it in simple words, is a fire. So the lake of fire is the energy source for the ancient trees in which the tree stumps are now called mountains, cut down by the giants, and you understand their sizes now, that made the ancient trees to be able to grow this tall, such that 10,000 miles downwards is not even up to 1% of how long the roots of the ancient trees had to reach down to have energy to be able to grow. And these ancient trees, which are now called mountains, provide literally everything for us to have sustenance in this world. And because of the evil giants who cut them down, and the animal which made this possible for us to have giants by crossbreeding with a mankind being, after making our great mother Eve to drink of a poison which he deceptively put in and then raped our great mother in her sleep. Iya, Eka. Now made it possible for evil to exist in this world and gigantism in mankind, evil beings. They cut down all those ancient trees, which are now called mountains, and you never knew. And now we are in this position in which also the evil black elites, led by the leaders, have lied to you so you do not know. And when they go and mine for the sediments of these ancient trees, they call it that they are mining for resources and you do not know. And then on top of that, they took out iodine from the food supply and fed us poisons. And they mine for the ancient tree of fluorine, the limestone tree, which we were never supposed to eat from. And they feed it to us in everything. And now we've become this way. So you now understand, in a sense, that the lake of fire is very real. Throughout the sciences, they've taught you this. If you never paid attention, you now pay attention. So if you are an evil person, when we say evil person here, we're talking about mankind, black people with woolly hair. Anything else except the Orientals, they are headed for the lake of fire, and you know that right now. So, if you are an evil person, black mankind with woolly hair, you've been inbreeding, you're a homosexual, you're proud to be one. As you listen to the story of homosexuality, which I explained thoroughly well on what happened as homosexuals behave on Act 1 of Shape of a World. And you like telling lies. You deceive people. You sit down and deliberately concoct lies. You already know it's a lie, because there's a difference between you providing information based on what you know, and there's a difference between you knowing that the information that you're providing is a lie, all right? It never happened, but you just go on and tell it because you've had some money. That is the meaning of bearing false witness. And that also, you're like killing people. Killing people is no problem for you. And when we say killing people here, it means killing righteous, innocent people. This is where you're heading. And you understand that it's very real now, as we have taught you. The lake of fire, let's say it again one more time, was not what the Creator in any way, shape, or form created for anybody to be in there. But by your actions, all right, that you do as an evil person, you are going to go here and spend eternity. Do you know what eternity means? Because the Creator in himself means eternity. Has no beginning and has no end. That is literally the only thing that does exist in the world. So when they say you go there for eternity, it means you're going to be there forever and you're never going to come out from the lake of fire. And they have deceived all of you whom are evil to go there. And now you know where you're heading. We can give an example in someone like Henrietta Alil, who abused us in any way, shape, or form, when all we did was presenting the truth, like telling you the truth, in the sense that if you're a woman, we're not saying this in any degrading way, shape, or form, especially as you're listening to me, the narrator. It's women that trained me. That is the truth. It's women that taught me everything that I know today. So I would never in any way, shape, or form, even if I was told and paid to degrade any woman. The men have had less influence in my life because the men that I knew were not the men I thought they would be, even as a father. So I would never degrade any woman But the facts are facts. Women cannot think. They don't have the intelligence as a man because they were not designed by the Creator to do so. It doesn't mean that women are not important in any way, shape, or form. Let's explain this for you to understand. You have 5 fingers on both hands. Now, if you look at all your 5 fingers on both of your hands, all of them have different heights, right? Now, I want to ask you a question. If you look at your little finger on your hand and you cut it off, and someone said they want to cut off your little finger, just because you have one other finger that's taller than that, would you say let them cut them off? No. It's a part of you. Women are a part of creation. It doesn't matter the size that they come in. Just because they are not bigger and taller than men doesn't make that for them not to be important. But we've been trained this way to believe this. So that is why a stupid, evil black woman, because of the training that the evil black elites led by leaders will teach them, they will think that naturally, because the woman even knows that she's not as strong, as tall, as big as a man. But that does not make her less important. Because we are all together. If you take out one finger from your hand, it hurts like mad. You will never let go of a finger of your hand. You will never let go of your hand. You will never let go of your leg. You'll never let go of your eyes, ears, nose. Everything works together. But they all have their purpose. When you go outside of your purpose in what you're supposed to do, you have become evil. And that's all what we're trying to teach this evil woman in Henrietta Allele. And she will know right now. She's listening to the sound of her voice. And that's all we have to say. Let's continue on. So if you read right here, Earth's inner core, you will see how much they have taught you. Now, this particular article that you're reading here on Wikipedia has been changed over years because, as we have taught you, whatever you have known 10 years ago in the educational system is not the same thing as they are teaching the newer generation. So they have to keep telling new lies and then telling you that they are updating whatever knowledge they have. It's all bullshit, it's all lies, because as you have come to understand, everything that you know about your world was known over 7,000 years ago. It's just because the lies have kept on increasing to this point such that lies are now almost eradicating truth, but it's not possible for that to happen. That is why the truth is still here, and the Creator himself gave Mbosowo Moses the responsibility of making sure that the truth will always remain in the priesthood. All right? So if you read here, you can go take a look on Wikipedia about Earth's inner core. You will understand that they tell you that it's very, very hot. So it doesn't just look like whatsoever we're telling you looks like we are just adapting or changing or telling you a new story. It's always been there. That's all you need to know. So that you evil people whom are evil, you inbreed, you're homosexual, you're transgender, you're a demon albino, anybody with straight hair who grows a tail, the Caucasian, the white man, the quarter mixed and half mixed people whom are not Orientals. You know where you're going with your father in Satan, because this is what he's so afraid of, going there, because he's gonna go there. So all what you need to understand in very simple words is that the lake of fire was never created for anybody to be in there, all right? In any way, shape, or form. Never. But evil people are going to go there because they were not supposed to exist. And then you're suffering as the evil black elites with their demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mixed people who are not Orientals are going to be there forever. So I want you to imagine, if you've lived in this world for up to 30 years of your life and more, and you have suffered from birth, and when we're talking about suffering from birth right now, we are specifically hinting on Africans, because most Africans have suffered from birth in every way, shape, or form that you can never imagine. Don't worry about the evil blacks of America, because they got it going and they're going to understand as we get along right here. And you have suffered from birth. You don't have food to eat. You don't know how you're going to eat the next meal. You don't have a place to live. People hate you. You don't even know how you're trying to survive, but you still try to move on. And that is what you are accustomed to in your whole entire life. And that is hell, right? I want you to imagine that in a concentration that you can never even imagine. And you are in the lake of fire. That's all you need to know. Let's continue on. So continuing on, as you have now known the power source for all the ancient trees to grow this tall, and how long they have to travel even to the lake of fire for them to get all that energy. And the lake of fire was not a place for anybody to go there, as you've been taught through scriptures and all the lies that the evil have taught you in the evil black elites, that the Creator knows all things from start. And as we have taught you to understand that there's no such thing, because when you make something for a purpose, and the purpose determines what that thing is going to be. So you do not need to know its future. If you design a car, your intent is that the car should take you from point A to point B. That's all what you need to know. Anything else, that means if that car goes out of order and behaves in any way not according to what you designed it for, it's still going to be within the realms of what you designed it to be. It's a physical world. So the Creator did not in any way, shape, or form create the lake of fire for anybody, as you have been made to understand that through all the lies. The lake of fire is just an energy source that feeds us, that keeps us alive, as you heard throughout this whole entire video which was played, because even the evil black elites know that. As you're listening to this particular video play, which we played a short clip for you, which was on National Geographic, it says it is the energy that powers everything, right? But continue on regardless. We're still on the subject of poisons in rice and water. So we have to go back to showing you rice poisoning and making understand certain things about it, because you have to know whom are the people behind producing and manufacturing rice for us to eat, which they have put so much poisons in it. And because we do not know our history to know, in the sense that we were never close to our parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents before us through the introduction of religion and the educational system in the false prosperity which they've taught us, regurgitated by the evil demons and albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mixed people, or any type of mixture they are, whom are not Orientals. And we have made you to understand how the Orientals, even though they have straight hair, have come to be people that we define as still mankind, because their origin was from mankind. We've said that before earlier, taught you in several acts of shape or world, but you understand that now. But continuing on now, on the subject of the rice, which is the number one poison, so that these demons, albinos, anybody with straight hair, the white man, the Caucasian, the quarter mix and half mixed people, whom are not Orientals, never to grow those tails and animal features, so we can identify them as being animals and not mankind. Let's get back into the standard which was set for manufacturing rice, which you people have never understood, which is Uncle Ben's rice, because we are still leading you somewhere with everything else that you've known right here. But before we get into that, what you have to understand is this in very simple and clear terms. Earthquakes are not caused by volcanoes. Volcanoes cause some shaking on the ground, but they do not cause that much destruction. Earthquakes, as they have lied to you, which you've never known, is Satan walking underground in all the mountain, ancient tree, fallen stems, not even the root system in your area. So if you're ever in the area of California, or if you're ever in the area that has a lot of earthquakes, what you have to come to understand is this: it is not caused by volcanoes. All earthquakes are caused by Satan walking. So you have to understand how huge, we have already explained this, but you can imagine it. That's why we have to keep explaining this, as already it's been explained on several acts of shape or world. So you can imagine how big the fallen stems of the ancient trees were. You can't even imagine it, that an animal can walk around in it, in which Satan is the only ancient animal living from the time of creation, in which the Creator himself made this world up till now, walking around and causing earthquakes. Why is he walking around and causing earthquakes? Because you'll hear about so many fault lines as the San Dimas or San Andreas fault lines all over around the world. What do you think is causing those fault lines? It's a track in which Satan travels whenever he lands on the ground, all right, and has to go through the ancient tree, mountain, fallen stems to get to his destination. And when we hear the vibration, because we are very small creatures, it causes earthquakes. But they've lied to you, so you do not know. So that's why part of this video was playing. Let's continue on.
Are you hurt? Are you hurt? People need to know that the shaking is not over. We'll get hit again. And it's going to be a bigger monster.
I've been through a wall.
Oh my God. The earth will literally crack open. And you will feel it on the East Coast. Get out, and I mean now. If you can't, God be with you. Wait, hold on! We gotta get over it before it crashes!
So the San Andreas Fault is a very popular fault line, and if you've ever visited the West Coast and the area that's called California in the United States of America, you would have been very prone to earthquakes, because one of the first earthquakes that I ever experienced in my whole entire life was when I traveled to California sometime in 2008, around, let's say, July to August. And there was a very horrible earthquake sometime around that time in the area that's called San Bernardino. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but you can go look it up. 2008 earthquakes in California, and possibly you can get the actual date, because that was the first time in my whole entire life that I had ever been in the area that's called the West Coast in California. And because of that experience, because it's like when I touched down in California, the very evening, the night that I slept over, I experienced earthquakes, because I never experienced that in my whole entire life. So you can go look that up in 2008 earthquakes. And I was asking the people I was with at that particular point in time, what is it? What kind of heavy moan lower early in the morning, because it was early in the morning between maybe 7 to 9 a.m. is making this kind of noise? And they told me it was an earthquake. I'm like, what? They said earthquake. And they all acted so normal. I was like, earthquake? I've never experienced that. I don't know what it is, because if you can tell, I'm a Southern boy, all right? In terms of the American explanation for Southern people. So I was like, oh, earthquake? I was like, I'm getting out of here. I'm not going to stay one more day. So what they have never told you is this. The earthquakes all around the world is Satan walking around in the ancient tree storms. But they lie to you and call it a fault line, that there is such a thing as tectonic plates, or that the earth moves in some way, shape, or form. No! It's just one animal doing this. All because they haven't told you the history, and all because you have believed the lie that there is no creator. So when you go through and you look, as you're looking right here on the screen, it says aerial photo of San Andreas Fault looking northwest onto the Carrizo Plain with Soda Lake visible at the upper left. When you go through the pictures, this just shows you how Satan walks through the ancient trees, fallen stems, which are now called mountains, as you've come to understand what the real land is and what we are living on right now. But because you do not know that history, you don't know the truth. So, do you know why you're suffering now? History! You do not know what your parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and your lineages knew. Because as you're living right here in this era, after the introduction of the big fabulous lie in Christianity made so popular, all to wipe mind, as you call it, brainwash, for you not to listen to your parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents, all to the false prosperity that the evil black elites led by leaders provided for us, by making you believe that if you get out of farming, all right, that you can have the so-called wonderful careers. You become a doctor, right? Stupid, evil doctors. You can become a lawyer. You can become whatever career that they tell you, instead of growing your own food, which is the only thing you need to survive. You have believed the lie. You don't know history. And as long as you do not know history, you will continue to suffer. And they have made us to be in this suffering because the evil blacks of America have made you to believe that. They've had it coming for a very long time, and we're still getting there. But let's continue now onto the subject of rice, for you to understand how it's poison, the people behind it, which we have already shown you on the evil black elites, led by the leaders, because they were the ones whom infiltrated into the priesthood to get the writings of Mbosowo Moses. And then they started trying as much as possible, and almost became possible, that they made the whole entire priesthood to believe a lie. But the Creator never forgets himself, and therefore we will never be in a lie. Let's continue on now.